outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Today you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕さす Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいマディ純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ
playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's
change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh my, you better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no.
never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you, it's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you, I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own mind. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the
met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acting the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. Fast, fast like that. And now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. Fast like that. And now we got them saying,
take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me, 'cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for
it is built through truth. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is. Here it is. Just as hopes were fading, the dream lived on. Yeah. Of better times. In a world gone wrong. You don't need to worry. You know you see the day. The revolution's coming. We waited for the change. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is. Here it is. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is. Here it is. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta.
Don't care what they say. Yeah, the bruise on my face. Never thought I'd do this on my own. Yeah, I got something to say. Time to get out the way. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Guess you got what you wanted. You sold a lie, I bought it. This time I can't ignore it. I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down. I'll never forget the way you locked my soul up in chains. All my inadequacies. Now down my sleeve, no sound. So fall to your knees. You got someone I'm gonna run toward it. No time, you get no warning. I feel my head distorted. So I'll scream out right now. Why you won't lay down, lay down.
Welcome, everyone. A little bit of a surprise there. We are back for the LPL 2023 Spring Split. We're day 2 of week number 4. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada, and we're about to have ourselves a good old time. You ready, Jamada?
Yes, I am. Well, I wasn't ready for the.
I wasn't ready for the intro.
You know, sometimes we get call outs, right? It's like, you know, scenic or hey, we're gonna, you know, it was straight to you. We didn't get one this time, so we were just looking at the feed, waiting for something. Hey guys, what's going on? Good morning, good afternoon, good night. We hope you are having a good evening, and hopefully we should be having an even better evening with the matchups that we have tonight for the series.
Indeed. We got to look through yesterday. It was quick. If you blink, you'll miss it. There was some smashes, it feels like, at the LPL yesterday. FPX falling 0-2 to Weibo Gaming after some very, very, very strong performances. And AL fell to JDG. Kind of went the way we would expect on paper, but I feel like it was a little bit more than we expected when we got to it.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing, right? When you have those really lopsided matchups that you think are just going to be complete thrashings, getting a little bit out of them always feels nice. So glad that it wasn't just JDG showing up and kind of just, you know, removing the opponent. Of course, same thing for the other matchup in the Weibo series. So very happy that that went the way it did. Of course, that leaves the standings the way they are. AL at the very back, still trailing, and the top of the table still looking as we kind of left it for the most part. But today's matches, IG, LGD, and then we're going to have that followed up by Ultra Prime and Thundertalk.
Man, the momentum, I feel like, is the theme of the night. IG losing their first series to the other team that's played tonight, TT. And TT coming off the momentum of finding that first win. LGD finding the momentum off their first win. There's a lot going on tonight, and I think, again, momentum is key.
Yeah. Keyword, you might hear us repeat it a couple of times. I think definitely, you know, I think because of the amount of hype that's been around IG so far, that's going to be the slightly more, you know, tracked story, or even more interesting story to track, just simply because I feel like when you see a team kind of get knocked off their pedestal just, you know, briefly, it's always really cool to see how they'll actually get back up, right? And it's always those famous stories where someone gets knocked up. How they get back up is always the slightly more important thing for TT. Trying to actually build some momentum off of taking down such a hyped roster is going to be very, very important for them moving forward in this spring split.
Indeed, as IG takes to the Rift,
Ooh.
the Invictus Gaming pendant and the hand over the heart. You should know him, or you should know me. As he takes to the stage now, we have our second. As Gideon will just take a nice little wave as he comes in. Nothing too spicy today. No music added. I love the swinging of the pendant from YSKM though, but Dove now taking to the stage as well. And as IG does, I think again, a little bit of that somber note. They took that loss very hard against CT, and I think it showed in the aftermath of the game. But this is where they can come back and show, especially through On and Wink. Give them a little smile. Love it, love it. Through On and Wink, who have really risen to the occasion, it feels like, for this IG roster.
Yeah, definitely. And I think coming into the split, a lot of people are probably looking at On and Wink to be the people to look to until we started seeing some of the performances come out of YSKM. You should know me, of course. So I think definitely we'll look to try and take the mantle a little bit more in those losses to ensure that the team morale never really falters and that they can stay positive moving forward. But of course, we do have LGD on the opposite side of the rift. We'll see what they have for their walkouts. Maybe they've got something a little bit spicier, a little less humble as they enter into the stage.
The humbleness is already coming through.
Yeah, it's coming.
Xiaoxu's taken to the stage there as well with Meteor, and I can always appreciate the forward progression into the game. You know what's coming. You gotta get ready to go. It's just the nice little smiles from LGD, as we had mentioned earlier, coming off their first series win here. Big stuff for them in a season that has seen a lot of struggles for this roster.
Yeah, you've kind of just said it perfectly. They struggled until their previous series, right? And I think their previous series was actually such a big shift for them. It was only AL, though. That's the problem, right? Anyone's Legend. They're kind of the tag return. So, having to then come into IG, I think probably the best timing seems they've just lost. Hopefully they can give us a little bit more of what we saw in the Anyone's Legend series so that we can start talking about them a little more positively. And of course, for their own sake, having a little more to, sort of build off as a team, right? It feels really bad going series to series and not really picking up too many individual wins, let alone a series win.
Yeah.
Finally coming in here and then off the back of a win and then maybe taking another game off IG, even if you lose the series, it's still going to feel like half a success at the very least because you can continue to try and build off that.
And I want to zone in on the scope for both these two teams. I think we've seen for LGD a lot of positive, aggressive, mechanical play coming out from Meteor. But it's about trying to delve out a little bit more resources to some potential other carries and find that big stability for LGD that they know they can rely on in the late game. And then for IG, again, we put a lot of focus on and Wink today. I think YSKM, he's always a chaotic factor in the top side of the map. Gideon with his aggressiveness as well. But I'm definitely looking at how the resources have been delved on IG, but as well as just the absolute madmen in the bot lane. The fact that Wink has played such a big variety of champions, has played very aggressively on the ones he has chosen. And as we get into our first picks and bans, it is important to keep that in mind. We do have Yuumi and Ashe and Rise taken away by IG, taking away Hai Chao's comfort pick there in the Rise in the end. The Elise and the Lucian banned by LGD.
Yeah, I actually find the Elise ban quite interesting because IG were showing absolutely no priority on that at all in their previous series, and TT were, comically enough, picking it every single game. So LGD banning that one does strike me as a bit odd, but maybe they have a read that, of course, we may not. The Varus is going to get removed away from Arn, so you still have pretty much all of the strong junglers up and available. Sejuani, Maokai, if Gideon and IG want to take that route. And as it gets hovered, typically when it gets hovered, it gets locked in this map. This is kind of how it goes. Don't really want to show your cards. Not a lot of dupes this year. Not a lot of dupes this year, I'm afraid. On the bright side, and especially whenever I bring this point up, all the play-by-plays always go, hey, I get to look like a genius when I start talking about draft and I get to predict things. But this is what I do want to talk about, the Jax pick. I think it's going to be super high priority in this series, not just because YSKM's here, but Xiaoxu had a really positive look on that against Anyone's Legend. Just mechanically always kind of outplaying 1-to-1, 2 versus 1 as well. Situations where you shouldn't really be getting a kill out of. He was getting over that line. So I'm excited to see that LGD are willing to first pick this one and take it away. And of course, the Sejuani's available. So just go for it. You've got your strong 2v2 from the get-go. The setup is there. And now
Yeah.
IG kind of have to worry about that. It's just that YSKM is probably going to take Fiora into it because we know what he's like. And it
We'll
is two
see, for
very,
sure.
very CC heavy top side melee champs.
Yeah, we're getting into the thick of it here in the first phase, though. That Sejuani combo is going to be huge, but there's still that ADC pool that needs to be either picked down in the second phase of bans or picked through here in the first phase of picks. Obviously, Zeri has been a very strong combo with a lot of the Enchanter supports, also on having a little bit of that not having played it this year so far competitively, which I think is interesting. But IG, it is as strong a pick. So like, I don't think you're going anything crazy with getting the Zeri here. And there's that Fiora for YSKM.
Yep, who would have thunk it? YSKM is picking mechanical matchups in the top side. But of course, I think Fiora's just a good pick here regardless. We know how it works into Jax. It's still a skill matchup, but again, one he's going to be happy to pilot. And with that Sejuani being there, a lot of telegraph CC, which you can get away with riposting, so kind of increases your chances of having some outplay moments as Caitlyn looking like it's going to get locked in here. Potentially the
No, you got duped.
All right,
You got duped. It's
but
the Silas in this.
Look, man, the Zeri's there. I could always see it happening, right? just the one-to-one. Cut me some slack.
Silas
LGD
is so big here,
pranking
though.
me. It is definitely, right? I think you've got the Maokai Ultimate to steal away, which is always really good. The Lightning Crash, just for the AP ratio, always going to be really strong. But of course, naturally, with the Sejuani, can always pair up High Chow with Meteor to just find strong skirmishes. The setup for the Permafrost is always going to be there. So
Yeah.
much CC to deal with, and they're going to be able now to ban away the Kassadin and ban away another very comfortable Dove champion to try and set up for a very, very strong 2v2 in the mid-jump.
Ah, they focus in that bot lane. They don't want to give LPC that Samira he's known for. But especially taking away some of that comfort in the second phase, I think is really big. We got to look at some of those meta picks that are still on the board, though. I love the Kassadin ban away, but I still feel like there's such strong picks. And there's one of them being taken away from that Zeri combo in the Lulu for LGD banned away.
Yeah, I think both these bans just make sense for LGD, right? If you don't feel like banning away another mid laner and you feel like Kassadin's the only thing you need to be worried about here, banning away Lulu when you see Zeri on the table and Yumi's already gone, it just makes perfect sense, right? Those are her two ideal pairings, so now Wink is going to have to look for something else, perhaps, that isn't exactly going to be that massive utility pick in the sense, Enchanter utility pick in the sense of Yumi or Lulu, of course, and LGD eyeing up the Heimerdinger to maybe just have a very, very strong laning phase.
Yeah, I think this is a really crucial point because we were putting so much praise on and Wink as kind of the step-up potential for IG on top of having such a strong top side of the map. But Jin Zhao with a little bit of comfort here. The Heimerdinger, we also have just seen Heimerdinger be ridiculously crazy, and I'm wondering how much aggressive lane presence we get with that final pick from LGD, as they will be going for the ADC last. Now, IG are on the clock here. We have some picks still available. We need the support, obviously. We need mid lane. I think there's still some very strong picks left on the board here.
Yeah, definitely are, and this is one that Wink piloted first into
Let's
Heimerdinger.
go.
So, Misfortune support. Kind of think about it in the same vein as when, if you're an old head, bring your head all the way back to Season 6 when Misfortune came out as a counter to Zyra. Same sort of thought process with the Heimerdinger towers. Now IG looking for something in the mid lane. I expect it's probably going to be Azir because it's Dove, and it feels like it's just a super comfortable pick. And I think having mid lane priority is super important here. If you go Galio, you're just giving Haichao too much setup. So I wouldn't like to see it get locked in here. It does go through. I'm a little bit skeptical about it though. Go on.
I kind of like it.
Be glass half full. Be glass half full for me. Go on.
Yeah. The team fight potential is crazy. Obviously, if you get YSKM in there, who has been that mainstay, forward aggression for the team, him and Gideon, you have a lot of setup for the heroic entrance and a lot of setup for bullet time from Wink. So honestly, want to see how it works out. A lot of mechanical leveling up needed for IG with this composition, especially when they get to the later parts of the game. And I think LGD have set themselves up beautifully with a pretty standard composition.
Yeah, I think standard to the meta. I agree. I don't
with the standard Jin and Heimerdinger down. I think that's
Jin
standard.
Standard. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still really skeptical. I think you've already got a very strong side lane. I think you needed wave clear in this slot here for IG. We'll see how it works out because now you've effectively gone Galio Maokai into Silas Sedge. Like, how are you killing Haichao in this game? In the early stages, maybe the CC can come through, but I think now Silas also becomes a pretty big concern where he's always going to be able to potentially answer out with his own hero's entrance to any side lane plays that end up being made. So I think it's a bit of a sell, to be honest with you. We'll see how IG make it work, though, of course. Draft isn't everything, and they're still going to be able to use the tools that they have for themselves. Almost certainly. The drafts are on our screen. We should be getting onto the Rift.
That is the important part. Mechanical execution has been there in the past for IG up until that fateful TT day. But now with momentum positive for LGD and a little bit of negative for IG, both teams coming into this one trying to prove different things. And big focus towards bottom lane for IG. Does On and Wink kind of take this 2v2 against LPC and Jin Zhao? How does this jungle play out early? Where do we see the resources delved out for both these teams? Those are the questions that we are on this Rift to answer as week number 4, day 2 kicks off now. IG versus LGD. We already had a little bit of fun bot lane.
A little bit of fun bot. No major shenanigans, thankfully, as we're loading in. Or I say thankfully, it's always nice to get those level 1 shenanigans. Because normally it's followed up by level 2 shenanigans. So it leads into a very chaotic energy game.
Hey, I think that means that this is Meteor's 200th game. I obviously don't know Mandarin, but looks pretty cool.
I think that is game. Yeah, has to be 200 in LPL, and it's at the start, and he's not gotten a kill or an assist, so it has to be 200 games. So
it has to be.
If it somehow isn't, sorry, but we're egg on our faces. I do want to zone in a little bit though, because there was a really interesting conversation with Jackie Love coming off his series the other day, and it was about bot lanes now in the meta, and especially the double AD carry bot lanes. He was saying actually that out of laning phase, double AD carries fall off big time. Obviously with the Misfortune, it's a little bit different, but I do want to kind of pick your brain about how this bot lane should look to function here for IG. All right, well, I mean, I kind of fall in line with that thought process. I think there's a couple of AD carries that definitely buck that trend. You know, I feel like you're always going to be getting the most out of these AD carries in lane, sure, and then depending on the kit, really how much you're going to get out of team fighting, right? MF is always going to be able to provide massive zoning tools with bullet time and the Make It Rain. Ashe is always going to be able to provide long range engage, so that's why she's so potent. But some of the more, you know, out there support picks, which I'll bring up the first one as Varus, which Wink brought out. You know, it's basically kind of just a poke bot, and then you've got a bit of engage off the Chains of Corruption. So, yeah. It doesn't really, it varies. Definitely AD carry to AD carry. I do feel like, though, you miss some of the flat-out utility that the traditional supports bring you, and in some cases, you know, additional scaling, right? Just from having some of the support items that they usually have access to, which not all of these AD carries do.
So we did see a little bit of that ward game being played down bot lane by LPC and Jin Zhao. Actually, Gideon had hovered that way, didn't find anything, has now run his way all the way topside, and this is a traditional Gideon style where we have seen those pokes into the enemy jungle in the early parts of the game, but now both junglers hovering around this top side.
Yeah, I mean, Meteor could get here in time to display Xiaoshu, just use his counter strike.
Xiaoshu does not have any mana here. YSKM, he wants to kill the riposte, let him have the solo, but oh, it goes to Gideon and IG first blood.
Yeah, I mean, YSKM just didn't have the health resources to chase that one down, so it's a good thing Gideon is there to clean that one up, gets the first blood. And Xiaoshu, yeah, just too far forward, no mana. Was getting some nice trades on to the Fiora, but frankly, wasn't going to be able to capitalize on it. Like you say, I want to say that wave frozen teleport gets forced out. YSKM will have to teleport anyway, because this freeze will get broken quite quickly. But either way, definitely not a nice start for LGD's top side.
And again, we have seen those resources very much delve towards YSKM Gideon. Even with some of the successes we've seen bot lane, we know this is where IG want to usually stick their head into. Meteor, with a little bit of response here in his own right, had to path down towards the bottom side. We'll get the Scuttle Crab down there, and maybe just hovering for potentially early stacking, or early objectives for LGD.
Eventually, we'll see. I think if LGD see this top side is something that they can't really invest any resources into, and trying to get a bottom side stack would definitely be something that will prove to provide a lot of dividends. But like we were just talking about before the top side play was going on, you know, double AD carry on the bottom side, it should mean it's a stronger side of the map for IG in theory in lane. But Jaime and Jin, kind of, you know, priority merchants, as it were. Oh,
Jin Zhao just a little bit late on the trans. He's like, I'm gonna catch him. But that's the thing, you can be so cheeky with these Heimerdinger plays a lot of the time.
oh man, it's like, is this gonna be slightly niche maybe to the LPL audience, but I think definitely not to you. Did you see, and now I have no idea which NACL player or team or game it happened in.
Oh, it was Prismal for Golden Guardians. Yeah, we're under tier 2 tower in the bush. Yeah, not a great time.
No, very, very nasty. And that's the kind of thing that Jin Zhao was half staying up for. Just over the wall, and a little less 100 to 0, and a little more 20, 30, 40% HP gone. But yeah, Heimdallin's still broken. I can't wait till it's gone, to be honest with you. I think
and
it's
that's
so
where I
weird.
was so interested about this IG bot lane and how they're supposed to function, because it feels like, so far at least, this Heimerdinger pick and the Jin, the range that they have, the clear that they have, and the pressure that Jin Zhao's able to put with these turrets, it feels like it's kind of shutting down this bot lane of IG.
Yeah, it feels like you're not getting the most out of the kind of, you know, pressure you'd like to see from a double AD carry matchup, that's for sure. And in this case, Jin Zhao just outright gets a pretty positive trade onto 2 members.
Oh,
And he eats it back. Well, he eats it back.
Throws the Froggo up.
There you go. Let's throw the Frog up because he knows he should have taken that Ultra Shock laser on the back end. But yeah, Heimerdinger still so powerful that he can kind of put down 2 members now. As we kind of hover back over to the top side, this is what I was talking about. Haichao also has this hero's entrance stolen away. Now, of course, it's going to be on a timer, and maybe IG will try and play around it, but you can kind of start to see some of the early teething issues potentially from having the Galio pick. I think they wanted to try and dive Xiaoshu on that stacked wave that YSKM just crashed. But unfortunately, with Haichao also having Daom available to him, it's too risky a play to actually go and make. So the play kind of just gets called off immediately. Dove kind of just comes back to the mid lane off of a half roam and just says, yeah, never mind, this topside play isn't happening.
Yeah, and now that we've gotten to level 6, it feels like some of that early game setup with the Sejuani actively ganking in these double melee solo lanes is not really going to be able to be as easy executed now. Oh, stun combo has to be cleansed out from on the bottom side. But it feels like it's definitely leaning towards IG's composition now that we have reached this milestone in the game, because we haven't seen Meteor really be able to be proactive.
Yeah, I can get on board with that line of thought process, to be honest with you. You really want to see LGD solo lane as kind of... Oh no.
Curtain call, block the shots. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yay,
Wow.
Wink did it.
LPC was just really content there of just throwing all 4 shots into Wink, wasn't he? Just like, yeah, they're probably not gonna mess up and let me hit on, so I'm just gonna chuck all 4. Call it a day.
Some of those times, that's where I like to like shoot side, like to the side, like purposely miss. I'm a Jin stand. I'm nowhere near as good as these guys, right? But like I like to like shoot a little side once, and like, oh, they're bad, they're miss, and then maybe like juke them out. I'm probably not gonna work in the professional LPL, but I love to see the activity from LPC, from Jin Zhao, not giving any breathing room to this IG bot lane and securing first dragon for LGD.
Yeah, which is exactly what we wanted to see, right? If topside plays weren't going to be happening onto them, or topside wasn't going
On the
too well,
roam again.
go to the bottom
I just
side.
can't wait to get on the roam again. That's what Mink is singing right now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you think he's humming it on the way up here?
Absolutely.
as
He's
Gideon
got the
starts his
strut
Rift Herald.
going. He's strutting his stuff, walking towards the top side of the map. We got a Rift Herald fight potentially brewing.
Yeah, got a mean walk to him. So we'll see if LGD actually try and respond to this, because ultimates are there. Haichao also has another hijack available, so he can look to take a bullet time or an nature's grasp. But it looks like this is just going to be taken almost, it feels, unawares, but you'd have to imagine that LGD have an idea it's probably going on.
Oh, this is a really good trade for Xiaoshu. He's baiting YSKM in as Meteor slinks around the corner. Gideon is right behind him, but it's too little too late. Or is it? Yes, it is. The bullet goes a little bit wide, but YSKM has fallen and LGD on the board themselves.
Yeah, just a way to try and dissuade any kind of re-engage, but YSKM drops riposted early, just trying to trade out with Xiaoshu. Just wasn't expecting Meteor to be there on that timer. A really nice flash from Meteor, and now, even though the kill goes over to the Sejuani, a little bit of pressure goes the way of LGD in the top side, so that's gonna sort of relieve some of the early teething issues of that lane, just simply because of that early gank. YSKM was able to working himself out into a bit of a lead. As I agree with you. Oh no, man. LGD on the bottom side, pushing quite heavily.
Pretty heavy CS differential coming through here, actually, for the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's starting to grow too, but you can see Riposte comes through, doesn't end up blocking it, and YSKM, he just wants to get the wave under, and it's just one of those unfortunate moments as a top laner where the jungler shows up while she's trying to do it, and ultimate chucked out just to try and persuade as, Justice Punch, interrupted.
Dove is pretty tanky though, and LGD can't get the kill.
Yeah, alright, well. That's that guy. Half health, maybe some first move action from LGD in the mid lane on the next wave or so. And they can try and make a play, but speaking of trying to make a play, it's IG that had the Herald, so I'm very curious where they're going to want to put their eggs, because I feel like Basket in the mid lane, not really one you care about, because it's got a Galio in it. On the top side, definitely, volatile matchup, you might end up seeing that, but I feel like trying to get Arn maybe back in the game a little bit, just because of how LPC and Jinjiao have been laning, could definitely feel very, very nice at the very least.
And you see that's where Gideon's head is, at least for now, right? They are trying to give some resources back down his bottom lane. Meteor is here, though. There's the Dudley Flourish on top of it, and Curtain Call following. My God, that CC. It's too deadly, but Dove gets the engage on the Meteor. There's the taunt. We got to be careful.
Wow.
Oh, no. With the lightning crash flash forward, he's got AoE, but he doesn't have a life. LPC shuts him down as Dove needs to be careful, but Jin Zhao is here to set things up. Does he die to the winds of war? He does it. A double kill for LPC, and the cosmicness of the 4 is here for LGD. Wait, no, he can't get the 4th shot. But it is an incredible early fight and win for LGD bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Arn just feel like he's playing AP Blitzcrank there. Flash in with the lightning crash, get as much damage out as he can. Isn't able to kite away from the remaining LGD members, and the rest of his team can't really get there in time to protect him after such an aggressive move forward. But the skirmish goes the way of LGD, right? The only nice thing there is that Gideon dying first means there's no response, maybe with a Herald on the back end. And like you call out in the play-by-play, so much CC. Wasn't supposed to do move, smile, but his dump on the hero's entrance locks down Meteor, and it's just Arn going forward for it. Kill credit goes over to Dove, fair enough. Despite that, really nice cleanse. Borderline the Captain Jack, but damage is there. 4th shot shuts down the Zeri. And no more Kain can come out of the play. Justice Punch.
So close. Oh, the shots from the turrets too.
Yeah,
man.
You can respect the attempt. And this is also an attempt.
He's got the turret play. He's gonna try to kill YSKM. He can't get him. All right, it was close. It was close. But IG finally gives some love to their top laner here as Rift Herald's coming up close. So Gideon gonna be giving those resources to YSKM.
Yeah, definitely. Get him back in the game a little bit, because Xiaoshu, as you saw the indicator pop up, actually does have his Divine Sunder up. I think High Chow should be fine.
Okay.
Gold will still go over to YSKM. He still gets it. Not a problem.
Okay, Dove looking for the engage on Jin Zhao, trying to catch him out. There's the bullet time setup, and he doesn't do any damage just yet. Here comes Gideon to make sure they get the kill over to Wink, though. And IG capitalize on that roam and on Jin Zhao's out position.
Jin Zhao shouldn't be there, plain and simple. And Dove feels a little bit mad that he didn't get lethal earlier on, so he just flashes on his face. Gets mad at the Yordle. And yeah, interesting that Wink is opting towards a little bit of AP. Now, I can't recall what he built.
It's the AP build.
Yeah, I can't recall what he built in his first support Misfortune game. I apologize for having a bad memory. Maybe, Mazel, you can look out for me and see if he did the same thing, because, of course, the Umbral Glaive is what we see on a lot of these AD carries. So, interesting to see that it will be the AP Misfortune, so likely just the Leandries. He can, of course, still go the Umbral Glaive 7 if Wink so chooses, as Misfortune is kind of one of those champions you can build a lot of different items on in general, just because she has really strong AP and AD ratios.
All right, I got you. All right, so he had built, doesn't tell me in what order, but I had the Leandries and the Ryleys.
Okay, so it was just a full-on AP build.
Combo.
Yeah, full-on AP build.
So I really want to see how it works out as we get to this mid game, especially in that like first item completion there. But until then, it feels a little bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, it's more about like the make it rain placement, and the bullet time is kind of just supplemental damage. But of course, it's still gonna be a lot of damage. Oh, wink.
1 shot, 2 shot. Nah, man. It is the biggest pet peeve of this.
They did move. They got a little bit restless there.
He knows, man. He knows. I mean, that's why you do it. You bait them. You stress them with that 4th shot, waiting on it. But I will say, just to see kind of LPC, especially with this setup towards bottom lane, interesting. But it is the pet peeve of all Jins to have something in the way of his beautiful performance.
Exactly. LPC is trying to create some art here. As Haichao and Jinjiao, they might be cooking up
Rift
something.
Herald collapse, maybe. Yeah. They got bot lane from IG coming this way, and so is LPC. He's a little bit behind the play, though, and IG want to start up a Rift Herald already.
Got some slide up. You should know me's already here with Gideon and the rest
They're
of
collapsing.
IG
They're
shoving
collapsing.
mid-wave. That's a
Over the
collapse.
wall. That's huge. The big bouncing grenade there as well, maybe. It's not enough damage. There's the Nature's Grass coming back in as the re-engage from IG has been initiated on putting in the AoE. Heroic Entrance has to come out for the resistances onto Meteor. And IG win the scuffle min. That should be their Rift Herald.
Really crucial for LGD that Jinjiao's upgraded Hextech grenade actually interrupts Wink with his own armor. Otherwise, yeah, I think LGD would have got shredded by that bullet time. They were well too deep into the lines of IG, and Wink was very much ready to punish. So LGD, they make it out with no major casualties, but they do lose the Rift Herald. The objective still goes the way of IG. And one thing we didn't really bring up, it's just the Cloud Dragon, funnily. So
Just a little Cloud Dragon.
now again, you know, anyone that knows me and my work, big seller of the Cloud Soul and Dragon. This game, it's actually pretty high value for IG. I actually think, you know, Fiora, Zeri, Zoom, 50% movement speed on R press. It's pretty impressive, actually. I think for LGD, a little less. So if IG can get it stacked, though I don't know if are we really gonna get like another 40+ minute game in the LPL today? we've had like
Hey, I
2
guess
over the
we'll
last
find
3
out,
days. I guess we will find out.
So I do want to highlight here, though, because we do have items being completed. We have the new moves first. So we've had and seen a big tradition in Jin builds now to just be going for that lethality. Get the Eclipse there as well. LGD going to opt into that as well, as Haichao's already down here, but they're collapsing onto Dove, who finds himself with 4 members, 3 of them taunted under tower. The flash comes out. Bola will, but LGD know that there is reinforcements coming, so they back away. Now IG back towards the top side. YSKM getting all the love from Gideon.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, I just want to give props to Dove there, because that was a very awkward position to be in. 4 members in your face. Going forward
he's got
is
the
the way that
roll
gets
up.
him out. Yeah, got the aftershock. That's what really saves him.
True,
Once the comes down.
that is true.
Just get so many.
My eyes go to the Roa, not the
Yeah, I mean,
thing.
hey, to
even
be
though it doesn't
fair,
matter.
to be fair, Mazel, Roa is pretty strong. It is it's pretty obnoxious.
You don't
maybe
say.
Maybe not on Galio per se. I'm not saying it's bad here, by the way, but maybe not as oppressive as it is on things like Rise or, of course, the K champion, the one that shall not be named. It was also banned by LGD in the second rotation, thankfully.
All right. We'll leave that, you know, especially with maybe not getting to see him at all today. But let's circle back into what's happening here. We have 30 seconds for another Dragon. LGD, this would be soul point for them. They are getting a reset right now for Meteor, heading down towards this bottom lane. IG are already in position to defend. Their vision game is on point, and they are ready for a contest.
They are. And with Maokai objective setup, right, it's so easy. Just dropping the saplings in the bushes and ensuring that everyone has to walk in, walk backwards, or just eat the damage, right? It's very, very unfun.
All the kitty cats. Usually that's a positive to walk into a bunch of cats that want to jump all over you and be cuddly and cute, but in Summoner's Rift that doesn't work.
Yeah, unless you're allergic to cats, which is a pretty sad
well,
fate.
then you probably shouldn't go to a place with a bunch of cats that want to cuddle with you.
Yeah,
maybe that's a user error there a little bit.
Yeah, look, what? The observer just
That's so much damage. Oh my god!
attacked by both sides, the wolves, the dogs and the cats.
Man, all the cats and dogs making so IG get their first dragon easy.
wasn't that was a film, right? Cats and Dogs. It's like one of those weird. Like,
Well, there was like an animated show called Cat Dog, which was very, very creepy and weird, but it was cool. It was a good show. It was on Nickelodeon. Shout out to anybody.
yeah, I think it was one of those Fever Dream films. It was
There
like
was
in the early
Cats
2000s.
versus Dogs.
Was it?
Yeah,
Maybe
there-
I'm thinking of Cats versus Dogs. Is that one of those?
That it was like where the dogs and cats are like spies.
Yeah, it's such a weird
Like
film.
they use like trash cans to like go around everywhere. There's this
Yeah, it
whole
was-
underworld of cats and dogs that are fighting each other. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I'm not sure why my brain
They made
just
a second
decided to
one.
pull that out. How
They made
do
a second
you make
one.
a sequel?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's one of those movies where you're like, all right, we'll just watch the first one. But speaking of the first one, we're in the first game of IG LGD. There are a bunch of
Hey,
cats
guys.
and dogs around the rift. We have a little bit of a fight between Dove and Meteor, who are not cats or dogs. We'll see Meteor actually taking pretty aggressive trade, but in mid lane, IG's reinforcements are right there ready to go.
Yeah, but no one's really looking to pull the trigger. That dragon went over for free effectively. LGD just didn't really feel like playing for it all, so I'm kind of curious what the game plan is from the perspective of LGD now, because if you think about scaling, you know, you have your own facets, sure, okay, this is an engage. Gideon's got a flash back.
That's 3 ultimates used right there.
Yeah, that's kind of going to be the extent of the... Okay, that's a meaty 4th shot.
That's
Into Gideon's back, but-
Eclipse Umus. That's second
Yeah.
item, almost third for LPC.
But you have to imagine, right? I feel like IG, at least, you know, team to team, they're probably going to be a lot more accustomed to just allowing their top laner to play the side lane, but also lean into him a lot more comfortably as Jin Zhao.
I just saw. That's a first item Warbogs for Meteor, by the way. I feel like I've seen that in a
Oh.
long time.
Wow, SOFM called Brother Meteor. I think
Yeah,
he wants his build back.
All right, but we're getting collapsed bot lane now. See
Yes, we
Meteor
are.
with that Warbogs and the Merc Treads and the Bombi. We can help out Xiaoshu. Double stun there. Gideon's already gone. Heroic entrance, though, might set the difference for IG. The taunt does not connect. Flashes are coming out from LGD, but they're being run down by You Should Know Me. And that's a triple kill for the top laner of IG.
IG collapse, and even though Gideon drops first, LGD still do not have the health bar or the positioning to deal with that much aggression from IG. They get the tower. You Should Know Me as well. Gonna press on to that tier 2. And IG, I mean, if they had their jungler, they'd probably look towards Baron right now. But the prize is looking like it's going to be 3 towers on the map, because look how quickly Fiora's already mincing through this tower. And in the mid lane, actually looks like Arn going to be left alone against Haichao. So that mid lane tier 1 isn't going to drop, very thankfully. But so much gold just got injected into You Should Know Me. He's being teleported on.
He's gonna die. Oh, he's got Xiaoshu coming for. Shot doesn't land, but Xiaoshu wants it. He's gonna get him down. Counter strike and the slam down kill over to LGD.
All right, that's gonna feel very nice for Xiaoshu, because You Should Know Me's definitely coming. Yeah, there you go. Ravenous
There you go,
Hydra
Ravenous
definitely
Hydra.
coming back with a second item, and Xiaoshu actually going towards the Blade of the Ruined King, actually going towards a fully committed side lane build. I feel like we don't get to
True.
see that very often out of competitive Jaxes. Very often, it's usually, you know, Divine Sundera into tank items or utility items, right? We see Broken Blade in the LEC go towards Zhonya's quite a lot whenever he's on the pick. But talk about this replay, because as the observers highlighted, no teleport there from Haichao. And Gideon had no help from the earlier chunk out, but it doesn't really matter. Once that heroic entrance comes down, the turnaround play is just on and kind of stuck between a rock and a very deadly bullet time and a very, very angry You Should Know Me means that LGD just have no answer in the damage department.
Again, we set it up in draft, right? Like, there is a bar of execution for IG, but if you pull it off, it looks damn good. And we saw with a little bit of that bullet time help there. Maybe the execution needs a little bit of help here, as Gideon already dies to LPC. You got Dove getting a taunt here onto Jin Zhao, who's all by himself. Heroic entrance gets the triple knock up there, and On getting a little bit low and down to LPC. Xiaoshu in some trouble against YSKM, has to jump out of the grand challenge. As now here comes the curtain call. The follow-up is definitely here. Get a couple shots into Dove, taking him down, but YSKM right here to defend the tower.
Man, Lethally Jin is just hitting like a truck right now.
Dude, I love it. I love it so much.
It's good, yeah. I mean, hey, we did have, and I think we were both, no, it was me, Ashin and I were on a game where Jin went Kraken Slayer. I think it was...
Oh, God.
I can't recall.
I remember
Can't
that,
recall the player.
actually.
However,
Yeah.
apparently the build is legit.
Okay.
I understand the maths behind it. It's basically all amped for the 4th shot damage. Don't agree with it, but yeah, it exists. I don't think it's better than Lethality Jin, though. I think Lethality overall is
I
better.
miss Hail
Or
Blade
just playing
Lethality
crit.
Jin.
Or
That,
just
that
playing-
was the good days.
Yeah, Halo Blade Jin as well. But also, I'm in the crit camp. I just
Okay,
I feel like
okay.
crit is probably just
I see
the
you.
most
I feel your
consistent.
pain. Nature's Grasp does come out in mid lane, though. They want to get this tower. It's not really going to find it. A little bit of preemptive engage from IG there, but I do want to take a look across the board. We have Void Staff completed second for Hai Chao. You have Morellonomicon completed second for Dove. But a lot of utility coming in Dove's side of the map. But we're also looking at those third item completions now for the ADCs, for the carries. And you see LPC having his third item, having that transformation, the Muramana. This is a huge power spike for LGD.
It is. There's so much extra AD. He just got completion probably around an extra 50 AD from that last fight. So, said he hit like a truck before. What's bigger than a semi, bro? Like what is on the road that is just heavier
one of those big like dump trucks they use in like the mines that are like the person is like the size of one of the treads on the truck.
Yeah,
one of
those. Yeah, he's gonna be hitting like one of those.
I don't know what they're called.
I don't know either,
Big dump
but-
truck.
Yeah,
It's the thing I
big
used to
dump
play with as a child in the backyard. You just
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty unfun if IG find themselves on the receiving end of too much of that damage. So I think if they can find their way on top of LPC very early on in the fights, they're gonna find themselves having a lot more of an easier time trying to navigate.
LDR completed for On. So at least both ADCs on their third item spikes here. And I think a big kind of thing we need to look at in these next fights is definitely the influence of YSKM and Xiaoshu. YSKM came into that last fight, got a triple kill for himself. And I think we're seeing some of that. Obviously, Hai Chao not having the TP in the side lane in that last play, but for these next fights, it is about who's getting this push in side lane, who could join the fights, because that a lot of resources, at least for IG, have gone to YSKM.
Yeah, I really like the call out here as well, because I think not only has a lot of the resources gone,
A little bit disconnected there. Would have been cool to get that bullet time connected with the Glacial Prison, but it was a bit of defense set up by LGD and successfully done.
Yeah, so to carry on building off your point, I think YSKM at the moment is in a position where he's arguably still stronger than Xiaoshu, and I think side lane control is always going to be important. For now, both top laners have been pulled to this mid lane tower, as we have a bit of an errand going on. I never knew NA was still going on right now. That is a really
Right,
nice
it's a
time.
little bit late for that one. Meteor finds a re-engage. That was a big Nature's Grasp.
Oh!
And Gideon getting so low. Xiaoshu finds the engage on the YSK, but he's out of there. Dove sacrifices his life to get the rest of IG out of there. It must be worth it as a kill goes over to LGD.
Yeah, LGD still in their defense of their tier 1 mid tower. They don't want it to drop. They still want it there. And both teams commit 5 members, and it's IG walking away with 4. Really nicely done by LGD. It's just Dove who, like you say, he plays Sacrificial Lamb there. He doesn't want the rest of the team to die. And his sacrifice does mean the rest of IG walk away. And LGD, off the back of it, they don't really gain anything other than being successful in their defense and, of course, getting the kill. So I think after we come out of the replay, it's just going to be a bit of a reset. But as you say, Dove just kind of steps forward and, unfortunately, kind of just soaks up a lot of damage as he blocks up the Nature's Grasp, as I don't think we had a summon spell forced there, but it was LGD looking, yeah, again, oh, actually, Meteor Blue is flash, looking for that play. So,
Yeah, looks like it.
yeah, not going to have that for the next Dragon, or if a Baron Temp ends up starting off for the next 5 minutes.
I will just say, though, the tankiness coming out from both sides' front lines right now is a bit actually incredible. Like, we just had a meatball fight under the tower last fight in mid lane. But we'll see how that kind of continues to go, as we were saying, the LDR and stuff completed here for On going into this tankier competition. YSKM now has also completed his third item. It is the Death's Dance. Dragon coming up about 35 seconds. So LGD need to find priority in mid lane, but it's harder to come by than you would think, Jamada.
Definitely has been, and I think a lot of that to do with, well, the fact that LGD refused to let Xiaoshu go and split push, but also because they just keep on sending 5 members mid. And as the minimap was hovered there for a second, I think really important to note, both side lanes going to be pushing against IG, I think. That bottom side lane definitely slow stacking. Top side is just played out by Haichao. So IG not going to have that to work with after the fact. And LGD have actually given up the river, which is definitely pretty important when you've got a Maokai on the opposite side. They can try and either bait a Baron attempt or something like that, but they are getting poked out and even removed from this mid lane. Re-engage maybe comes back in for Meteor.
Dove is so tanky. Bullet time used there. There's ultis flying both ways, but nobody going to find what they're looking for. YSKM has already started up the dragon by his lonesome. So this is going to go to IG.
Yeah, they will. It's definitely the game. And this is one of those rare times where, honestly, slow resist and out of combat movement speed, kind of an okay deal against a team like LGD who are looking for picks and CC, and a lot of their CC initially is slow.
Oh, wow.
I say that.
Oh my god, those rockets, and LPC slams the door on Gideon's life. As another kill goes to LGD. Now they're pinging up towards this Baron, baby, trying to set up a turn-back fight onto IG.
Yeah, they have to look for a turn though. I feel like if they allow Arn to open up on them inside the Baron pit, they're just asking to get aced, aren't they?
YSKM is waiting for a TP in the side lane. You see him just sitting there.
Gone back to base. Gone back to base for it as well.
They didn't show it on the minimap, but yeah, he is TP back in. So it's a 4v5 right now. Gideon not here, but the poke is coming in, and Xiaoshu goes in for the preemptive engage. Heroic entrance will get the one. No, repulsed, and YSKM! He slams it on LGD, and they're running, but they ain't running very far as IG guns them down.
It's the worst possible member you could try and make that engage work on, Mazel. It's the one member that can just riposte all damage and all CC. And you should know me, he's probably just giggling internally as they go for that play, LGD. But also, YSKM knows as well, that's a lot of return damage.
LPC is pretty big right now. Doesn't get any more damage after that fourth shot goes in. YSKM has been tanking this whole time. Gideon coming for a little bit of backup, and this is Barrett at 31-43 to IG.
All right, deep breath, everyone. Take a moment as you see engage comes through. Really nice from Chao, to be honest with you, but YSKM just soaks up everything. The riposte doesn't bump him up, and he's able to just respond. Coordinating on, also able to open up the Glacial Prison, slows him down a little bit. Even though he's cleansed the CC, the slow Glacial Prison initially stops him from advancing and slaying more LGD members. However, the fight is just still too one-sided for IG.
I think this is where, yeah, you're seeing a big difference between, it feels like, the Jhin and the sustained damage that On can bring on the Zeri. We're seeing YSKM be such a big factor in these fights, where Xiaoshu tried to get a lot of these secondary engages for his team, has not quite been successful in securing the kills.
I think LPC, you know, again, going back to the build, lethality, it's not gonna hit as hard in the late game as well, per se, right? So I think on having that consistent damage advantage anyway and just going the traditional build, just gonna make it feel like an even bigger gap in damage available at times. LPC is gonna have to be able to be allowed to get in multiple shots after using the curtain cord, something like that, whereas Arn's access to damage is quite simply pressing Q. So we'll see how LGD get on. I think, again, both AD carries are pretty big targets to lock down at this point. Arn has time and time again been one of the biggest damage threats throughout the split for IG already, but this game in particular on the Zeri, just because of the nature of the rest of his draft, right? You've got two tanks in mid jungle. Top side, you've got Fiora. Sure, she's going to get damage done over the course of plenty of vital procs, but she's definitely not going to burst down anyone unless it's a squishy. So I think LGD, they definitely need to find Arn, and on the opposite side for IG, if they can shut down LPC, it feels like the damage profile of LGD in the immediate future immediately dips.
Yeah, it definitely does. And that's where the catch-outs for IG have been so crucial here. And now that we're on 4 items, but that IE completed for On, the Zeri just gets scarier and scarier. I see LPC has just bought a stopwatch there, so it's going to be nice and usable. But it is just a siege for the next 30 seconds with this Baron buff from IG.
And I mean, I raise you another stopwatch from On as well, just so...
True.
Just to make sure he doesn't get picked off. And speaking of picked off, Dove
Might need to
Front
use
line.
it here. Oh my god, but just look at the damage back. Meteor's health. He might have all that health bar, but it ain't nothing in face of On, who is ripping him to shreds. Gideon, a little bit extended here. YSKM goes back in, almost kills Jinjiao. Outright does. Grand challenge initiated, and IG are winning that challenge all day, baby. LPC with a couple shots here. The curtain calls. Pretty big, but has to back off now. YSKM goes golden, takes the shot for the tower, riposte. He dies after the flash. And LPC, he hasn't gone down yet, but he's the defense that LGD needed. But it might just not be enough as they are getting slammed in their base.
Yeah, looks like Third Dragon is going to be the prize here for IG, not the game just yet. LGD play enough defense to make sure that they still have a chance at turning this one around, but that was a lot of damage done by the Baron. That's 3 Cloud Dragons as well. That's a lot of out-of-combat movement speed, which IG are going to have at their disposal. And again, it's, you know, it's one of those unseen stats where it's kind of hard to measure sometimes. Talk about it more if it really comes into effect on our screens because of the slow resist. But look at Arn on the flash forward with the lightning crash. It's just so much damage. No flash, I beg your pardon, but still damage very much appropriate to the point. And LGD on the defense is, you should know me, remove Jinjiao from the equation completely. Duel to the death, and it's a dance that LGD aren't winning at all in this particular occasion. And I think you should know me's flash. I think the fact that he flashed backwards before that auto hit him might have been why he died. Because I think if he doesn't, maybe the riposte still blocks the damage. It's a pretty long shot. Either way, I think he's probably going to drop, but kind of unfortunate that it plays out like that for the top laner of IG.
And now with that other dragon taken here, IG are back on their relentless pursuit, but maybe, oh, Gideon's down already. That's a big bullet time, but a TP from behind on Xiaoshu. Winks down to a double kill from Haichao. Don't count him out just yet, Jamada, as they were in a 4,000 or 5,000 gold deficit, and they've cut that down to about 4, but it's that positivity, that momentum that we want to see LGD take hold of.
Yeah, exactly right. I think just kind of pulling the rug from underneath IG right now and ensuring that they don't run away on that momentum scale is super important. It's the first time seeing Gideon actually eat and engage here, and it's full AP Maokai as well. It's not, you know, kind of the, I feel like the hybrid Maokais we've been seeing a lot of the time where it'll be like Demonic Embrace into, you know, Radiant Virtue and then more tank items to survive. It's the Andres, it's Demonic Embrace. Zhonya's is coming up next, so a little more survivability will be afforded to Gideon, but until then, he really needs to be careful, because if he drops, you know, at an awkward time up, Baron's on the table in 15 seconds. You can't afford to continue to get picked like this, because it will give LGD a window back into the game.
Yeah. I do want to check in on some of these item differentials. You've got about an item indifference in this top lane matchup. I definitely want to keep that in mind here as we're getting to more tense moments, because YSKM, this side lane pressure is something that LGD has to constantly think about.
It is, and I think it's on their mind right now, trying to 2v1.
He's going to go
Are
for
they
a
about to
1v2.
end
He's got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't gotten his GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. YSKM in some trouble here. Riposte comes out. Counter-strike misses. He's still alive. And the rest on. Flash it forward. On. The root ends. And YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
We thought it was going to be a You Should Know Me highlight reel, but it's an IG one as On comes in to clean up the rest of that team fight. Expertly played by the IG top laner. And that turnaround ends the game, and they will pick up the first in the series. LGD left scratching their heads off the back of a single play.
And what a devastating loss for LGD as well. Just, I know it's a best of 3, but man, you had a Jhin that was unkilled to the last moment. You had an unkilled Silas in the mid lane, and it just doesn't go your way. The decisiveness from IG, the willingness to commit into the side lane onto YSKM, knowing his strength. Beautiful stuff from IG, and the comeback that we needed to see from this team after taking such a hard loss against TT.
Yeah, that game ended so fast. I didn't even have time to get my jacket back on. Yeah, what a crazy way to end that game. And like you say, for LGD, they had a Jhin so powerful, but I felt like LPC just wasn't able to get out the meaningful damage that the lineup really needed, right? And kind of as if you were predicting it and ready to see it happen, you say, I feel like they need to focus on the side lane because YSKM has an item advantage and maybe this is something they need to deal with. They try and deal with it, Michelle.
They tried.
They sent 2 members. It's not enough. He's able to buy so much time to the point where IG all collapse. And that collapse at that point in the map with the death time was always going to be that long. It just ends the game and it feels pretty sour. That's a really bitter way to lose a game. I'll tell you firsthand. From a professional perspective, you're going to be so frustrated to lose a game like that after being so close. So I think, you know, for LGD, definitely, you know, deep breath. Make sure that coming into game 2, you know, there's an air of level-headedness because IG don't look like the same IG that we've seen in the first 3 weeks. They still look a little bit off-kilter, but still very much like the IG we're very familiar with. Always happy to take these snap fights and yield huge advantages from them.
And I love all the praise that we've gotten for this top side of the map for IG, right? It's been so deserved. But again, coming into today, I wanted to put such a big spotlight on this bottom lane. We didn't see big fireworks in the laning phase, but my man On was shooting those fireworks after 15 minutes. I mean, this guy was flashing forward, lightning crashing onto 4 members. Yes, it ended up in his death a couple times, but love to see those damage numbers from a late game carry of the likes of On and a crucial member of IG.
Yeah, I really agree, and I kind of hope he gets the MVP for this game. I feel like
the gold ratio for Odd and Wink. Jesus.
Yeah, seems good. Seems good, Michelle. Smile. I feel like You Should Know Me might end up getting MVP for this game, and I'll totally understand if he does. But Arn's performances in some of those team fights were absolutely insane. Just so willing to throw himself forward. It is a very LPL or AD carry thing to just W key it. Obviously, you don't move a WASD in League of Legends, but you understand the reference either way. Just doesn't want to go backwards, and LGD couldn't handle it at all. It felt like anytime he did, Arden was pretty much only shut down in that first skirmish in the river. Other than that, he had free reign to do whatever he wanted. And a lot of that also came from, you know, the freedom that YSKM was afforded, not only on the side lane, but also in some of those team fights too. So definitely working in unison to ensure that IG were a well-oiled machine in those team fights.
And, you know, not to the chagrin of Week, you know, being able to pick a lot of these ADC carries. I think it's been really, really cool to see IG's take on the meta. And even with those resources delivered top, they still look damn good bot lane. So love to see that for IG. Want to see if LGD can bring it back here as we crest into game number 2 of our best 3. Don't go anywhere.
The LPL are kings again.
When they told me this week was Weibo Gaming versus JDG, I just thought to myself, damn, where do I even begin? If I start at the mid lane, I'm ignoring the top lane matchup of the century, right? If I go to the jungle, bot lane will get 3 pentakills before I get a word out. Don't you just love the LPL?
It's the nullifying lane, and oh, it's more than a nullifying lane! It's more than that!
6-9! It's insane, and it feels a little bit top esports right here from the side of JDG as they are dominating the early game. Chuo gets annihilated. Ruler in a 2v1 under the tower, and he might just win it as well. Ace in the hole comes out, but it's just not enough. Shadowbound falls. Ruler is a monster.
They win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleanse out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Shadowbound there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4.
The 2v4!
Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce. Throw going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple, and here's Ganami to finish the play.
I like how
Spins just waiting for cooldowns. He goes back in. Here we go. Ult comes out from the Shy as well. Bin just disengages, but Ghost comes out. The Shy's not done with Bin just yet. The flash into the brush, trying to find the cues. The Shy waiting for cooldowns here. The knockback comes through! And the Shy with yet another solo kill. Destructible, even after his ult. Like, his tank stats are going to be insane. Yagao turns gold, keeps himself alive here. Shun flashing out the backside. And the final chapter actually going the wrong way from On there. As Carsa Spencer dodging from the lanes. A bit in the meantime. He's being 1v1 by the Shy, who's pulling the whole squad of BLG over to this side of the map. He finds a solo kill. He brings the entire enemy team over while his team does Baron, and they can't even get onto him. Exit. And wow, what a pickup. Oh my god, the damage out from Light. That is disgusting. 3 on the board already, and looking for more. The Shy ruins the Penta.
369 versus the Shy, Xiaohu versus Knight, and Ruler versus Light. Oh look, that last part rhymed. Anyways, look out for a banger this Friday night.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your
沙场对决老干爹的话，比较注意的话应该是打野的玩法，因为虽然赛也跟他们打过了，他们比较打得凶猛一点的，然后我们主要注意他的打野位置就行了。主要是我年纪也最年轻的一个，如果这个时候不狂的话，以后就没机会狂了。所以别不管什么的，就只要狂，然后打好自己就行了。我其实有看到他们采访，其实我现在已经基本上看到5个人想跟我上课了。我现在只想说一句，高手买雷。
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split 2023. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada, and we're getting into the second game of IG versus LGD. You got to hear a little bit from YSKM there. You gotta play with confidence, because if he doesn't do it now, when will he might not get the chance in the future, at least. But he is also going to get our MVP for game number 1, so cockiness pays off.
I did say it in the post game. I did say it's probably going to be YSKM that gets it, and I'll understand why YSKM gets it. I feel a little bit bad for Arn. I don't think he got robbed by any means at all, because honestly, you should know me's performance here on the Fiora was absolutely stellar. Even though he kind of received a little bit of early attention on the opposing end, once he started getting help from Gideon, it felt like that help was a lot handier than the help of Meteor towards Xiaoshu. And he just took over the matchup.
Just 2 Rift Heralds.
Yeah, just 2 Rift Heralds. No big deal, excuse me. And I think it was definitely that triple kill in the bottom side after the attempted dive, where Gideon dies very early on, but the team fight that ensues is just detrimental for LGD.
Yeah, and it was a lot of that influence here. We actually got to see the early gank onto Xiaoshu. Obviously, very, very close. Gideon got the kill, and we saw a return from Meteor up there as well. But it was these team fights that really made the difference. This one as well, just getting that heroic entrance on top and saying, hey, what you gonna do about it?
Yeah, and you know, I said I was kind of concerned about Galio being there, but honestly, the team fight presence that he actually brought for IG far outweighed the fact that LGD could maybe try and use the tool as a response time and time again. Because frankly, LGD A, didn't, but B, God, how does You Should Know Me not die so much earlier than he does here? Obviously going to the GA, it just takes forever. The riposte on the way out, he just plays it excellently, doesn't he? And then of course Arn and the rest of IG on the cleanup crew do wonders here off the back of what was a mechanically very lovely play. And I said on the call out just to say, we're gonna see this one on Twitter, aren't we? We're gonna see them end up in a highlight reel, and it looks like that's what's happened here.
But that's where I want to go to draft for IG, because we said it in draft that, you know, there was that bar of execution, but I actually really enjoyed what they had grabbed, because Dove playing a little bit more of a facilitation, a little bit more of a supportive role from the mid lane, even with some of that AP being built. But it really was to enable the play from YSKM and the future play in the later game for On, and to make sure that they had that separation in these team fights, and they played it so well. So now going into this second game, LGD either need to find a new plan with that proactivity early on, or find something that they will be confident taking into that mid to late game around these macro decisions.
Yeah, definitely, because I feel like now, you know, I will say, I feel like this is not the strongest form of IG that we've seen so far this split. I feel like we've seen them be a lot more threatening. So I feel like LGD still have a strong opportunity here to at the very least try and take this to a game number 3. Because IG, especially Gideon, I feel like has definitely overstepped his bounds once or twice.
Yeah.
Or 3 times this game to get caught out. So maybe if LGD can try to look towards that, right? Kind of have that be a starting moment for them. Maybe they can look on that. I feel like other than that, like you say, you're probably going to get outfought in the later stages by Arn, by YSKM. And even if Dove decides to come off that utility duty for this game number 2, you could be looking at a very massive damage disadvantage that you just can't step up to. So try and do something to catch the IG lineup offside. Otherwise, it's just going to be another rough game 2.
And especially the way that Gideon kind of pinned Meteor down early on in that game, right? Yes, Sejuani is definitely about the setup once you get to level 6. I have really appreciated earlier pathings from Sejuani's, especially when you have the double melee lane solo, and wasn't really able to find any of those early proactive ganks. Even after level 6, didn't really find anything until we start getting to those objective team fights. But we'll see what changes for LGD as we're into the second game here. It is Ashe and the Rise banned by IG on the blue side. LGD on the red side ban away the Varus and the Lucian.
Yeah, okay, so no Elise second ban this time for LGD. I feel like they're going to drop it entirely. IG actually remove away the Sejuani, which I feel like is going to put a bit of pressure on LGD to themselves remove away the Maokai, unless they feel okay not having to trade out with both those junglers on either side. And they want to just see if IG will actually go for that first pick if it's up and available. Definitely worth a try. I feel like you can always go towards the Elise, I feel like, if you're Meteor at the worst case, if you want to try and match like super early lane priority in the ganking department, they go for the Kassadin ban. So it says to me early Silas. Yeah, it says to me early Silas likely to come in here, probably at R3 for LGD. So let's see what IG want to open the map with, because again, Sejuani being banned kind of means Maokai.
The Maokai.
You got to snap it up, right? You can't just leave it up. And I feel like it's just the safe option here for IG.
Yeah. And it just provides, again, so much oppression from the jungle, especially when you have a little bit of an advantage around, right? You have so much extra vision, so much extra play. Enemies cannot really move around their own jungle a lot of time when you're setting up around objectives. And I think Gideon plays this Maokai very aggressively, and I can very much appreciate that. But now we get the twofer for LGD in their first two picks. Yumi is one that might make it through here since it was not banned away. That change up in ban priorities, it will be locked in for LGD.
Boo. I mean, it is also 13.1, not B, like a lot of the rest of the world has moved on to. So this Yumi is still really, really broken. We'll see if LGD want to pair up the Zeri with it, or if they want to keep that Jax priority. That was going to be my other question. Even though the Sejuani is gone, again, I still expect this to be a pretty high prior pick just because You Should Know Me is here. And Xiaoshu had such a strong looking series on it last week that I think they just want to keep him on comfort as much as they can. The issue is, sure, you know, YSKM probably just locks in the Fiora here again because he was so confident on it in game one. Oh, okay. All right. So I guess the thought process here is because the Yumi's there, LGD are always going to lock in an AD carry, and IG don't want to have to potentially soak up 2 bans in the AD and support. So, I would have thought maybe IG would have gone both solo lanes here and made, you know, LGD kind of sweat for a little bit and maybe eat up another 2 jungle bans. But hey, yeah, I guess they just wanted to match the bot lane full on. They will still be able to ban away 2 more Meteor champions, so that's going to feel very good for them. But quite surprised that we saw the full bot lane come out here. I guess they just don't want to have to deal with, you know, hyper carry plus the Yumi without having a pair in their own.
Yeah, and to me, it also feels like IG are definitely confident in their solo laners going into the second phase of picks, right? Like, it definitely feels like they're using a little bit of the confidence from game number 1, holding over into game number 2. Now, that back to that theme of momentum, right? But it is Wukong banned away by IG, so obviously focusing towards that Meteor champion pool, like you say, but it is top lane that they don't want to go You Should Know Me's way. Gets a little smile. I see that smile, YSKM. I see that smile. It is the Jace and the Fiora, though, targeting him in the top side.
It's the pride moment, you know, where you get 2 champions that you are very, very A, well known for, but B, very damn good at, taken off the board. The issue is, you're probably still going to get Cassandra here. I feel like if you're LGD, I would expect that will now be YSKM's response, unless he's got something else that he feels like playing into the Jax. But Kassadin ban earlier on kind of signaled to me that we could have maybe seen a pathway for Silas at R3, but of course with the Yumi not being first picked and taken, I guess, of course, LGD had to kind of pivot off that, and IG removing away 2 junglers still leaves that one up and available to be snapped up. We'll see what Meteor takes, because it's very rare that we get a jungle left all the way to R5, but I suspect IG are going to go something like the Azir Cassante in the same rotation here, and Hover was shown for it, and I feel like there's no reason to do it.
I think the Cassante obviously fits here very, very well for the setup, and especially for YSKM with a little bit of strength in that side lane. A tiny bit different, it feels like, how that laning phase is going to go, but obviously still a lot of strength and outplay potential for YSKM. Now, this would be an interesting choice here. We're looking at this mid lane for IG, something that Dove has opted into already in this series so far has been the Galio for that little bit of facilitation from the mid lane, but this is a pick that he's been comfortable to go towards, and it is the Azir coming out here.
Yeah. Oh, actually, hold on a second. Are we getting?
I mean, it's the counter.
Silas jungle actually could be what the port of call here is for LGD. I sometimes forget that's even a flex pick just because of how rare it does happen to come out. But of course, we saw some of it come out at Worlds, right? So now we get the Akali, Hai Chao taking the 1v1 counter. And like you get excited for, we've got 3 diving champions on the side of LGD with a Sivir to buff them up with the movement speed and a Yuumi as well to make them even harder to lock down. IG are going to have to be careful and they're going to have to retreat a lot, but they've got a lot of strong peel tools to deal with some of these assassins, some of these divers. So this is going to be a very intricate game of cat and mouse, which I feel like IG are always going to be on the, you know, sort of retreating end at first, and we'll see how they respond to LGD's almost telegraphed and expected aggression.
If only we had the Twitch, it'd really be cat and mouse. But I will say for Meteor, it is a semi-comfort pick here. Nowhere near top played champion, but down on the list, about 6th in most played, is this Sylas with a pretty darn good win rate, 66.7%. So very excited to see some of that flexibility come out from LGD to bounce off of that first game loss that, again, we circled back to was devastating to lose. You had such positives going for you that game, and now they are relying on a semi-similar composition, but maybe a little bit of that early proactivity we were asking for.
Yeah, hopefully we do get some of that early game proactivity. I think really the level 6 mark is where we're going to be looking towards LGD to try and find some true action. Sivir plus Yuumi is, as we know, very resident sleeper on the bottom side, especially into Zeri Lulu. But top side of the map, right? Jax into Cassante, quite boring, but specifically focusing on the Akali, you need level 6. That's really when you can feasibly skirmish. And that is, of course, when, you know, your sort of assassination level, that threat of always getting all in, is pretty much there. If you drop below 80% HP, you're at risk of dying to Akali pretty much always. So we'll see how LGD use these tools and how, again, IG are going to respond to them. A lot of scaling on both sides, a lot of dive, a lot of retreat on the other.
So we see as we take to the Rift, IG playing a little bit cheesy there. You hear the gyos coming out for both sides here. Crowd has woken up and come to fervor as second game very important for LGD to push us to a third game, or IG with that quick turnaround from the loss from TT, and now trying to regain their stature here themselves. And off the back of some so far very, very high mechanical ceiling plays coming out from them, and this time around will be no different. As we wanted to put such a big focus towards bottom lane, we saw that it is still tried and true for Gideon to give YSCam a bunch of resources in the early parts.
Yep, and starting on the bottom side of the map potentially indicates that there will be an early visit from Gideon to the top side. And it is actually one of my critiques from LGD's last series, and technically, you know, moving into the second game after witnessing the first game, Xiaoshu needs to put a little more respect on the map, and specifically where the enemy jungler is. Dying level 3 last game, you know, a little bit harsh. You're crashing that 3rd wave or 4th wave. It always feels bad to down that gank timer if you are trying to crash in that wave, but you know, giving that kind of advantage over to an opponent like YSKM, very, very risky. But bottom lane trades, very aggressive from the jump here.
They're feeling very different from last game. They say, you had us early, like first 4 levels, 5 levels. That was terrible. We're going to give you a little bit of your own medicine here. And it's funny to see that adaptation from IG on this bottom lane. They were perfectly fine going a double ADC composition and still executed it last time. But now with a little bit of enchanter support going over to LGD, they say, we'll meet you in that one as well. And Wink's perfectly fine adapting his playstyle here and picking yet another champion for the first time in the spring split.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Mazel, if at this point supports weren't comfortable playing Zeri, Yuumi, and Lulu and Sivir in any side of that matchup, I'd be disappointed in him. Gideon, I wonder if he was feeling like maybe he could eye up the mid lane dive just because of how low Hai Chao just got. But probably just recognizing that his original goal was to come here and take this blue buff, as his bottom side of the map is getting pretty much supreme pressure. Arn is going for a reset. That'll be a blue buff steal away, and Meteor is not going to have any response to this, and he's probably even going to eat 2 saplings as he comes to check for his blue buff, if he even checks.
Oh, he knows. And I want to talk about this jungle matchup a little bit. Obviously, we're getting the standard here from Gideon with the Maokai, but how does Meteor expect to play into this matchup on the Sylas as well?
So typically, at least my understanding of the matchup is that Sylas kind of just, you know, outskirmishes, outscales. They bring slightly different things. Of course, the big point is that Sylas can steal away every armor on the enemy team. So you can technically be Maokai and then also have 4 very strong ultimates to have in his back pocket. And very interestingly enough, the last time that his pick was where I was, I believe, I didn't actually catch the month and day, but it last came out in 2020. Jungle Silas, apparently. So it's been a long time since we've seen it, but yeah, that's kind of how the matchup goes. You should be winning the early skirmishes, and you kind of can provide what Maokai can in those longer range engages. And speaking of long range engages, Twisted Hearts, maybe. Yeah.
He spell shields that Bramble Smash though. That was actually so clutch. Waiting until the right moment to use it. LPC, big time play.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mind game, right? As Gideon, you can either try and throw it in early because you feel like LPC might not wait, or kind of just wait it out always and see if you can just get the flash, follow it with a flash Q. Either way, LGD AD carry loses their flash LPC, and he will be a little bit vulnerable now if a return gank or play ends up being followed up on.
And I think Gideon is going to return back here. You do have Meteor on his way to try to match this. And I want to see how this early level 3, level 4 fight's going to go. But LPC's taking a lot of damage in the outright. Meteor sneaking into the alcove. Ghosts have been popped. LPC playing very aggressively, and IG know that something is up.
Yeah, they have a ward in that back brush, and Meteor's now actually getting quite suspicious. He pops the sweep up, finds it eventually. Kind of just wondering, why would they turn around when such a free kill was standing in front of them? It's because they had information. And yeah, you can see LPC, once he popped that ghost, also kind of feeling himself. I think he cancelled a couple of auto attacks, and if he hadn't, maybe he could have spurred a flash out of one of the bottom laners of IG. But either way, play fizzles, ghost is expended, so now LPC has no summon spells at all. And I expect IG to maybe just continue to return that aggression to the bottom side, because unlike game number 1, there isn't really a volatile top side matchup to work with, at the very least not until level 6 rolls.
Get the double TPs back into mid lane by Hai Chao and Dove in this matchup that will more than likely see some influence at some point or another. But right now we've just had a carousel going, and that carousel revolves around bot lane. Gideon, again, last game, very aggressive on the Meteor, kept him from those very proactive ganks in the early levels, is doing so yet again, and that vision gain is oppressive from the Maokai.
Yeah, if only Gideon knew he could walk around.
Literally just walking into kittens.
Maybe smite it. And yeah, like you say, he is just walking into kittens. Is he gonna check this push? No.
Gideon just playing mind games here. A little bit of sus coming up though, as that control ward saw On and Wink hovering over. So it definitely signaled that Gideon was over this way. And I think that's where a lot of the vision game, these mind games, are going to be played back and forth in this early game.
Yeah, and I think Gideon just standing in there. He's just standing
He's
there.
Well, I thought he was gonna do the dragon.
Menacingly.
I was like, okay.
So did I, but
he's just been standing around for like the last minute and a half. But if he finds a kill, what does it matter? Hai Chao too early, but he uses the perfect execution to get out of there alive. Didn't have to burn his flash, so gank goes wide from Gideon.
Yeah, sticking power from Maokai shown, but also the flexibility of Akali to be able to get out of a position like that, in comparison to basically a lot of other assassins even. Shows why this can be a very, very nice matchup for Akali's Pilot, even in those situations where a shuffle would usually mean a summoner spell or a death. Hai Chao pilots that one out to safety. And IG don't find anything besides some mid lane pressure into a dragon, which realistically they probably would have gotten anyway. So feels not too bad. Infernal Dragon will go over, and definitely IG very happy to get those stats, especially after how Arm played, and now that they have an Azir. Scaling AD and AP gonna feel even nicer to have.
And we immediately see pings coming down, at least from Gideon as he started his back towards this Rift Herald. Now back is coming out from Meteor. The big question is, do we see him try to answer towards this top side as Rift Herald coming online, while On and Wink have such a big push on bottom side?
Yeah, I feel like usually bottom side priority actually has more sway on the Rift Herald than the top side one does. So I think if On and Wink can keep very consistent bottom side priority, then IG can secure this one a little easier. For now, you can't actually quite see the top side match up on where the wave is specifically. It looks relatively neutral, maybe leaning a little bit more to LGD's side right now, just because You Should Know Me is kind of backing away. Yeah, it looks like that's the case. I think IG kind of have the lane set up at the moment to get this one done.
Meteor's level 6. He's hit the mountaintop. He can do things with his ulti. He can steal them away. See how active he can be now. Now pinging towards this top side, pinging towards this Rift Herald is IG. They're moving all the bot lanes up, at least leaving On down there on the bottom side by himself. Should be a Rift Tail secured by LGD.
Yeah, it will be the case. That LGD will get this one, and I feel like IG definitely had decent enough setup for it. So LGD turning that one around feels very, very nice for them, especially after losing the first dragon. And now you definitely want to see them probably put it into LPC's back pocket, right? He's the hyper carry at the end of the day, though trying to snowball your assassin in an Akali is always also going to feel very nice. So I think options are definitely there. Jax as well, side lane pressure. There won't really be a bad Herald drop per se, as long as they actually get the gold for it.
And I'm really wondering where those resources go for LGD. We've spent a lot of time wondering where Gideon is going to put his resources for IG, but now Meteor making a play in mid lane. Wants that, it's not the stream, but shuffle, Emperor's Divide. But just coming there to stop it off, saying, Dub, I'll take that one from you. Now back away, as now wanting to see kind of that continued clear from Gideon, that continued clear from Meteor. I've been looking at this very active bottom side of the map here, and very interested to see IG's adaptation from game number 1.
Yeah, I think the fact that IG were so willing and happy to just kind of go, you know what, you're probably gonna go Yuumi and something boring, so we'll just take Lulu. And the fact that the matchup is now going pretty much, you know, as you'd expect, nothing's really going on. It feels pretty nice for them, and yeah, he is actually gonna go top. So let's see if Xiaoshu
just needed that last minion there
for his time. YSKM
Get Emperor's Divide there, but a lot of mobility from YSKM. Don't get baited here. Xiaoshu just trying to hover over the side. I feel like YSKM might step up here. Gets the counter strike. Hits though. Meteor can't get in range. Tries to flash. Emperor's Divide. All he had to do was do a little shuffle with his feet, and he's out of there. Hai Chao aggressed in mid lane, flashing over the wall with the blast cone. LGD have a little bit of response in terms of an outplay for themselves, but YSKM having his own in top side.
Yeah, YSKM. There was just no way to force out his W before the initial engage for me, or just kind of uses his flash for naught here as LPC.
I feel like the Emperor's Divide is so difficult to use for Silas. Like, you just have to have the shifting sand to make it really usable.
I mean, it is one of those things where, you know, you do have the abscond abduct, right? So if you can get in and you've got a flash, it's not like it's unusable, right? But it's definitely no shifting sands. That is definitely so much easier to navigate on. And I feel like it's just one of those scenarios there, that topside gank, where if Xiaoshu can't get the relevant tools out of YSKM, the gank just doesn't work in their favor. And it shows right there.
Man, it's been such a quiet early game here comparatively to the chaos that we had last game, but maybe Meteor trying to make something happen yet again. Went top side, now bot side, trying to make it all the way around the world. Does get spotted out now after hitting that last shot on the ward there. As On and Wink feel just fine, baiting them out here as Gideon on his way. As a response, they want to play this, and this is the aggression we saw from On last game.
The first move as well, and yeah, like you said, same level of aggression from Gideon. Hopefully he can be a little more tempered in the mid game, but there is no Sejuani on the enemy team to constantly throw glacial prisons at his face, so should be a lot better this time around. And IG just stay for all of this aggression that LGD are trying to put down right now for the last couple of minutes with the Herald.
I find it so interesting with this movement from Meteor, is just kind of dashing, dodging all over the map, trying to get to that Scuttle Crab, but isn't able to make it there in time. Will see skirting over the wall, but spotted out by the orb, but popped by Dove. I'm very interested. Meteor really wants to get this Rift Herald down. He was about to run out of time there, so does do so in the top lane. Xiaoshu gonna get some resources while Gideon secures a second dragon for IG.
Second dragon is another cloud.
Dove might be able to help defend this one.
Yeah, should be able to quite comfortably. I don't even think that's no charge at all.
Nah, it's not going to charge.
So, yeah, LGD got that Herald earlier for No. It was starting to look goofy, wasn't it? But charge won't come through, and IG, like you call out, Gideon soloed out that dragon, so Now it's them who have the opportunity to snowball to a very early Soul in this game. So despite the very quiet nature of this game and the fact that not much action has really ensued, we could set ourselves up for a very, very early, you know, sort of, maybe not third dragon fight, but I could definitely see a Soul fight ensuing, just for the sake of LGD trying to not give over that much power to the side of IG.
I saw LPC actually used his ghost to try and get back to lane more quickly, it looks like. So getting back there quick and proper like. There will be a big cooldown utilized there. And speaking of the itemization here starting to come online, we get Mythics completed for Dove, for On. We also get the Kraken Slayer for LPC, the Divine Sunder for Xiaoshu. And that means that, you know, some early game little power precipices are going to be being hit.
Yep, it's actually, we'll continue to track those items as they come in. I think especially for Hai Chao on the side of LGD. First item on a Kali, super important. You know, I think those are the two big like breakpoints, or what, two out of three of the big breakpoints, right? Level 6, first item, level 11. Those are the big
Look at this though.
Kali.
But,
yeah, speaking of,
he's got reinforcements. They're on their Meteor got slowed by a cat in the bush. That is the oppression that the Maokai brings. Hai Chao goes in, but Wild Growth comes out, deflect the damage. The TP has been used by YS Cam. They've got to deal with the side lane though, as Xiaoshu's over there. Tower falls, Xiaoshu's on a tier 2.
Yeah, tower falls in the bottom side, but Xiaoshu might just get this tier 2.
They are all running
quite
here.
enough time, but they are running to stop it from happening. IG, they stave off that play on the bottom side. He will actually get this. Yeah.
Man, that's a lot of gold. We haven't had any kills, but that's 600 gold, and plus that early tower over there as well. Huge stuff for Xiaoshu in the side lane.
Yeah, not bad at all. 600 gold. Gonna go the distance, especially if he's going towards Blade of the Ruined King again. I'm not sure what his build path will necessarily be. Could be a little more utility focused this game. Things can always change. Yeah, there you go. He's got a Core Field and that Ruby Crystal, so definitely won't be that Blade of the Ruined King second item this time around. IG get the Herald. They'll deny LGD that objective, and even though they are down a couple hundred gold just because of that tier 2 that went down, they are still now going to have the Herald to use either as, you know, a bit of a pressure sink when this next dragon comes up, or as an opportunity after a potential successful skirmish in the next couple of minutes. LPC is just stepped too far forward.
That's a flash. Flash had to be burned by LPC. Wink was about to be able to connect that slow. Meteor, my man. I know you got a cat teammate. Maybe you can help them and like communicate with Gideon's cats. I know we were talking about cats versus dogs earlier, but like there's guys like, man, I feel so bad for Meteor. He's gonna hate cats after this.
Yeah, I don't know who. There was a caster that was saying that like they legit don't like cats now because of Yuumi, and it's a really petty thing.
That's cancelable.
Is it? I don't know.
You can't say you hate cats like and mean it.
I mean, look, if you're
wait, what? That shouldn't have happened. I shouted, they're like, all right, cool. I got the trade. He almost died anyways. So if Dove had hit that Emperor's Divide, that was 100% a solo kill in the side lane.
Why did the shuffle not? I'm so confused.
Again, it like comes out from Azir, right? So like you have to be behind them, and that's where I was like struggling for Meteor. If you even with the Abscond of Doug, when you connect that, you still have to be like behind them, right?
Nah, I'm gonna be honest. I've been like 3 Teemos further back, and I've been scooped up by an Azir before like
Teemo
that.
the unit of measurement that we're using?
Yeah, that's the unit. That's the unit. Yeah, that was very, very odd. But not a lot of action going on. But everyone's collapsing on the bottom side right now.
There's
so
about to be action.
maybe
Just
they will be.
Wait.
Yeah.
We got a 4v4 brewing in the bottom side. 4v5 actually LGD's favor right now as they're trying to bring down people. This is an interesting commitment from LGD. I think I don't know if they realized what was exactly forming around them now, but Nature's Grass comes out and this is going to be a dividing line. Here comes the other kitties in response. Meteor wants to go forward as LPC is trying to get those ricochets down on. Oh no, LPC caught out a little bit, is able to get out with the on the hunt move speed. Everybody dodging away just in case the Shurima shuffle was going to come out from Dove. We get so close to such a bloody fight, but still no kills in 18 minutes and 40 seconds.
Is it opposite day today?
I want to fight.
Like,
I want to fight.
surely someone dies now, right? It's been 19 minutes. This
Do
is
we
the
just
LPL.
can't fight until it happens? Fight,
Right?
Fight.
There we
Yes,
go.
it happened. There we go. They're all in. Emperor's Divide from Dove on the sideline. LPC still alive somehow. He finally dies. Dragon is 1,000. Alpha Dragon is not the focus until LGD destroy IG in the fight. Haichao's going for another one. Doesn't have the follow-up though. Back onto the Dragon and secured by LGD.
Finally, after 19 minutes, we get a fight that results in kills. And it's LGD, surprisingly, it feels like, that actually secured the team fight win and the Dragon. So no early snowball there. LGD, I'm not even sure really how this fight unfolds. We'll get a closer look, I'm sure, in a replay. Yeah, it's just snappy, isn't it? I mean, I just feel like LPC should die a lot sooner, but this initial engage from Xiaoshu and Jinjiao, which is really, really solid. The Emperor's Divide only really catches LPC.
He got
And
like
the rest of the
double
team is
knocked
going
up. That was
forward.
weird.
Yeah, he got double knocked up. I think Bramble smashed in midair,
Yeah,
which made it a bit weird. But yeah, the fact he doesn't die like immediately so that target acquisition can change kind of just means LGD have a lot more extra time than they probably should, and also LPC puts out a little more damage than he should be afforded. So they win the team fight off the back of that pretty much, and a very superior engage from Xiaoshu and Jinjiao.
Now we look at next moments. Items, second completions at least, completing for On and LPC, both going for those Phantom Dancers. And obviously I think we're waiting on that third item spike for them as well. You got the quick float already there for On. And IG are now just trying to set up these side lanes. They want to find picks as best as possible, and they're looking onto Haichao, but he's a slippery son of a gun here, Jamada.
Wow, yeah.
They had so many bodies coming up this way, but just not enough confidence to follow through.
Yeah, I mean, Haichao was very, very confident to step up to Duff's face there, and he might be a little bit too overconfident there, stepping forward into that tri-brush, but IG are...
It's a 3v3 up here, turning into a 4v3.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Now, do IG and Dove know that there is a party in that bush behind them? It looks like the answer is no.
Meteor needs to do something. I mean, it's turning into a 3v5, and they waited way too long to get the all-out from YSKM. The tower's already down, but they haven't found the kill just yet. They are sandwiched between Meteor and LPC and Haichao. Haichao just takes that kitten to the face and takes a lot of damage, meaning that now a little bit of weird positioning from IG. They still make it out alive.
I think it's just been weird positioning from both teams in general, and honestly, Xiaoshu could have been hitting on this tier 2 on the bottom side for a little bit as well. I think IG very fortunate that they have this window which isn't being used here by LGD, so the fight is basically just disengaged. IG get their tower in the top side. Meteor, like you said, just took too long to do anything, I guess, but at the end of the day, no one dies, so I guess it doesn't matter. And as we get some resets, more items come in for the solo laners. Xiaoshu gets the Spear of Shojin second, and that Void Staff gets completed for Dove, so he's going to shred through some of those baseline resistances and some of the Merc Treads and things like that that have been picked up across the board.
Man, every time I see Shojin's picked up for Jax, I just get recalled to the time where it literally had to get taken out of the game because he would just destroy people with it. Obviously very different now, but yeah, that's all I think about every time I see this item. But we will see if this side lane can bear a little bit more fruit than it did last game. And I think we put so much focus on bottom lane, rightfully so. And we'll get to those third eyes, we'll get to those big team fights where those are important. But a side factor that was very important last game was how YSKM was commanding side lane and pulling a lot of the attention from LGD. And we haven't necessarily seen that as of yet here in game number 2.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's actually a reason as to why, at the very least, IG are giving off the feeling. I don't want to say that they, you know, look lost. I feel like that would be too strong a phrasing, but please, you know, try and pull apart the nuance in my words here. They look a little less focused on the map, right? It feels like they're being a lot slower to perhaps the decisions that they're making in general to go to side lanes, and without some of that guaranteed and direct pressure that you should know me typically would bring on a side laner, they look a little less sharp than we are used to, and it's definitely giving LGD a window to step back into this game.
There's a dragon coming up in less than 30 seconds would be a sole point for IG. You see a back initiated from LGD, just get resets out and head back towards this bottom side of the map. As IG move out to take down some vision, just checking out the Baron, making sure they're not trying to sneak this with some of the speed that their comp can have taking that Baron. But it's going to be a fight, and I cannot wait. It looks like everybody's coming down to the bot lane party, to this dragon party, and we're getting set up, ready to go.
I think no one can wait right now.
What gifts are you bringing?
I could just imagine if I open the chat, everyone's it has to be like fight waiting room and stuff like this. It's a 3-kill game. 25 minutes in, this isn't the LCK, lads. Get in, throw your bodies in. What we're used to seeing here.
All right, we're about to see whose party favors are better. Will it be IG's? Will it be LGD's? Who's bringing the cake? Who's bringing the drinks? Looks like IG have to back out of the pit here. Dragon 4,000 health sub. Meteor gonna pop that, and Dragon goes to LPC. That's a 3-man Nature's Grasp utilized by Meteor, and Haichao now might. Oh, he misses the shuriken flip. The final chapter goes wide, and LGD have utilized all their tools and now have nothing left to fight with.
Yeah, nothing left at all. And LGD just walk away with that second dragon. It was taken by LPC. It was a smite and an auto attack, so they just kind of get away with it for free because Gideon was right next to the dragon as it dropped. Just wasn't expecting the smite to come down, I suppose.
So
and,
I was viewing party favors as kills, and we didn't get any of that. So I honestly, IG, LGD, do better. Party favors. All right, get on our levels. I don't know.
All right, we're gonna use the cloud as a timer here, right?
Okay.
Will we get to 60 seconds till the next dragon spawn without a kill? Over.
Ooh, are we okay? Well, the question is, can we keep track of that?
We will. I promise. We'll be good enough. We'll be good enough.
I believe.
we get us engaged here. Smite comes down, and it's an auto attack from LPC. Yeah, unfortunately, Gideon doesn't smite it either, and just goes over to LGD. I'm going with over. I don't think we're getting a kill until after the next dragon.
I think we're getting a kill. I believe in crazy is our game. And you know, 3 kills in 26 minutes. These players are chomping at the bit here. I do want to see though IG kind of collect themselves a little bit after some of that craziness around the fight and the LGD secure of the dragon, because they can't let these kinds of situations get out in front of them, as control is the name of the game for this composition.
IG is
just starting it up. They do it so fast.
It's like they're listening to you. Look how fast it's going as well. LGD, they know the position they're in. They immediately bring Xiaoshu up. But that's the signal that IG are waiting for, right? They just want that teleport out. And now that teleport's gone, there's a lot less side lane pressure for
and LGD to have the TP advantage.
Yeah. So now they can always try and pull similar kind of deal, where if they want to start the Baron, they can immediately teleport up YSKM. And then LGD are left in a 4v5 where sure, Xiaoshu take towers very quickly, but if you lose the Baron and the team fight, it doesn't matter if Xiaoshu's on the side lane very quickly unless he's taking the inhibitor and Nexus towers.
And I do want to set something up for these next fights, especially because we've seen so far back-to-back, right? Meteor is going for the Nature's Grasp. At this point, I feel like that is the ticket for Meteor. If you're going to have your ulti used, you got to have this Nature's Grasp, because that is the big setup tool to get these team fights under your control, where you have a lot of spacing, a lot of movement abilities available to IG that you need to kind of control itself.
Yeah, maybe an argument for Shurima's just for an engage tool, because I feel like LGD are lacking that in general. A more, snap engage tool, right? I think that's a better way to phrase it. But definitely, the control of having that Maokai armor, definitely the bigger threat in my mind. And it's why we saw Silas come into contention at Worlds last year when Maokai was the flavor of the month. A lot of it had to do with his ability to skirmish a lot stronger than the tree could, but also effectively just have the Maokai ult anyway. So he was just a better Maokai for all intents and purposes. So hopefully Meteor can get his hands on that tool as much as he can, because right now LGD, it feels like, even though sure they've had 2 pretty successful dragon fights back to back, a lot of it hasn't really come off of that tool. It's come off of different avenues, so maybe they can
True.
try and leverage it a little bit more.
And I want to see here, I was just about to say, third item completions, i.e. specifically completed for both ADCs. We have transitioned out of this early skirmishing, fighting early phase, and now we're into where LPC and On are the carries. They need to have correct positioning, and mechanical execution is at an all-time high.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this Baron gets disengaged from a really, really nice discipline from IG. Again, they just get another teleport out. Issue is, there's still another 2 minutes until Xiaoshu's teleport is back up, and with the dragon fight coming up, I feel like they're going to fight over the dragon, and then Xiaoshu's teleport's going to be back up again anyway, so baiting out the TPs don't really matter unless they can catch one of them on the side lane and go for the Baron now. And I feel like IG, it's almost like they're getting restless, isn't it, Mazel? Like, they kind of feel like they need to be taking one of these objectives now to try and snowball the game, because realistically, LGD's composition is very, very scary to deal with. Akali, Yuumi, Sivir, very difficult with a composition that you have to actually knock people down. So we want to get that one going.
Nature's Grasp stolen from Meteor, utilized, but now Gideon waiting for his to come back, doesn't have that in-game potential, and that's honestly, it feels like been the bane of both teams. You see the Nature's Grasp come out, and then after that, they just stand there and stare at each other for a while. On is trying to make that a little bit of a difference here as he's trying to get some poke down onto Meteor, but it's just this stalemate that IG, again, are feeling restless about moving towards this Baron again.
Yeah, and actually going to get on top of it this time.
LGD a little slow. I mean, this melts.
Oh.
The Nature's Grasp just came back.
Oh, they got around it.
4,000 health. They're into the pit. It's gone. IG secure. They've already taken one down as well. This clumped up fight. This AoE. IG are over the wall. And IG, they might just get routed, but that range, man. The range is too good. And IG play that fight beautifully. On is online, baby.
It's just about getting over the wall for IG there, and as soon as On and Dove are over, they can start returning fire. It looked dire for a moment once LGD actually found the collapse, but fortunately, On and Dove have enough damage to boot right now, and once they had the Baron, a little bit too much for LGD to deal with. Really nice to get around that initial engage, but look at all of the disengage that comes through here.
They literally said, hey, LGD, you want to come jump into this barrel? We'll provide you some comfort. Then they all escape the barrel, just start gunning them down in the middle of it. It was such a quick, decisive play from IG, and it's beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it really is. But one thing I will say is you definitely started to see LPC's damage. In the pit as well,
LPC's
even though he dealt half of Arn's damage, yes, but Arn also was allowed to just kill 3 people for fun. So
well, hey, he's got the
fourth
fourth item
things
now.
a little bit. Yeah, he does now, and I feel like IG, it feels a lot more like they're in the driver's seat. Now with the Baron, you'd hope to see that they can knock down at the very least 2 out of 3 of the inner towers here. With the Baron, they've got a little less than 90 seconds left to work with on this buff, so let's see how far they can go as LGD have to play defense with realistically not too much wave clear outside of Sivir, so if they can shut it down, it can be good.
I think, and I do believe the dragon was taken while we were looking at that replay as well, because we're on that new timer here. So IG utilizing this Baron they have for another minute, try to push down this inhib tower in the bottom lane. I don't know if they can necessarily get this one, but they're using all their strength to try to. And you got to look at On and Dove to get the damage down on the tower. The Nature's Grasp comes across, and that's an easy secure. Maybe onto the inhib now.
Yeah, should be. Inhibitor goes down. 40 seconds left.
Xiaoshu does not want to let this go.
Yeah. And you can see they wanted a bit of a repeat of that third dragon fight where Xiaoshu had the Yuumi on his back. Ultimate goes off, and then you just kind of go forward to the counter-strike when there's no flash to close the gap.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, LGD can't repeat that magic. And Inhibitor drops. You can see Hai Chao, he's looking for a flank, but he gets spotted out on a blue wall. Nice awareness. And LGD just lose the Inhibitor.
We'll see Meteor try to utilize. Oh, he got it!
Oh!
The kitties are OP, man! Oh, wow. All right. Well, hey, Meteor saves the day on that one, at least. It is the blue buff going over to LGD. But I was just about to talk about the difference that this game has kind of brought. We've been a lot slower, a lot more reserved. But for IG, that feels like it's put a better spotlight on this bottom lane, where we've seen that chaos sometimes lead to very one-sided games from the top side of the map for IG. You cannot forget that On and Wink have been so crucial in a lot of these game-breaking wins, and you have On, who, you know, having risen up through the RA period LDL scene, won Summer LDL in 2021 and was promoted in LPL to 2022. So the growth from this squad and the confidence built against a lot of these top tier bot lanes in the LPL has been really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, it has. It has indeed. The growth should, in theory, only likely continue, right? And I think having a floor start so high hopefully means that the ceiling won't be found for quite some time, right? That skill floor will continue to rise. As now,
it's just the bounce back, man. The bounce back from that devastating loss last time around to TT. We'll see if they can put the nail in the coffin here against LGD. If LGD have a little bit of fight back, as a lot of that control, it is just that 3,000 gold leaf, but it feels like the map has secured IG placements all the way around it, as back's now coming out.
Yeah, bottom side, Supers are starting to slowly make their way towards the base. I think Xiaoshu's got one more wave of time to work with before he has to go and answer. So this is the window LGD need to go in on, and you can see Xiaoshu knows it. The rest of LGD, though, can't take their opportunity to close the gap. All of IG will reset in unison. The wave will get cleared out now. And we'll see what's going to happen at this dragon, because it will be Soul for IG if they pick it up. And, you know, On is slippery enough as is. A Cloud Soul's only going to make that worse. And just in case you needed more stacking movement speed, Wink just finished his Shurelya's. I know it's 45 minutes into the game. He finished off his Chemtech Purifier first. So Shurelya is now picked up with Cloud and Azeri. So we could see On Zoom in this next fight and be running around like Sonic. So LGD really want to try and shut that one down, but I feel like it's not a true combat dragon per se. So maybe give it over, but at the same time, the fights have been really close. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to just fight for it for the sake of trying to deny it.
And Dove looking for this engage here as well. I was going to say the Cloud Dragons have played perfectly into our theme for this match. And for this day, it's the momentum. And On is using it to his advantage here. Nature's Grass coming out from both sides. But again, IG needing that bounce back, have found it. They need this before going up against a very tough schedule next week. And it's just about crossing these T's, dotting these I's, not letting LGD back into the fold here as they push in the super minions of bot lane. Xiaoshu wants to go in for the engage. Gideon is down. LPC has killed him, but on the back line, Haichao has to escape. Another kill goes down, and LPC is starting to rack him up here. He's flashing forward onto Dove. Dove going in, but it's Haichao and Xiaoshu biting them all out. LPC with more kills, and LGD don't count him out just yet.
This is what they need, and LGD actually crest over the 10,000 kills mark as an organization, so congratulations, LGD. Those are long death times, but there's no wave. I had to hold my breath for a second. And it's just IG overstepping very briefly. LGD capitalized very happily. You lose their
LPC
inhibitor, but
untouched.
yeah, okay, that's the crucial thing. LPC doesn't get touched at all. There's no answer from IG, and because of that, this 4-iron pivot absolutely melts the IG
Oh my
side.
God,
They'll
they
get
the
both of these.
too.
Yeah, they'll get both of these objectives.
They have the lead. They got so much gold just now. They have the advantage. What a turnaround. Oh my goodness, we were just talking about the momentum being in IG's favor. Well, it's completely turned around. It's like they walked into a brick wall.
It was, again, Gideon, right? It was our criticism of him in game 1. This gets caught off.
That
Nice
boomerang blade pullback.
Yeah, exactly. The pullback is what gets him, and On just doesn't have another flash or a dash to get out of that engage there from Xiaoshu. And once he comes up, sure, he offers a lot of damage immediately, but he doesn't have the health bar to work with or the support of the rest of the IG members who have already been fallen beside him. So it's a 5-0 clean. And LGD all of a sudden go from nearly being washed out of this series 2-0 to pretty strong platform to potentially turn this into a 3-game.
And that's where their composition into trying to get a little bit of that scaling potential last game, but it was definitely missing from the bottom lane. But LPC with the Sipper this time, he is the win condition. We set it up a little bit ago, like 25 minutes or so, but it's even more clear now as we have full build accomplished for LPC. Final item GA.
Exactly, so if he does die, he's going to have that resurrection animation, something that Arn had available to him. Trades actually gets popped there. It looks like LGD are looking for a pincer, and they almost find Wink. Oh.
That was a really good preemptive flash from Wink.
Yeah, I think he just kind of recognized, if I don't, I am going to die. Plain and simple. LGD get that Summoner spell out of the Lulu, and now Wink really has to be careful with his positioning, because one misstep will mean pretty much immediate death. Though you would hope LGD, if your Wink are focusing other people so you can continue to do your job, but LGD have been really, really good at just taking their moments here whenever they can.
On just sold his GA, obviously was on cooldown for a while longer, went with the Bloodthirster here, so some sustain in the last little bits as towers starting to fall one by one in favor of LGD.
Yeah, they're going with this Baron buff here, super effective, getting all this gold back.
Only
I've been
30
sitting in these
seconds
towers for a long time. But as you say, 30 seconds left with this much wave clear available and not enough shove-in, not enough range champions from LGD, right? It's just the Sivir and the Yuumi to provide poke. A little bit of siege pressure. And against IG's lineup with much more range available to it, looks like they will just have to disengage, so not as much damage done to the base as IG's initial attempts at their own, but at the very least, I think stopping that momentum, super important, because now Sol, 2 minutes time, no matter what, you're going to feel happy fighting for this one. Hai Chao, I think he's found Wink.
Oh, Wink doesn't have flash this time. You ain't getting down unless your team can help you. Perfect execution does just
Don't
that
overcommit.
on. And Dove, they're in trouble now. You can't get caught out like this. YSK, they're pushed back, but he's putting in work. He's got AoE for days. They're all golden, and the fear has been put into the eyes of LGD. IG destroy them when they thought they had him in the first half. All that's left is Xiaoshu as he takes his chicky nuggies.
That engage looks so good for LGD. Meteor, I'm not sure if he even meant to find the change because they were so far away. And once the Shurima shuffle comes in, it looks like Arn is just going to drop, but the BT swap over and the AoE damage is enough to keep him alive. And IG are going to take the series 2-0 off the back of a nothing pick, pretty much. It's just Xiaoshu alive, but I don't think he's got enough to defend.
He ain't
And
got it
IG
in the
will
tank.
take it.
Momentum is king, and all you need is on to turn it on them. They flash forward, they got the lightning crest, they got the damage, bring it all on, because IG have resurged themselves back from that devastating TT loss, and they are right back in the saddle again.
Right back in the saddle again, as if nothing really happened. Definitely still some shaky moments from the IG lineup, but with such a exciting and explosive playstyle, it's always going to be the nature of their series. And IG
Devastating for TT though, or not for TT rather, for LGD.
Yeah.
Because they had such a promising game number one. They even had that potential comeback in game number two. You can see it on their faces. It sucks. It hurts. But it's in the face of an IG that are showing up when it matters. And gotta give props to On. If he doesn't get MVP at all, I will feel like he is robbed. This man showed up with a vengeance tonight. He said, I will not let a highlight reel go by without my name in it. And he was flashing forward on Zeri. He was getting these aggressive plays, even getting the bait for the last game-winning kills in game number two. Incredible stuff from the bot lane of IG.
Just a fantastic performance in general. And yeah, like you say, it's definitely gonna sting for LGD, right? I think losing 2 games in this manner, back to back, it's gonna suck. I'm not gonna word it any other way. It's just gonna feel like poop, right? And I think LGD are still gonna look away for a while until they can find another win. But again, you know, against an IG lineup, which expectation shouldn't be that they should be taking the series off IG anyway. A lot of positives to draw from, right? And I think realistically, they can look at the way they played the series and still feel quite happy about it. And there's a lot more to write home about than we can say than any other previous series that we've seen out of LGD.
I love to see a little bit of those bright moments from LPC, Meteor as well, trying to pull out the Silas, those innovative picks, still trying to be the centerfold. And it's just about LGD figuring out where they want to deliver resources and how to get those deliveries there, right? They aren't going to be able to find Amazon that can deliver some resources down to their bottom lane. They got to figure out a way that's going to work on the Rift. And I do want to bring that attention forward to IG back again, because I love to see that trial that LGD just went through, and we'll check in with them again as their season continues, right? And especially as they go on to face, I believe it was TT next. So we'll see if they could kind of get some sort of existential revenge for IG's loss, but it is a difficult time for them, and the bounce back against TT will be important. And now IG, yes, this week, a little bit of an easier week for them. They needed these wins before next week when they go up against TS and JDG back to back.
Yeah, they will, man. I'm not gonna lie. IG's run of schedule after this week is gonna suck. So, well, I say suck as if they're gonna lose by default. IG have already provided us with some pretty entertaining series against some of the top dogs, but it's such a tough run of form that you want to go into it on form, right? So starting off this week with a 2-0 is the right way you want to go about it, and hopefully they can continue that trend into their next series so that when they come up against Top Esports, against Weibo, they are ready to try and take down some of those giants who are, you know, looking towards the first, the second, the third place spots in the LPL. IG trying to upset the apple cart, moving towards those kind of spots. Maybe kind of summer if they can develop.
Yeah, it's been such a strong showing again, but you have to weather the fact that it is a single round robin league with 17 teams in it. You got a long season ahead and one series against each one of them. It's always interesting to keep track of. But we do have our interview ready to go, so let's kick it over to Christina, who's talking with Wink from IG.
Hello there, welcome to Postgame Interview. I'm Christina. But did you make any adjustment or feedback after last matchup against Thunder Talk Gaming? 欢迎 Wink 选手来到我们的赛后采访。我们都知道 IG 呢，其实是在春季赛以一个3连胜开启了你们的旅程。但是在上一局对于 TT 小输1城之后，队内有做什么样的调整和反馈吗？
我们3连胜之后，感觉兄弟们好像有点小膨胀，然后上一把输了给了 TT 之后，就回去。 大家一起调整吧，然后心态放平，以挑战者姿态重新出发吧。
After we got 3 consecutive wins in the spring season, maybe we were a little bit complacent. So we just did a lot of review together and try to stabilize our mentality and restart our game as a challenger. Second question, I also want to touch on today's game, especially in Game 2. What was your team's communication like when you saw your opponent secured that Baron in very late game? 那么说到今天的游戏当中，特别是在游戏第2局的后期，看到对手在拿掉大龙之后，你们队内的一个沟通是什么样的？
当时第一时间是比较沉默吧，然后我就感觉兄弟们有点懵逼，然后就。 跟他们说没事，我们双 C 装备还是领先的，然后对面上中也都没闪，切不到我们双 C 的，这波出来直接打团吧，打得过的。
Actually, after that team fight, we were so silent in our team. But after we think that our mid laner and AD carry really has a really itemous leads for our opponent, and our opponent, their top laner, mid laner, and jungler don't have flash. So we do think that we still have a chance to fight against them. Final question for you: people have high expectations for you, for the IG, the whole team. How far do you think you can go, and how would you evaluate your team's play style? 那么最后一个问题，其实在这个赛季呢，大家对于 Wink 选手本人以及整个 IG 的队伍都是充满了非常高的期待值的。所以你现在觉得 IG 的整个游戏风格是怎么样的？你觉得你们在这个赛季能走多远呢？
我觉得我们本赛季的风格的话是属于那种很激进吧，然后就很喜欢打架。然后我觉得我们这赛季能走多远的话，先进个季后赛吧，上线。 说实话，不知道上限在哪。
Actually, our goal for this season now is just making the playoffs, and actually we don't know how high will our ceiling is. We're just trying to do our best, and our play style is just aggressive. We like fights. Thank you so much for joining me. 跟观众朋友们说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina and Wink. I get to hear a little bit of the brain behind the brawn that has been IG, and I think get to hear some of the things, especially like that aggressive stature that they want to impose on the rest of the LPL, but also taking it for week to week. And I do get my wish. I'm not going to riot because On gets the MVP for Game 2.
Yeah, very much well deserved, and it was also, just to carry on before we start to see the B-roll here I'm expecting for Arn's player of the game. I really like that they're staying very humble, the IG lineup, right? Saying, we expect that we're probably going to make playoffs, but we're not going to, you know, sky's the limit, yes, but we're not going to, like, push too far too quickly, right? But returning to play the game yet. Arn just deserved it this game, didn't he? Time and time again. So much damage getting put out here on this Zerion. I just feel like Arn in general, it was a series of AD carries. I feel like you could have given Arn MVP in game number 1, and I feel like you could have very easily have given Arn MVP in game number 2, and he's got it in game number 2. Duh. So yeah, 2 games where he could have gotten MVP, to be honest with you.
This,
I feel
man.
like, yeah, I feel like LPC on the opposite side too, to be honest with you, had a really, really solid series.
Yeah.
So very happy to see that, you know, IG Arn was able to pick this one up, because I feel like he deserved it after not grabbing it in game number 1 in particular.
Yeah.
But really, team effort from IG to ensure that he was in this position as well.
You know that when the enemy team has 3 Zanyas or stopwatches burned at the same time, there's something going wrong for them. And you know you're doing something right. And especially the capitalization on those kinds of moments. Really, really great to see. Now we are going to send it to a small little break while we get ready for our second series of the day. You're not going to want to miss it. Ultra Prime versus TT. And we're keeping with the theme of momentum. We'll see you there.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. Fast like that, and now we got them saying, hey, yeah, yeah. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky.
Welcome back to the LPL after a nice little break. I hope everybody's rested, reprieved, got your goodies to go for our second series of the night. I am Mazel, joined by Jamada, and we're getting right into Ultra Prime versus TT. A lot at stake for the pride of both these two teams coming into this one, especially for TT off the back of taking down the rising phenoms of IG.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you want to try and hit the ground running after a series win like that, right? You were the 0-2 beforehand. You would kind of want to just keep the momentum up, right? I think that was our keyword of the previous series, and I feel like it's going to be the keyword here for this side, because realistically, TT, I feel like the expectations are particularly labored. No one's really expecting TT to do anything crazy this spring split. But also, you know, if you can rack up the wins, you never really know where you can end up in terms of, 10 teams being able to qualify into playoffs. So, you know, win here always going to do justice towards that goal.
Yeah, I think that's the most important part, especially when we're still getting through the early parts of the season, right? And obviously week 4, we're getting along with it, but we're still seeing some of these styles be kind of solidified for a lot of these teams. I know we were talking beforehand, and it was interesting the way TT approached their IG series and some of the differences and specialities that they were trying to bring out in that series itself.
Yeah, I think one thing, or the main thing really, was they decided to basically go into IG running AP jungles and AD mids. That was it. And it's a very, very specific change up in draft priority and draft from them. And I'm wondering if that's just a one-off thing into IG where they feel like, you know, they found that kind of weakness and that was something they felt they could exploit with IG, or whether or not this is now going to be a thing moving forward, right? It's always kind of hard to tell. It doesn't feel like often you get such massive draft changes in a series in terms of priority, especially like this when we're in such a set in stone meta. So I'm really excited to see whether or not TT are going to fall back into, you know, the current meta, or we're going to see more of that creative style of AP jungle rather, and AD mid, and actually see that be exploited here.
And I think for Ultra Prime on the other side, it's been about finding structure in the early game. I mean, Ning is no slouch when he comes to the jungle. He is the OG jungle king for a reason. And it's been interesting to see these forward advances that he does that aren't always followed up or aren't always keen to the rest of the team. And all of that communication structure, I feel like we've seen getting better. Obviously, night and day from before the Chinese Lunar New Year break. But it's still about trying to find that style that really works for them and where those resources need to go.
Yeah, and it will take time, right? At the end of the day, you have one of the more experienced jungle supports in the league as a duo. in terms of, you know, they've got history together, obviously. Just a little bit history, Ning and Baolan,
Just a
if you
little bit.
didn't know. Just a little bit. And, you know, the rest of the structure around them will slowly start to solidify. So I think for Ultra Prime, you got it spot on, Mazel. It's not much for me to really add on to that point. I think they just need a little bit more time. And one thing that I always credit a lot of LPL teams for is one of the things that Ultra Prime are following is usually when you send the play, the entire team kind of follows up. And it feels like Ning is a little bit out of sync with that, or Ultra Prime are a little bit out of sync with Ning. And once they both hit that same frequency and that same harmony, then perhaps we'll see Ultra Prime actually come out ahead in more situations where Ning is actually finding these proactive plays.
But again, we hinted at like resources for both these squads, and I think we found a pretty good conduit for those resources for both of them. Obviously, Doggo, he's sitting at almost 33% of damage dealt for his team in week number 4. Obviously, a lot of that comes from the Zeri. We know the numbers are buffed, but also just that resource development for Doggo on this squad, being that main carry, and then UCal much the same across the board for TT.
Yeah, definitely. I think Ultra Prime have, like I said, they've got a very, in theory, a very strong foundation in Ning and Baolan in terms of the experience. And if they can guide Doggo and consistently give him those resources that he needs, right? Whether it's the Zeri or not, yes, Zeri is always going to have super inflated numbers. No one's ever going to debate that. But I think Doggo, we already know, we've seen in the past that he can be an insanely talented player with a crazy high ceiling. He just needs to be given, the space to do his work. And I think Ultra Prime so far haven't been the kind of team to be able to do that because they're not glued together yet, right? And that's going to take time. Once that happens, though, I suspect Doggo will consistently be that focus. And hopefully this will be the first series where we start to see some of that building come to fruition.
Well, we're finally ready for the lineup of the day. As that did take a little while to get into it, but now we're into our second best of 3. Again, it is Ultra Prime versus TT. And I do believe it will be Ultra Prime taken to the stage first. Again, a lot to say about this team, a lot to say about where they want to put those structures in place for Ning and the communication of the team. It'll be Harry, Ning, Ching, Doggo, and Baolan taking to the stage.
And let's see, walkouts. It's always one way or the other, isn't it? It's the humbled wave there. Or we get something a little more. It's probably not gonna happen. It's just not. Oh, little picture box.
Look cute.
Yeah. Good.
I feel like they're just too stoic. They're too stoic. Ching coming out here as well. Gonna give a little bit too. And I think something that I've really appreciated about these walkouts, and as we see them come out, it's just really cool to see some of the personalities be able to be shown on the Rift. I know this is not something we've traditionally had as much of, right? I think usually at the beginning of the season we'll have like one walkout, but it's really cool, at least on our side, to be able to see this and be able to see some of these personalities shine through, especially these like new and young players, right? They seem to be the ones willing to kind of go for the fun.
Yeah, exactly right. I think some of the best walkouts have been from the rookie players or the players that haven't had as much time here in the LPL. But of course, the opponents on the other side of this TT, Thunder Talk Gaming, we'll see whether or not they've got anything in store. We had a couple of cute poses on the way out from Jungle Mid in particular. We'll see if we get anything here from the TT boys.
And I want to talk about TT a little bit more. I think we said that obviously UCal getting a lot of resources is an important factor for them. Beishuan's early success is also extremely important. But now they've got to lean on Huanfeng in the bottom lane a little bit more because Yao Yao is now a newer addition to the squad. Obviously been on TT Young or the TT organization since 2021, getting a little bit of play in the LPL. But it's a different factor, right? When you're bringing in Yao Yao and trading out Xin Liu.
Yeah, all right. It is always going to feel a little bit different trading out players.
Oh, we get a little gunshot, okay.
Yeah, a little gunshot, all right.
He played Jin twice already, so maybe that's saying something.
Yeah, Jin, little hand gun.
Oh,
but did he give something? I looked away for
He just usually the coaches don't do like looked around like he's confident. I like it.
Okay.
But as we get into it here soon, I would like to focus back in on the big PowerPoints. Right, we've seen honestly some incredible breadth of play from TT when you're looking at their picks, and especially UCal, a lot of versatility in that mid lane. But I expect when we're getting into this picks and bans, Ultra Prime coming out for the very meta, very safe picks for themselves, get a lot of setup, while TT might be willing to experiment a little bit more in this game number one.
Yeah, I actually love that you bring that up as well, because something that we were talking about before we went live is I noticed something with Ultra Prime this year, and it's that they're kind of stuck in their ways. If you go to their match history and you take a look at some of their drafts, you'll notice some pretty clear trends. They usually will lean on champions throughout a series if they can, and the adaptations will only really come, it feels like, if something is banned or taken away or just doesn't necessarily make sense. And as you highlighted on the opposite end, TT have been quite versatile, and specifically, you know, the true case study is their previous series against IG, where we saw the Jace, the Yone, the Tristana mid as well come out from UCal. So, you know, some flexibility there for TT very clearly available, and it does make you wonder whether or not that level of flexibility and that ability to just pick out anything that just makes sense for the moment into a team which seems quite rigid in its playstyle is going to be a determining factor here in this series.
I just can't get enough of all these pictures. Every time that Ning and Balan play, they always have these fun little throwback pictures to them before, and it's always so great. But that arrow shot was actually from earlier this year, so I love to see that kind of stuff come out again, showing some of that personality in players. There is one big stat here I will state as we get into picks and bans here shortly. There's only been red side wins for both these two teams, Jamada. And I know that's not much to go off of, right? But I think it's an interesting little side piece to kind of keep in mind as we go through into this first game of this best of three.
So what you're saying is blue side is cursed.
For at least these two teams.
And if you're on the red side, you're winning games. So Ultra Prime, congratulations on winning game number 1. MVP for the game as well.
Just go ahead and give it out. Well, just gonna say Ning. There you go. You're gonna go for it. Wait, no. It's gotta be Doggo. He has 33% damage done. It's gotta be Doggo. We're
Doggo,
getting into the bans here though. Yeah, 33% does it. TT on the blue side, though. They ban away on that curse side, by the way. The Yuumi, the Jace, and the Kassadin ban. So very meta bans taken away, very high-profile bans taken away. On the other side for Ultra Prime, they get the Elise versus Beishwan, that aggressive early jungle. And then it is bot lane focus, Varus and Tristana. First pick for TT, Nami.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, very, very hyper-focused on removing away some of the things that made IG very uncomfortable in their previous series. Inside of the Elise and the Tristana in particular, don't want to have to deal with that or be on the receiving end in this series for them. So they snap up the Nami first pick. We didn't see a Lucian ban away in the first 3 from either side, so expect that to be what TT pick up alongside probably Sejuani now that Maokai's picked up. And I have a feeling that Ultra Prime are probably going to go Zeri, Yuumi, or, well, no, Yuumi's banned, so Lulu in the next rotation. How exciting is the meta, guys? Honestly, it's...
So there is something interesting here, at least, though. So we obviously, I like that we're, maybe I don't actually, but the fact that we're getting the trade of ADCs, we're not getting any of that kind of up in the air bottom lane anymore. But I will say that junglers have decided to do a gentleman's agreement here. Both of them having a little bit of bias, at least Ning having played 5 games of the Sejuani will have it stolen from him by Beishwan. And the Maokai that Beishwan has found success on, not going to be available to him this time around. It is Ning piloting that one. So a lot of fun, at least in this jungle matchup, to kick us off. But we're getting into the second phase of bans. Silas banned, Renekton banned as well.
Yeah, Renekton ban. If we see another strong laning top laner, suspect that TT could be eyeing up a Jax for Hoya, potentially. Whereas on the opposite side, Silas removed away in the mid lane. I think Ultra Prime, honestly, it'll pay off dividends to maybe just consider removing the Jax on your own end, though at that point, you may be worried about Fiora. They actually are more concerned about Yone showing up. So they'll just take that off the board. Really, really hyper-focusing on that previous series. I don't necessarily blame them because, again, the picks were so, out of left field. But I think Silas, Yone could also mean that Ultra Prime have opened up an angle for an R5, or an R4 rather, Azir here.
I'm really wondering what this last... Okay, well, it is the Rise. So a little bit of that, like, stable mid lane, move out of mid lane, taken away from Ching. We've seen heavy reliance on the Syndra as well as the Zoe, a classic for Ching as well. But we'll see as we get into the second phase what the pick before that counter will be. And we're looking at the solo lanes for Ultra Prime and for TT.
Exactly. Expect the more aggressive solo lanes here out of TT just because they have the Sejuani. I feel like if they can build off having some melee champions to utilize Permafrost, I think they'll definitely go for it. There's a Cassante lock-in there for Harry. So I feel like Hoya's going to be pretty comfortable going into the Jax if he really wants it. Maybe he prefers the Fiora just because he sees that it's Cassante on the opposite side. But Akali being hovered and toyed around with in the mind of Yukao will get locked in. It is blind, but again, I feel like for Ultra Prime, they could have been considering something like the Azir, so that's definitely going to dissuade that pick. And Sejuani already being locked in means that Sejuani Akali, very, very powerful, especially at that level 6. You get that lockdown, you're going to die, right? If Sejuani finds the CC, Akali's going to have the damage.
Well, I will just say for TT, they're definitely spreading their wings a little bit more here as we're getting picks. Obviously, we said coming into this one, they have a lot of flexibility in their champ pools. Well, they're flexing that muscle even more so with the Sejuani, the Akali, and the Gnar picks all. And I'm very, okay, they're just going to stick to this tried and true for Ching. They're just going to go for the Syndra. I was wondering if they might change things up here, but they do just get a very structured comp that we wanted from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and I feel like Syndra makes a fair amount of sense here in this slot, right? I did toy with the idea for them that perhaps they were considering Azir just because they removed the way 2 diving assassins with a very strong matchup into him 1-to-1, but they give that blind pick over to Harry, and then they see that Syndra works really well here. You've got 3-4 really short range champions that are going to be diving into your ranges that you're always going to be able to execute or at the very least force out because of how much damage you can put down. So Syndra has a lot of value here, looking towards Ching to really set up for Ultra Prime so that the rest of the team around him, the Zeri, the Lulu, Doggo in particular, of course, can get the job done and provide the rest of the damage for Ultra Prime.
And as we get ready for our first game of our second series of the night, it is important to remember the setup for both these two teams. Ultra Prime, they have to find the synergy. They need to find a way to allow Ning's creative jungle pathing to be a boon for them. And on the other side for TT, momentum is king. Can they continue the specialized strength that they had against IG in their win, in their series win of the season? We're getting into the game now. A lot set up for both the junglers, but as well as these bottom lanes. Where will these resources be given? Will Doggo be given the keys to the castle? Or will Yukao be able to upend the throne? We get into it now. Summoner's Rift, and both teams hit it.
Does feel like you say TT are going to potentially want to be maybe the early aggressors just to try and alleviate some of the later on pressure in this game that Ultra Prime have drafted for themselves. With the fact that you've got
20 gold, let's go!
Yeah, all right, 20 gold, it's the victory. Didn't quite see, well, I would assume both the supports got their Spell Thief's gold. Extra plot.
Who get back first?
Now who gets back to base first? Apparently it's going to be
oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, I just baited him. Said, oh, Balan thinks I'm going to back. No. We do love to hear some of those Gyos. Still a sleepy crowd, it feels like. A little bit going into the second series. They're just getting ready to go here. But should be, I feel like, a big step in the right direction for both these two teams. Obviously not the successes they've wanted to see so far, but it has been that slow and steady progression for both of them.
Yes, it has been so far, and very early on in the season for both, right? So story definitely left unfinished, and I think on that note of progression, I've definitely liked TT's, not just because of the recent win, but also just the nature in which they did it against IG. As the next coach, it's very, very lovely to see that kind of adaptation come out, especially when you feel like perhaps, you know, IG are a very tricky team to play against, right? I think meta definitely works in their favor. And just in general, I know Mojo's a big thing here in the LPL, and it feels like definitely the IG side have it on their side. So TT taking that, trying to move forward with that momentum and perhaps a little more creativity and flexibility that Ultra Prime haven't necessarily shown us thus far.
Look at this.
Potentially give
so the ward spotting out Ning on top side means Beishwan is full and ready to go for this bot lane gank at level 3. The full clear has come out already. Oh no,
Gotta go,
Doggo.
though.
Okay, he's going to spot him out there. Will not go for that engage. The 1v1 initiated at least as Hwanfong dashing in. Now, Doggo, you're in some trouble, but he's kiting away. Oh my god, Doggo so close to getting the kill, traded back on a base Schwan. That's a thumbs up from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I've got to say, if TT were more on the ball there, they could have forced way more out of Doggo. It has to be said, I feel. The fact that Beichuan doesn't commit for the immediate permafrost stun, and Hwanfong, I don't want to say took his time getting up there, but definitely it felt like a little bit half-hearted. Unsure that that ward was going to get placed as well. Beichuan loses his flash pretty much for a barrier trade. So maybe if TT go for an all-in, knowing that they have the summon spell advantage, they can find you know, a 2v2. But the issue is, one, Zeri Lulu, honestly, I've seen this lane win more times than I've seen Nami Lucian win.
Yeah.
But also, you'll notice the summoners are actually more on the defensive side for Nami Lucian here, for Hwanfong and Yao Yao, more looking towards perhaps the mid game to try and find some impact. And then, you know, saw that 40-minute mark when you've got that mandate plus the Gale Force. That's where they're looking to potentially hit the hardest here against Ultra Prime.
I've been really interested at the barrier meta for bot lane. Do you have any thoughts on you know, when you should not take barrier?
Now, look, I'm not a bot laner, and frankly, I feel like it's one of those times where if you feel like there's nothing to cleanse, in this case, there is a Sejuani.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what Doggo's thought process is, but my thought process is normally you'll take barrier if there's nothing to cleanse, and you know your support wants to take heal because ignite is kind of pointless now. That's about it.
Okay. Okay.
Other than that, I'm not really sure when and why you'll go barrier. Besides then, so yeah, I feel Doggo just takes it in this matchup because he feels like it's very much necessary to survive as well. That's the other obvious key thing about taking barrier, and it has a very short cooldown individually. Of, I want to say it's 3 minutes.
God,
Same cooldown as ignite. As yeah, you are so correct. Ching is getting the far better end of these trades, as to be expected though in the early stage against
Base one catastrophe. He pinged like 5 times on the missing ping. All my stuff is gone. Feels bad, man. Doesn't even have the vision clear anymore. Had already used the scanner, and his side of the jungle is littered in vision. Now, Beichuan maybe actually just taking that preemptive strike, knowing that they just came to bot side, realizing Ning's going to be on top side. Goes for this early dragon.
Yeah, really smart adaptation here from Beichuan, actually. And I feel like he's doing it because he may actually feel like his Krags are also gone, but either way, it's going to be a pretty clean dragon take-up because Ching in the mid lane actually just took a reset, teleported back. Yukao had mid lane priority, and you saw Hwanfong and Yao Yao there also had bot side prio, so it's going to be a free dragon take-up.
That is second clear, though.
Feel too bad about it. It is second clear. However, one thing to note is dragons very early on actually do give you a whole bunch of XP. And there is also a moderately unknown rubber banding attached to dragon XP. I don't know if it's been changed recently. Oh, I might have the whole point. Harry looks like he's alright. But if you as the jungler take the dragon mouse being lower than the average level in the game, which typically means very early on, you get, I can't remember the flat amount of bonus XP. I want to say it's 20%.
Oh, interesting.
So it's actually not too bad to take very early on. And usually it's kind of the counterpoint to, you know, having a lot of early aggression come out. A lot of early aggression, you might fall behind in level, but if you can take the dragon, you can catch up an XP on that.
True. We are seeing that Ultra Prime wanted to move towards bottom lane. Doggo getting tanked down there. Beichuan showing his way here as well. Ning maybe hovering back towards this mid lane at least. But TT willing to follow in the trail of Ning a little bit. We would think that Beichuan might look to focus on Yukao, maybe even Hoya a little bit more so, but has been willing to kind of respond to Ning's constant pressure and presence down bot lane.
Answered well enough so far. I feel, did he just throw? Did you just throw the minion at Ning to level him up? I think he did.
That's actually kind of OP.
Yeah, all right, cool. Ching and Ning, the synergy is just so on point.
It's so good. It's so good. Okay, so the vision game is definitely here. He's gonna get a little bit. Wanted to try to visit mid lane. Yukao still pretty slippery on this. Akali also has gone the Mercury Treads first. Got a lot of boots completed first items here in this game as well.
Yeah, Mercs just makes a lot of sense though, right?
It really
Maokai,
does.
Syndra. MR, just to not get one shot, but also just Merc Treads to try and negate a lot of that CC. Now,
Look at
Sports
this.
are actually opening up mid, which makes me wonder, will there be a Herald contest in the near future? Ning gets a full mid wave of XP.
Does.
So happy.
I'm wondering though, I mean, they're still level 5 coming to this Rift Herald fight here, so I want to set the stage, as it definitely looks like Beishwan going to come in here. Doesn't need level 6 on Yao Yao, as they have level 6 on everyone else. Ning very low and down. Yao Yao picks up first blood for TT.
Yeah, and there's no stage to set if TT just break it in half before there's even an opportunity for Ultra Prime to get their routine started. Really, really nice start from TT to just find the engage Beishwan, Glacial Prison, and the lockdown is there. Ning has nothing to flash, apparently, throughout the course of that. So Herald will go over, and you suspect they will go and give it to Huang Feng and Yao Yao. We'll get a replay as it starts quite late, so I suspect, well, Ning was just looking for vision, and there's not really much to say. He can maybe flash to the side and try and avoid the perfect execution, but Akali's missile speed in that ability is so fast, it can be tricky, especially at an angle like that, to get away from. So first blood goes over to TT. It was claimed by Yao Yao though, somehow, so won't feel too bad.
Not too much going that way yet. I mean, one kill is good, but now I'm looking at where Rift Herald for Beishwan is going to go and see where those resources kind of dealt out. Again, we were looking at UCal to get a lot of the resources for TT, but plans might change with how much pressure, again, this bot lane has had. And now that you have a little bit of resources, I guess, going bot lane for yourself. Still a lot of pressure from Doggo and Baolan down there. Clearing is Ning, and he's perfectly fine with this, and I think they are opting into that late game scaling that Ultra Prime drafted.
Yep, definitely. Late game is going to be very, very king, it feels, for Ultra Prime with the Zeri. And I feel like Ching is going to have such a strong selection of champions to hit, but also just his kit, I feel like, does really, really well into TT's lineup. So excited to see what he'll be able to get done. I think Yukao may end up having a pretty tough time in this game if he doesn't get going, or if TT don't help him get going, just because Syndra's really great at deterring a lot of the engages, and Ning as well is always going to be able to just twisted advance and try and you know, lock down. And even if she shrouds it, right, you'll always know where she ends up because Ning will follow to the destination. If he gets the cast off. As hold on, all out from Harry.
The dodged out. Hoya just fine in that one. There was something interesting I found when I was looking at TT. They have a 14% first tower percentage, but they have a 71.4% first blood percentage. And we're seeing it work here with a little bit of that movement towards that mid lane, towards this Rift Herald fight. We'll obviously still have to check it on that tower percentage, but they're sticking to what works for them and finding that early kill.
Yeah, patterns definitely playing out in the first blood department. We'll see whether or not they can transfer into tower. Very interesting, that point.
14% first tower percentage. I mean, first tower is always like the most crucial thing, but that feels bad for sure.
But it can often paint a picture of how an early game is going for a team though, right? Because first tower is a fairly consistent indicator that you are having at least one strong lane go your way. It's not 100% one-to-one, but you know, if a tower's dying first on your side, most times you have at least one lane that's going your way. Now, speaking of a lane that is going your way, I feel like the bottom side hasn't really been one that has been to write home about, but it's gotten them the pressure and the priority to maybe get the second dragon locked in, and Yukao's actually coming for a flank as well.
Tidal wave across with the culling on top. Flash comes out from Ning. Nature's Grasp is back. Doggo on the side. They could have a decent setup here. Ultra Shock Laser doesn't go in, but the Scatter of the Week does. Beishwan's down. Doggo's forward. He might be taking a little bit of inspiration from our last series with that move forward, but it will be Ultra Prime moving through, cleaning out TT and taking their first dragon.
Yeah, just TT pulling the trigger a little bit too early. They're trying to control the choke, which is really nice fundamental gameplay, but unfortunately the engage just falls short, and as soon as that happens, Ultra Prime realize they have all of the economy on their side. However, this dragon isn't going down far.
They're still going
Beishwan isn't here though, is the crucial thing. So it won't get stolen away, and it will just be one apiece. And Marcel, Is it windy today where you are? Or
You know, I don't think so, but apparently we got a wind advisory in the LPL as we get another Cloud Dragon. That'll be 3 in a row on the day. I mean, hey, so I guess I want to know that if it's just going to be Cloud Dragon all day, who does that favor here? Do we just have an outright winner? I mean, we said red side just wins, but do we have an outright Cloud Soul winner?
well, I feel like TT don't have any like outstanding Cloud users, whereas Ultra Prime do because they have Azeri. So yeah, sure, and that's on red side. So unfortunately, I guess again, going back to it, Ultra Prime are gonna win the game.
Patterns, man, patterns.
Doggo will be MVP.
This
And
small
he
little
will deal
world that we
33%.
live in, Jamada. This small little world that we live in. It's all about patterns. We'll see. Yeah, it's really base
TT are trying
one
to break
and for us. Yeah, they really want to. Missing though the Glacial Prison. Doggo's still taking a decent chunk as Nature's Grass comes across. Ning wants to get him over the wall. At least maybe helping Ching the flash. He's like, I just can't get to the blast code. I just have to flash.
Yeah, didn't want to risk it at all. Though I feel like he was probably fine. Doggo ate a massive chunk of damage though. It looks like with the retreat of Hong Kong and Yao Yao, however, he's going to be able to pick up the wave uncontested. So he's not going to feel terrible. Now, someone who may feel
Yukao's
terrible in
moving.
a second is Harry, because this roam from Yukao looks pretty damn lethal.
He's getting close to getting the Meganar from Hoya. He wants to get the setup here. Can Harry survive? Gets the knockback, healing up a little bit more, but Yukao and Hoya are just too strong. So Malco gaining and a death to Harry.
Yeah. Yukao picks up the kill, and we need to see, for the TT's perspective, Yukao get rolling, because, again, I feel like this Ultra Prime lineup has a lot of good tools. All right, we spoke about Ching and Ning, but let's not forget as well, he's got to deal with Polymorph throughout as well, if things gonna get more frustrating. So a kill to the good to get Yukao towards that first item is going to be super important. So see whether or not he can keep that momentum going for himself. And this pick comes at a time where Herald is respawning and Harry doesn't have teleport, so this should also just turn into an objective. So really nice from the TT solo laners. However, Ultra Prime, they're not looking to necessarily give this one up for free.
It's the seed that you sow, and TT definitely bearing some fruit in their seeds. We have, though, those first items, like you were saying, don't think it's going to make the difference for Ultra Prime. They will just concede this one, unless... Okay, we got a little zoom in from the observer. I was like, ooh, maybe. But we do have the Gale Force completed as well, the Shield Bow. Demonic Embrace completed first for Ning, but is the Radiant Virtue already completed for Beishuan too? And I do wonder where this Rift Herald's going to go. We saw it go, at least try get a little bit more resource for them. They have a decent advantage, so I'd love to see more delivered to Yukao or even Huanfeng.
I think, for me, Huanfeng is on spike right now, and not that I feel like Lucian doesn't scale, because he is an AD carry that builds crit at the end of the day, but
LPL Lucians scale. That's the caveat.
Okay,
That's
okay.
what I found.
LPL Lucians do scale. All right, you know what? Nice counterpoint. I agree. I'm just going to concede that. I feel like, however, if you can get a Carly really, really fed and just give her any kind of, you know, artificial increase in gold, the stronger she's always going to feel. Whereas with Huanfeng and Yao Yao, I feel like as a duo, they're always going to be quite relevant. They shouldn't be falling too far behind. And they should have pressure. I mean, you can see like Doggo, Baolan, they're just stepping back. They don't want to ever get, you know, Gale Force E'd on. Because they know it will be a significant chunk of HP that they're not going to be able to get back. And that's the pressure they're always going to be able to leverage. So I think for the Herald question, yeah, just try it and see if you can give it to Yukao. Because the further ahead you can get to Sakali, I think the more freedom she can at least try to have in this game.
Hoya down from Meganar, take a nice little trade back to mid lane. Huanfeng using that culling to try and get some more damage onto the tower here. Dragon set up in 35 seconds. We've had the trade back and forth. We already have Ning heading into that direction, get some vision down, as the priority in the side lane will and mid lane will mean a lot as Rift Herald dropped by TT.
Yeah, TT, Herald drop, mid tower as well. If you're ignoring the gold factor, get this mid tower down. You've got Nami Lucian. It's going to feel so good to be able to get a lot of pressure. That's step too far forward from Ning.
They have to concede the dragon as well, it looks like. I mean, I think, yeah, it looks like it's just going to go down. I mean, I guess Ning could wrap around, but the back already coming through from Baolan. Doggo in the middle. Okay, Valorant stopping it, but it is just that objective. Going to TT, which will set them up for the far future, and a little bit more of that gold lead separation over Ultra Prime.
Exactly. Doggo.
It was that spike you were talking about.
Yeah. Bone playing gets a fair amount of the jump, though, so feel okay about it. Dragon's gonna go over to TT. And, you know, this today just feels so slow. Like
a lot of reservation, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, we'll be professional. A lot of reservation, right? A lot of tense.
We'll be professional, he said.
We'll do our best. It just feels our teams today are not necessarily willing to commit to anything.
Well, I'll say, especially this side lane, like Harry is committing. Hoya's the one that don't want the smoke. All right, like he's just
you know
just hanging out.
True. Yeah, Harry was eyeing up maybe an all-out angle there as well. Couldn't quite find it past the wall. Oh, he's gonna do it now.
He's got it. There it is. Nature's Grasp comes out. The knock up still not gonna connect though. Can't get the connection on the Nature's Grasp either. TP coming in from Yal, and he'll just take down Harry here. He should at least. There you go. TT find themselves another kill and try to chase down Ning on the other side of it.
Won't find the tree though. He will escape. Yeah, gonna get chased down. We'll just recall in this bush. Doesn't look like anyone on the TT side is gonna find this one out. As Ching.
Oh no, Ching can't do anything. He's got at least the power unleashed there used, but now he has nothing left. And now Hoya's a big mean monster. See if he can actually clean this kill up. Get it into my belly. There you go. Okay, maybe not the belly, but you'll get hit by a satellite. And Hoya picks up the side lane solo bolo.
Nice cheeky solo bolo. TT getting advantages across the map there, right? Find their pick on the bottom side, get the pick on the top side. As play actually went down here in the mid lane. Thank you very much, observers, for highlighting that to us. So yeah, did lose his flash for it. I guess that recall didn't turn into a recall and actually ended up being a flag.
True.
In the end. Very creative from Ning. But both these teams, again, you know, very tentative about going forward for the most part in terms of, you know, grander plays so far. I feel like Ning's attempt at a flank there was perhaps one of the more braver opportunities on a team-wide basis that we've seen from Ultra Prime so far.
We get to see this side lane push as well. As started off with Harry going all out, trying to get him in the side lane. Then Yukao came and cleaned house there. Also ended up, obviously, we see it down already in the replay here, but ended up getting that first tower percentage up a little bit for TT, Jamada.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Better than
Getting
14%.
those stats up. Better than 14%. Can't go wrong.
What is this hover? We have such a big hover from TT around the Baron pit now. And really feels like both teams just kind of struggling finding some direction on the map in these kind of lull periods.
Yeah, TT definitely have a little more vim about their movement on the map, whereas Ultra Prime feels like they're being a lot more responsive to what TT are doing right now. Definitely tried, right, through that play on the bottom side at the very least, so it's not like Ultra Prime are entirely sat on their hands, but they're definitely not moving around with as much intent as
That's
TT
all three
are.
outer
They
towers.
will take, yeah, they'll take this outer tower. That makes all three. So pressure slowly mounting in that regard, and those towers being down should in theory mean that TT, from any given lane that they decide, should have a little more first move at the very least. So again, Ultra Prime okay with the game being slow if it means Doggo can maybe get to a 3-item mark. We've seen what Zeres with 3-4 items can do today already.
We've seen what Doggo can do as well. I know On was very aggressive last game. Well, Doggo's about in the same vein. We will see the Shadow Flame completed for Yukao. So Yukao's already on that second item. The resources have been delved correctly here for TT, it feels like. And Yukao is at a very strong point to help Beishwan in these setups for him.
I want to see Yukao actually get involved in a fight that isn't just murdering half HP Kasante. I think if he's able to get on top of Doggo or Ching at the moment, he will actually just shred them. Shadow Flame Because the Pro Belt is a lot of Magic Pen, as
Hoya's been
actually
setting
more
this
Harry
up from
back.
a mile
Yeah.
here. Oh, they got the slow, nice mechanics. Man, you Cal, you're just too damn good.
So clean, excellent stuff from TT's mid lane, and with the top lane up from Ultra Prime dead. That should be the Dragon, though. Play the mid lane from TT.
Schwan just kind of going off there, King. Just went for the engage onto Ning on the other side of the fight, but a little bit of that forward aggression sets up for the Dragon play of TT onto Soul Point.
Hey man, I'm down for a little bit of forward aggression, and TT just
I thought maybe they get this tier 2 as well.
Nah, just gonna be clear the way. Syndra Wave clear a little bit too powerful, but that's Cloud Dragon number 2 and Dragon number 3 for TT, which means Soul on the menu next. And Ultra Prime, in that regard, definitely running out of time. You definitely don't want to give over a Soul a lot of the time. So we'll see whether or not they fight before then. And I think the crucial tracker really, it feels, is that Ultra Prime, A, needs to get Doggo to 3 items. And I was also going to say get Ching to 2. It seems like he's just finished that up Archangel.
He did, yeah.
He's got that completion. I feel like that's the checklist for Ultra Prime right now.
I still feel
right
like
now
there's a bit of a ticking time bomb, for sure. In Ultra Prime, where we've seen them play a lot reserved in the early part of the game, I think it's too designed. But now they've put themselves against the wall where they kind of have to contest the Dragons unless they just want to give Soul over. And this is where you're going to need to see a little bit more of that proactivity when we get to these items. By speaking proactivity, it ain't a cast a curse anymore. Yao Yao's down.
Yep. Sushi for dinner, anyone? It's a very, very, very cliche one, I know, but Yao Yao just gets removed through here or nothing. Yao Yao can do it all.
Man.
Yeah, so much damage. And I mean, that pick, 4 versus 5, Nami is actually huge in the pit, right? The Tidal Wave can split apart a team so easily. So Ultra Prime are actually taking this opportunity to get the Baron slide up. They're even calling Harry up for the TP early, so they want to commit to this. Potentially, we'll see if the turnaround comes out. TT still working with all of their strong members.
Yukal and the rest of TT have a pretty strong gold advantage here. This is a iffy fight from Ultra Prime. They're going to try to get Hoya. He's going Meganar, though, onto Doggo. Doggo flashes. It's just a front to back that Ultra Prime will take all day long. As Harry gets the knockback, Beishwan back into the team. They're just shoveling the resources into the mouth of Ultra Prime.
It's cool and calculated from Ultra Prime. They get the 1 pick on Yao Yao, and they just say, you know what? Baron is pretty doable here. Hoya oversteps. He doesn't find a massive Nara ultimate. That's the threat, really. And then the follow-up can come through from Yukao and from Beishwan. And Huang Feng should be pretty free to hit whoever he wants. But once that Nara ultimate whiffs and there's nothing to lock down any of the Ultra Prime members, the turnaround is super free, and TT falls to the wayside. They give up the Baron buff. And all of a sudden, a game which felt like Ultra Prime were waiting to come online on means that with the Baron buff, they can be the aggressors after TT have been the aggressors for so long.
That damage combo, literally just Ching murdering Yao Yao. And then we get the fight afterwards. That flash from Doggo breaks this fight.
Yeah, it does. Take a look at Hoya as he steps forward. As well, doesn't find anything. And as you call out, Doggo's flash just means that he doesn't get knocked back. I'll be honest, even if he doesn't flash, I don't think he would have had to after he gets turned around on by the Naro. So Ultra Prime all in the mid lane now, shoving along in the A ramp. Yukao's on the sideline. His teleport's coming up soon. He's got on a tier 2. How much further will he go? Because he knows Ultra Prime will take this tier 2. Does he feel like they're going to be able to go straight through the inhibitor tower? He's resetting, so the answer looks like yes. You could see Ning just pop his ultimate.
They haven't taken any other towers. It's just been mid lane. They have about 1 minute and 20 seconds on the Baron buff. You have Yukal joining the fight now, having completed his Magi's. TT are feeling confident. Beishwan was on the side with the Glacier Prison, but doesn't pull the trigger.
A ramp, a ramp, a ramp. That's the chant going through Ultra Prime's head right now.
A ramp. Where's the
that
snow?
Tower's dropping low.
I need Butcher's Bridge or the snow. Another tower falls, and just like that, 3 fall. The engage power at least almost kills Huang Feng. But look at Beishwan. He's got the engage here. Yukao's going in as well. Meganar not there, but into the wall goes 3. And Yukao helps set up the beautiful TT's team fight. Just like that, Ultra Prime running away. Ning chased down by the might that is Thunder Talk Gaming.
TT tee each other up, Yukao and Hoya, for an
like there's a
excellent
tower
team
there.
fight. There is still a tower there because, yeah, why wouldn't there?
He still
And
has somebody to kill him.
This, yeah, really smart from Ning, actually, to go underneath the tower, because what TT were doing there was staggering his death timer to ensure that Dragon can be a lot more free to take, and it should be free to pick up. And honestly, massive team fight coming out from Thunder Talk, because if they don't find that momentum breaking 3 into the wall, whilst Yukao,
is
even though he
such
got
a monster, man.
yeah, Yukao, even though he gets all out of the fight, finds his way back in with a Shuriken flip. And TT, they've got the soul now of the heroics.
It just literally feels like we're in class. Yukao's doing like advanced trigonometry, finding the angles, and you've got Ultra Prime there just sitting there trying to do like 1+1. This angle is acute, and the other one's obtuse. It just feels like Yukao is able to dictate a lot of these fights with the setup from the rest of the team. That's what we wanted to see come to success for TT. We know that Yukao can carry. We've seen it time and time again, but it's about the team setting him up for success, and boy, is he set up.
Basically got handed a layoff in that, or a layup rather.
They're
in
gonna
that last
find
one
him.
as,
Oh no!
Yeah, that's tough.
Power Unleashed. Oh,
Fighting.
Chick's still alive.
Oh!
Wild growth for Baolan, and the heal clutch as ever.
Wow. Very, very good reactions there. And very fortunate from Ching that he had his teammates by his side, because TT definitely found a very, very strong pick there. They're still going to rotate up towards the top side, but imagine if the Syndra's dead right here. This is probably a very easy tier 2 to take. I think it might still be an easy tier 2 to take, because Ultra Prime are very slow to the rotational defense. Perhaps they try and pull the trigger of the Nature's Grasp. Yeah.
Doggo's moving forward, trying to catch Juan Fong, but can't do it. They at least defend the turret, but it will not lead to any kills going their way.
All right. Kills going their way, and the defense just resumes. Baron's up in 60 seconds time, a little bit less than that. So I imagine if TT want to try and get this one started to find themselves a good fight, they will. No, not 600 gold. Bruh.
Come on, man. No, that's fine. I did want to highlight, I was going to make a point about Yukao having finished his 4th item now. I think we're just seeing the stacking up go this way, and now they have that soul. They have a lot of strength on the map and a lot of forward aggression here with Beishuan leading the charge. Maybe not even lead the charge. Oh my god, it was close to Juan Fong just getting the pick off on Doggo.
Very close. I mean, gets the flash though. Very, very important for Ultra Prime, as he's got the Infinity Edge, he's got a Last Whisper as well. He is super strong, and without that flash, he's not going to be able to aggress as easily as he'd probably like. Ching gets a lot of damage into everyone, but TT, they're there to get the tower, and they get it, and it looks like it's going to be for free, though. They're getting chased down.
Wild Growth is available to help follow up for Baolan, but it is the tidal wave back, and now Yukao skirting around the edges with Hoya on the back line there. Not having Megadar means they can't get the setup for that big wall ulti. Looks like the setup will not be there for TT, so they back away, get some resets off, and UP just try to kind of lick their wounds at this point, get some more gold as well. They still have their scaling options, but it's looking harder to come by here.
Yeah, it really is looking harder. TT are just kind of playing at arm's length right now. And they're not really giving Ultra Prime much the option to actually find a good 5v5 at the moment, which is definitely to their benefit. They do have the items to fight TT. They're ahead by 5,000 gold, so it's not like they don't have that power. And I mean, Aatrox definitely feels it, because he continually goes on to do things like this, but it's just not followed up on. They get the resources burnt.
He's just so tanky, man. He heals so much. And he just has so much health to deal with. You gotta look at the side lanes though, as Yukao is in that top side of the map. It's gonna be something Ultra Prime have to deal with. And right now TT are just trying to use all this pressure from all 3 lanes to force the hand of Ultra Prime.
And it's finally gonna cascade down into this Baron. Yukao's playing bodyguard.
Dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the sapling's
Luckily, he's
vision.
Maokai. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Slows that
Oh,
one.
we got the
All
TP
right
from
now.
Ching.
Back from base. So it's not from a side lane or anything.
He's got
as
the
such. Harry's
void staff
covering.
completed now, too.
Yeah. Void. Very, very big. And it's definitely going to help him chunk down Beishwan. In particular, who's got the Merc Treads and the Radiant Virtue. So getting through that front line is one of the ports of call right now for Ultra Prime because Beishwan is playing so aggressively. And I think he's doing it as well in particular because he's got the Warmogs, right? So you play aggressively. If you can get the disengage going, you don't have to go back to base. You can just let the Warmogs do its thing. So getting all of those armor pen, magic pen items just to be able to cut through the front line and maybe just execute if the gameplay style he's going for is really big now. Ching.
So we have fourth
Considering
item
this.
completed here for Huanfang. Not
Yeah.
fourth item completed for Doggo. Dragon, Elder Dragon in 50 seconds. And the potential for TT to force your hand around Baron. This is a sticky situation for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, but I feel like if TT leave this any longer, then all of a sudden you have to fight between Baron or Elder. Or if you lose the one fight in front of either buff, you lose both buffs. And that's not ideal. So I wonder if TT may be pressured into making any kind of play beforehand. Hoya's actually on the cusp, precipice of hitting that Narbar as well. So this is a decent time for TT to fight. But it just doesn't look like they're going to take it though, Beishwan. He's on the angle.
Yukao's in the side lane right now, about to be pushing onto an inhib tower. Beishwan has flanked TP now coming in right through the uprights on the Balan, but they can't get the follow-up. Tidal wave now, Hoya looking for the big Mega Gnar. They have such an interesting position for TT, but Huanfang gets decimated there. And Ultra Prime, they're just gonna start up the Elder Dragon.
They're just burning it down as quickly as they can for now, but Beishwan is here, so it can't
This
be a
is
50-50.
sketchy, man.
It's so sketchy, but Hoya's just lost Mega. He's also kind of out of position. He's going to be
Trouble,
exhausted.
Yukao.
He's not going to be a big part of this fight.
The Predator in the wings here. Can Yukao make the difference? He's gotten all the resources. TT are committing to the fight. Perfect execution in the backline. They're all going down, though. The club fight. You cannot break the armor of the Ultra Prime monster. And they're confident to start back up this Elder Dragon.
And Beishwan's dead. The jungler's not
Ching! He's down! Hoya and Huanfang, they combine to make sure Ching is not alive anymore. Ultra Prime, they've lost a lot of their setup, and they go right back onto the Elder Dragon.
Ching was the one that kept the fight alive, though, for Ultra Prime. So with him dead, will Yukao be able to find a positive fight? There's still no jungler. They're committing. But the
TP a
teleport's there.
little bit late, instantly jumped out of as Elder Dragon secured for Ultra Prime.
All right. Oh, my God. Take a breath. Everyone, Ultra Prime, get the Elder. Baron's still on the map. Suspect that they'll get that. What I would really actually like to see is them siege potentially without the Baron that I think they're probably just going to go pick up anyway. Because if they try and see if they can break the inhibitor, then go back to Baron.
Oh, the
try and maybe elongate that pressure. But yeah, that polymorph's so clutch. The Scatter of the Weak as well initially to break up the fight from Ching is excellent. H1 commits a little bit too far forward for his own good. Huanfang just finds the angle. Brief second. Auto Gale Force, crit first strike. So much damage comes through. Able to get out of there, and then Hoya eventually Mega Gnar's back up. Now Ultra Prime, they're in front of the Baron. They're just going to take this buff right now. Seems like, and then they're going to go and try and siege with both the Mega buffs up and available.
TT trying to make something happen before they know that Ultra Prime get this Baron. They have Hoya in the side lane. Beishwan is behind the pit. Can he get a miracle steal? He's got the blast cone as well.
They know he's there though.
He's over
in
the
pit
wall,
now.
3000. He's got a lot of health.
Wait, it's going
Elder
low
Dragon, he doesn't get it. Ning kills him. Execution comes through. Ching is the bounty gold there. And now Hoya has found a little bit of pressure in the side lane, but Ultra Prime come away with both buffs.
Yeah, they've got both buffs. I mean, my main concern now is that TT have used the duration of their Elder buff to get the Baron. So I really hope they can get use out of the Baron, because definitely the Elder buff is the stronger buff overall.
Yeah, for sure.
30 seconds left. They should get the mid lane inhibitor for free. I feel like TT are probably just going to yield it. No reason to really go too crazy over the defense here.
I see Anathema's completed for Ning actually. TT also just need to defend here, as you said, probably giving this inhib down, not giving too much unless they overextend. But it also, I mean, they still have the buff for 10 more seconds. They could even get one of these Nexus towers down. It looks like that's the case here. Oh,
yeah, they're going for it at the very least.
It's a little bit of trouble here. Bubble not connecting. Hoya getting stacked up with the Meganar. They can't get the last Nexus tower here. They have more Baron minions. They still have 2 minutes on this Baron buff, and the siege potential is engaged on here. As now TT with that lightning crest. Doggo, he just takes them down. Hoya can't land the big Meganar ulti, and you've got stopwatched in time, and you'll never come out of it, TT. Ultra Prime, put the gas into the tank and say, vroom, vroom, we're out of here.
Oh, this one was close, but TT couldn't quite dot the I's, cross the T's, and Ultra Prime, scaling pays off. And Doggo comes online on the Zeri, and he takes over the game after a very excruciating couple of team fights, where eventually Ultra Prime do manage to find themselves that dragon. Hello, I'm sat very low. I haven't gotten up yet. Mazel, catch for me whilst I get myself ready.
I'll help you get up. I don't know if I can. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I gotta help you pick yourself up. But in reality, Ultra Prime picked themselves up. I think getting to see Doggo, again, we set up. He is that late game carry for this team. He has 33% of the damage done for this squad. And you can see where that structure in the early game, willingness to let that early game go the way it did, and knowing that they have this insurance with them. It was incredible stuff for Ultra Prime to stick with it, even at moments where you thought TT might just run away with it.
Yeah, definitely a lot of strong resilience there. And I just feel like compositionally, for TT, if they don't get, far enough ahead, it's always going to feel quite difficult. And they were getting to a point where they were almost there, but a couple of major missteps and no real ability, it felt like, to actually push a larger lead than they already had was enough of a space for Ultra Prime, unfortunately, to feel comfortable enough to actually make a comeback in some of those team fights. And again, Doggo, Ching, Baolan, these are all players with champions pretty much suited to shut down all of those assassins, or specifically the assassin in Yukao that was there on the Akali. So TT didn't really end up having a leg to stand on.
We had everything go to plan, though. I think it's actually hilarious. I guess to some extent. TT got first tower, so that's a little bit different. They got first blood, but guess what? Red side won again. Both teams have never won this split on blue side yet. And maybe we'll get that change of the sides.
Very interesting. I wonder who's getting MVP as well.
Who knows, all right? Who knows? Who could it possibly be? The fact that Ning did more damage than everybody else in the game, that bothers me.
Yeah.
He went straight AP too, I believe.
Maokai continues to just
I guess not. He went the Anathemas and the Radiant, sorry.
Yeah, which makes it worse, by the way.
Look at his damage to gold percentage.
That made it 228%. Yeah, that's all right, mate. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
that's fine. It's fine.
Maokai's a man of champions, friends. I think he's in a really, really good state. Doesn't need to be nerfed.
I think Ning is fine giving that one over, or at least giving over the Sejuani that he's been so comfortable on.
Yeah, I was about to say he's been on that Sejuani so much, and of course we're on 13.1. It's not been nerfed because it's not the hotfix patch, but still, it's so ridiculous to see. Great game though from Ultra Prime and of course Ning, but the rest of the crew really did a great job at just stalwart defense so that TT couldn't cross the line.
Well, Doggo and Yukao both got the resources they wanted, but Doggo was able to come out on top with them. We'll see if TT can bounce back in game number 2. We'll be right back. And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng, Yukao, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes Yukao, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and Yukao's come to town. They find Hong, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
A flame from Qingtian.
They're going all the way in here. Ching Tian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Ching Tian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos. Baruki has found the back line. So has Invincible. Who's gonna carry
Closing time.
And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
Each one has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. The Cal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants Cal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate guillotine comes into play. Ching-Tian!
CS3!
3v1!
Up. It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce throw going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Gaddafi to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans become petri enough. Empty spaces turn to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above.
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split 2023. As the beautiful skyscape of Shanghai unfolds before us, so does this last series of the day, TT versus Ultra Prime. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada, and it was a heck of a game from Ultra Prime in that first one, and Ning will be taking MVP.
Ning will be taking MVP. Maokai's broken. I wish, you know...
Is that your official statement, sir?
That's my official statement. It's sometimes hard to see situations like this go down when you really feel like another person should have been awarded an award like this. But frankly...
What'd you just say, huh? What'd you just say?
What I'm saying is Doggo probably should have got MVP.
There
but
you go.
Ning definitely also the other contender, right? Super powerful on this Maokai. And again, he dealt the most damage in the game whilst having only the Monarch Embrace. So yeah, I'm sorry, Doggo. Doesn't matter what you do in the game because frankly, the tree is just going to out-damage you. And yeah, time and time again, just stepped up really massive ultimates. Really hard for TT to play the game, move forward, and that's just the nature of Maokai, man. And he just set up so well for Ching and Doggo to play their game.
Yep, and it was really, really interesting. I mean, just to see him get that Baron in that moment as well, but it was the way that he kind of seemed to lead the charge with these. Obviously, the Nature's Grasp does just that, but around him, again, that structure that we wanted to see is coming alive, and we're starting to see that. Yes, obviously, the tried and true factor is get Doggo resources, you win the game. And now getting Ning into the position to deliver on that is the most important part.
Yeah, and you know, not to take any credit away from Ning, he did also secure 2 50-50 Barons. So
he did.
Yeah, he did deserve MVP.
He did.
He did. And like you were saying, you know, that is also Ning. We kind of highlighted coming into the series, Ning, Baolang kind of needing to be the foundation to build off the rest of the carry players. This is definitely one of those games where we got to see that. So I'm very happy that we got a performance like we did out of Ning here. And that it also propelled Doggo and Ching to also be in very comfortable positions to shut down the opposite side of TT when it mattered.
But let's talk about TT a little bit more then, because we were very proud of their win against IG and the way that they kind of attacked IG's style. They came in giving UCal a lot of the reins on the Akali, getting a lot of the resources as well that we wanted to see given to UCal, but they couldn't pull it out. It came down to a couple mistakes late game. They had the soul. They even got the steal on it to make sure that they could, secure a little bit of those objectives for themselves. But in the end, you got to play the long game, and I want to see kind of next steps for them coming off that very tough game number one.
Yeah, I wonder where the creativity will come from now. You know, I feel like it's not like Akali is really out there. I wonder if we'll actually get to see some real, adaptation here between game one and number two. Just simply because I feel like their angle into IG was so good. it's one of those things where it's so specific that from an analytical point of view, you have to wonder, is it just like a philosophical change up in how you look at the game? Or was it just we think IG play like this will be a good 1-2-1 counter. And dealing with them, it was a pretty good 1-to-1 counter. It got banned away here in this game from Ultra Prime. They just said, you know what? No, we're not going to deal with it at all. Is that the only facet that they have in terms of coming out and, you know, really hitting with a out of the corner uppercut, right? Because if it is, then perhaps they may end up struggling here into Ultra Prime because they didn't really look like they had the right amount of venom to close out the game. Because TT were in a position to end that game, Mazel, but frankly, it felt like, to me at least, it was compositional, but also a compositional difference here where too much peel on the side of Ultra Prime means that if you're not all on point with your engage on a TT, you're never going to close out. But I feel like, that last point of mine was the key thing. TT were never all on point together with their engage, and I feel like that was the difference maker here for game number 1. If they can all be on the same page and go in on the same target, then they can actually find some success. But if not, I feel like we're going to see a very struggling TT coming into an Ultra Prime who are very capable of just closing off the gates and playing the game when they want to play it.
And you see, Jamada, I don't know how much we're going to read into it here, but one key difference between these two teams is that one will be on the blue side and one will be on the red side. I don't want to play that one up too much. It is kind of funny, though, but we'll see if it actually ends up being the case continued for both these two teams, as only wins have come on red side.
If Ultra Prime win this series, I hope they don't pick red side for any of their remaining series because it has to just be a good luck, you know, charm, omen, I suppose. But Maokai is the final ban away.
I was going to say.
Not actually targeted this time around. They don't feel like going towards that one, but it feels a bit odd because now if you do give over the Sejuani, your jungle answers are not quite as S tier on the side of Ultra Prime. There are still quite strong and very viable options, but definitely Sejuani, it feels like is kind of the S tier pick and trade and handshake jungler. So let's see where they decide to go off the back of this one, Ultra Prime.
I do wonder how much of that is trying to take it away from Ning. I mean, I think Ning has found his most successful setups for the likes of Doggo on the Sejuani. But now we got to look at what Ultra Prime want to kind of focus here. I would expect jungle to be an early presence in this first phase. It looks like it's the first pick. Draven blind for Doggo, and that's confidence right there.
Yeah, so Varus gone, Lucian gone. Those are usually the two champions that can stand up to Draven in lane the most. And Ultra Prime are going to go towards this Vi as well. And, you know, if you wanted to try and go for a safe lane, you could try and opt for something like Sivir, but the problem is, you know, you get smashed in the 1v1 anyway. And sure, the spell shield will come in nice, but I mean, the overloading pressure might just still make you a bit irrelevant. We'll see what Huangfang wants to take into this one with Yao Yao. I suspect they'll probably try and go for something as, you know, disengaging as possible. Heimerding is one good option. I wonder if they just go Heimerdinger Ashe, try and play like super lane, like long range poke. I feel like that's maybe their only pretty consistently good answer here into Draven. Otherwise, they may find themselves in a whole world of hurt in the early stages.
I think that is super focused. Sorry, I got really distracted by that UCal gif there that we got to see on the screen. It is the Caitlyn and Heimerdinger that comes in, so a very oppressive bot lane to deal with this Draven.
Yeah, but there's the Ashe on the opposite side to respond to it. So double AD carry for the side of Ultra Prime, and it could also, in theory, also be a double Halo Blades lane, right? The Draven can run that if he wants to. And we've seen what those double Halo Blaze lanes can do. Ultra Prime now on the bans. Both teams, as you often see, bottom side and jungle locked in. So we'll probably see some target focus on the Ultra Prime side towards UCal because he had such an amazing game in game number 1. And there's a Silas to back
I
that one up.
actually really like that ban.
I suspect we'll probably also see the Akali just for the sake of it. And I like the Silas specifically because it means that it can't steal away the Vial to potentially lock down our very, very powerful Draven. If we get to that
Enchanted
point.
Crystal Arrow as well. I think that's just so deadly. We do get the Rise ban away from Ching. I wonder if they go for that Syndra as well. We'll see what Ultra Prime want to go ahead and ban here. It is the Akali. So yeah, I mean, UCal was definitely worthy of the ban. Focused onto him.
TT have to ban away Syndra. I don't think there's anything else you could or should be banning off the top of my head. Because
it's Ching Zoe.
I mean, sure, but also now Ultra Prime get to have Syndra and Vi at the same time if they want it. No, they go towards Harry's Kazanza. So they really, really value giving counterpick into UCal, which you have to understand, of course. But also, I feel like for Ultra Prime, if you go the double, you know, press R killer champion duo, you feel really happy about that one. Now, Jax, if memory serves me right, went untouched last game. So very interesting to see this one potentially get locked in. Sejuani, of course, it's pairing. Super strong 2v2. Seen that one already in action today. Yukao, what's he going to go towards? Toying with the idea of a Yone blind. Could be very fun. You've got the Sejuani there for the setup as well.
Yeah, I think obviously getting the double solo lanes will be in melee. So playing into the Beishwan, hype up with the Sejuani, but a lot of strength, again, given to Yukao on this Yone, given to the solo lanes, and a lot of pressure early on for this entire TT lineup as we wait for Ultra Prime's response.
Yeah, what will you go towards as Ching? I mean, you just go towards the Syndra? No, you go towards the Talia. Interesting. All right, so something to try and shut down some of the mobility. You still have a lot of all-in threat to worry about from the side of Yone, as you pretty much always will do if you're a mage, but I like this pair up because Talia loves to attack the side lanes, and Vi likely to be focusing a lot on securing a strong laning phase for Doggo and Baolan. So what better mid laner to try and do that than a mid laner that loves to roam like this Talia? So try and get some early priority, move down there and defend your Draven lane. For TT, you've got to find any way you can to try and break that pattern and also try and shut down Doggo.
And I love, and I'm interested in the fact that TT are kind of opting into a dual response here. Yes, UCal still very viable on the Yone, but they wanted to go with that aggressive response in the bottom lane with the Caitlyn, the Heimerdinger, expecting to try and take plates, expecting to see a lot of action in the bottom lane as well. So we have our sights set on both these two teams. Thundertalk Gaming versus Ultra Prime. It's game number 2. Winner go home for the day. The Thundertalk Gaming, Ultra Prime want to try to get a leg up here in the split and set themselves apart with another win and another series win for themselves. Beishwan Ning, big focuses in their early pathing, but all eyes on bottom lane. Huanfeng and Yao Yao versus Doggo and Baolan. We'll see what happens as we hit the rift for this game number 2.
Could be a surprisingly explosive matchup in the bottom side. Caitlyn Heim, land a stun into a trap, boom, dead, misstep against the Draven and Ashe. You're getting slowed by the Ashe ultos, you're getting run down by those axes. Here we are. Ultra Prime on the red side. With that.
that's the biggest focus on the red side. Oh no. Get to hear some of the crowd obviously waking up as the series have gone on. We get a little bit louder every time, but it is just the standard start for both sides here as we crest into it. I still am so interested at what momentum means in this one, and positive for Ultra Prime and negative for TT, and how they play off that first game, because again it felt like moments where TT should have had that one and they were kind of ripped it away from. And Ultra Prime ended up winning because of some of those really clutch late game calls. And we saw that very, very heavy reservation play early on where we weren't getting a lot of action. So I'm interested we get an uptick in that in this one.
Yeah, I hope the side of TT we do. They've got a much more aggressive team composition, right? Caitlyn lanes always want to try and get up in the face of their opponent and try and take away a lot of tower plates. And Jackson Yone, need I really give much description on how these laners usually want to go, especially Yukao into a Talia when you've got the Sejuani? That's a 2v2 where you should realistically be winning it most times than not. So TT, a lot of agency in the early game in all 3 lanes, whereas Ultra Prime a lot more to do with the bottom side and trying to supplement that playstyle and trying to bleed it into the rest of the map.
And I'm looking at the jungle pathing right now. Beishwan obviously going for this bottom side path potentially, unless he wants to wrap around and go for a full clear. But he will be down here. Ning has started top moving bot, so it takes a little bit more time to reach this bottom side of the map, but will eventually be able to get here. The hawk shot, though. That's the oppression. It's not the Maokai this time, but he did spin back around.
Yeah,
see if he goes
spin
all
back
the way back.
around. That's the smart thing here, though. He knows there's a ward there in that brush. He's still going to walk into it face first anyway. And as soon as Ching just stops moving, he's like, well, yeah, there's probably a ward here. And just returns to his full clear. I was hoping that Beishwan was actually going to spin all the way around and go to the bottom side of the map regardless, after kind of showing on the hawk shot that he was pathing top, but isn't what we get. And now Ning is actually just going to provide some vision. Wondering if he's going to try and commit to anything crazy as this wave was crashing underneath the tower. Looks like the answer is no.
And I do wonder how long it takes for this all this focus to come to a head here. Beishwan wrapping back around mid lane. Again, delivering resources to UCal is important for TT's win conditions, and this synergy between not enough to get the kill on Ching early. He didn't even flash. Come at me, bro.
70 HP. Come at me, Bert. Ice cold. Knows he's got the
in
health
his
to do it.
veins.
Quite surprised though. If you can blow the flash, then level 6 becomes very, very threatening. But speaking of threats, Ultra Prime again continuing to threaten. Another dive, but doesn't really come to fruition. And
oof.
I think the plate will get picked up there. Doggo and Battleland doing pretty well so far in this lane. Up 5 CS, first plate as well before 5 minutes. Fong Fong and Yayao not really having a good time with it so far.
Beishwan gonna have finished his pathing towards top side, and maybe a little bit of presence needed to help Hoya out in this lane, but I imagine a quick turn back around towards bottom side, because you cannot let all this pressure just be utilized by Ultra Prime to start stacking up dragons, start stacking up this side objectives, as Beishwan has made his way up here. Delivering a little bit of justice maybe to Harry, but can't find it. It's just going to initiate that back. So quiet on the home front early on. We've seen a little bit of skirmishing, but not too much.
Nothing crazy here as Ching.
Nothing crazy here. Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
He's just getting chunked out, you know.
Yeah, massive amount. Once that W gets
Beishwan
sidestepped.
went back top. This man is just persistent.
He is on a mission with these ganks, isn't he? He really isn't giving up at all. But the pressure's being felt, that's for sure, by the laners. It's just not, it's not yielding, you know, very visibly tangible results, but, you know, it blew the teleport of Ching at the very least, and it's also going to now get teleport of Harry. And just sort of breaking the patterns up earlier. See what that does for his lanes.
Get a little bit of movement from Balan and Yao Yao here, as it's just continuing to be a little bit of a vision game down towards bot side. We have backs coming from Ning, also Weaver's Wall available for Ching now, so that movement out of the mid lane is unlocked. You're still waiting for a lot of the setup, obviously the cease and desist from Ning, then Enchanted Crystal Arrow for Balan, but you're starting to get the pieces to the puzzle for Ultra Prime.
They come together a little bit quicker than they did in the last game. Not that they are under any rush, Ultra Prime, but just because you want to see them try and take the driver's seat.
Because you want to fight.
With the
I know
Draven.
you do. Just come out and say it.
And yes, I'm not gonna lie. I'll be the first one to say today has been slow. I already, you know, on a personal note, I'm a bit tired today, guys. No particular reason. I just am. And the slow gameplay, it just, you know, again, it's the LPL. Like, why are we getting slow games?
Do you want me to start doing some like jumping jacks with you? Want to get a little exercise routine going? I'm down.
Honestly,
if you are.
Honestly, at this point, I might need to jump start. Oh!
UCal's getting those hands pumping though. Ching, he can't get out. That's first blood for TT.
Dude, Ching just got rocked in the 1v1. Doesn't flash the Fate Sealed. I mean, to be fair, if we get a replay of it, it didn't quite look like it was going to hit by the hitbox itself. But that's the thing. It's a little bit wider than it indicates. And Ching just doesn't quite respect that. Gets solo killed. UCal does a UCal thing, and now he's got an individual lead. He's up almost 20 CS and a solo kill.
So I know that it's probably just all that Ching could afford, but I love the fact that he bought his boots. It's like, I'm not getting caught again. I'll be able to take that extra step next time. I'm not gonna get caught at the end of the Fate Sealed. As Ning actually pushing forward a little bit of that vision here, pushing in to the red buff of TT. See if UCal can actually play a little bit of defense here, as it looks like he's on the roam, maybe pushing a little bit down towards bottom lane, but will be moving back. Honestly, kind of impressed. I just saw pings from Ultra Prime onto UCal. I looked around to see if there's any vision down there. They literally spot pinged him moving bot lane without vision down there. It's kind of interesting. Unless it was a hawk shot, maybe it was.
Could have been a hawk shot, yeah. Hawk shot would make sense.
So how do you, I mean, Rift Herald's definitely going over to Beishwan and TT. Maybe a little response here to Envision for Harry. Well, I guess we'll get back to it. We'll see what happened mid lane as we're finally going back to that insane Fate Seal.
So it's kind of hard to notice because we get a T-Tor solo kill, which I can always appreciate the angle, but it is just kind of unlucky that the hitbox, the visible hitbox that Yone puts down on the floor when he goes for it, it's actually wider than it is, and Jinx doesn't respect it, gets clipped by it right on the edge. Quite frustrating, and he dies now. Tier 2 boots, fast run to the bot side.
Oh, I thought maybe. I mean, Weaver's Wall is available. We wanted to see proactivity after level 6 with Ching, getting in the side lanes, getting Doggo some help down here. They don't pull the trigger on it, and now Beishwan on his way down here to give a little bit of help to Yao Yao and Huanfeng.
Third slate going over to Doggo and Baolan. Law stacks as well that are even going to be accumulating very soon with approaching 100 CS. Not sure if our observers will end up clicking on him, but I'll keep my eyes on that just to get a rough idea. He's got to have, what? I think it's 250-ish stats. Because you get consecutive stacks.
Stop the back! Ah!
Not bad.
So close.
Close, but no cigar.
Got the Rift Herald mid lane, though.
Yeah,
Chanted Crystal Arrow goes right through the middle.
Wow.
Oh, maybe it hits. Oh, I think it hit him. It hit! Huanfeng just got hit! I know it does nothing, but Doggo's going to feel really comfortable in lane for like an extra second, maybe. I just think it's hilarious when stuff like that happens.
No problem. Here's me thinking you're getting excited about the fact that the Herald got his charge interrupted. No.
Nope.
I'm
dumb, Jamana. I like dumb things. And when you hit something across the map because you didn't mean to, I love it.
To quote my lovely friend from LC region. Oh, never mind. I don't get to. Ching's in dog. Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, no. He's got a little help there, but a little help nowhere to be found from the minions and TT. Just slam home his mid lane, honestly.
Yeah.
So what were you gonna say? What was your quote?
My lovely friend from the NLC hit parade. Me play by play. Me shout things. Me get excited. That is how he described his job.
It's how we live. It's how we live.
It is how you live.
You know?
It's a
oh
humble
my
life.
god. They've got 4 turret plates down here. Doggo is banking. He's up like 20 CS and all these plates. Ultra Prime, even though they're in a gold deficit still because of what's happening mid lane, bot lane's chilling.
Yeah, I mean, I think if UCal can be kept under control somehow in the mid game, perhaps with Ning just constantly using the ultimate to lock him down, cease and desist, right? And maybe there's an angle right on the edge to get spotted. Quite frustrating. Maybe there's an angle that Doggo can actually take over this game. He's got Eclipse already. 11.5 minutes into the game. Because right now, Ultra Prime, they have to use Doggo. He has to get further ahead than he is right now. Because UCal, he's 3 levels on the AD carry.
They're going straight to Dragon as well.
Yeah, they'll go straight to Dragon, which is good. Get the Dragon second going. They just need to be on spike the rest of that. Even if Talia, even if Ching isn't actually that far ahead, he's still going to be able to provide a fair amount with the Unraveled Earth, with good and well-placed walls as well. It's just about whether or not he's going to be able to do it consistently.
Oh my god.
4-4-4?
No way. What?
Wow.
What?
Yeah,
Okay, somebody get me the percentages. At me on Twitter. What is the percentage of this happening? Huanfeng, though, he's in some trouble himself. They finally get it. One cash out. Ching, ching. That is a huge adoration stacks over to Doggo. Baolan will happily give over his life to get Doggo that extra gold. And now Ultra Prime find themselves in the lead because of that.
Yeah, plus 930 is what I saw come up on the screen right there. And even though Baolan gives his life over, he's going to be very, very happy to do that. And Doggo is going to have to yield some of this wave, but honestly, again, I don't think he cares too much. He's used this gold really, really well. Yeah, but Ching, I think the problem is if he commits, he just dies. So I think it's better he stays where he is.
Oh, they want to. I thought they were maybe trying to make a play if Doggo stood up, but Yukao's just going to try to push this wave in one more time. We have a ping from Beishuan towards mid lane and going for the play. Ching not going to fall for it that time. Does have to flash out. It's a big summoner spell used.
Ching can very easily get abused again. Now let's take a look. Let's engage. Spawn burn for ward. Asher are in. Flash forward. Flash forward. Whoa, whoa. Lane 30. Step 20. Don't forget, Draven gets more kills at base per kill as well. It's passive. It's only 20 gold, but you know it can stack up over time. Every little helps.
It's got a Sheen and a Caulfield's in inventory now as well. So Essence Reaver coming up very quickly for Doggo already, where Huanfeng hasn't even hit first item yet. Now TT trying to make something happen on the map. Beishuan is in top side here with a roam from Yao Yao. Maybe a little bit of setup onto Harry, but they just are a little bit hesitant to pull these triggers. They know how far some of these things can lead if they do give over kills.
Yeah, exactly. That's always the problem with Draven, right? Like, he can so quickly explode out of control if you just give him one kill. That a situation like what we just saw where Doggo hadn't cashed in 12-ish minutes, gets one kill, all of a sudden he's an item and a half, and the thing is Essence Reaver is cheap as well. Combined cost for where he's at right now is only 1,000 gold, so relatively soon, after a couple more waves, he'll be able to base and he'll have 2 items, whereas Huanfeng will likely only have barely just finished his second. So again, Ultra Prime have a really, really strong card to use up their sleeve. It's just about making sure they can use it, and also making sure they can shut down Yukao. And he's got the most gold in the game, 300 gold ahead of Yukao in this game.
It, man. Dude, it's so perfect because Yukao and Doggo, it's literally these two guys just going at it. Who can get the most resources and carry their team? It's so poetic. It's perfect.
The scripts, they write themselves sometimes, don't they?
I really love the come up from Yukao, especially after seeing some struggles last year and trying to connect and be a big piece for the squad. I think it's really nice to see him kind of come into his own and say, I need the resources. I want to be in control, and I feel like we're getting a lot more of that this year. And same from Doggo, honestly. Doggo had a rough year last year on BLG. There was not a lot of positives that came out of that would-be super team, and it's just really nice to see these guys being able to show up on their teams, even if it is the early part of the season, even if it hasn't been the most positive for both these squads. It's really nice for the players themselves.
Exactly. We want these kind of performances to come out. It just does wonders for morale, right? As Ching is checking every single bush. He's still going to get clipped.
Oh, no! Oh, she's not going to die this time, but my God, just the mental factor of getting hit by that over and over again on the very tip. Man. Dragon is coming up about 40 seconds, though. TT want to clear up some vision right here, but Ultra Prime right in position to contest.
Here's the problem, though, Mazel. TT just used 2 of their strongest team fighting ultimates with 30 seconds left towards the Dragon on the weakest member of Ultra Prime. Now, they're going to drop the Herald in the mid lane to try and bring some pressure and draw Ultra Prime to the mid lane. But, again, that item breakpoint we spoke about, Draven, 2 items, Huanfeng, 1 item, and all of a sudden, TT don't have their most powerful ultimates to try and shut down Doggo. That's a bit of a problem in my book. I think Ultra Prime are going to very happily try and walk into this one and contest it because they know there's no Fate Sealed and there's no Glacial Prison to actually be afraid of. Those are the 2 big team fighting elements for TT.
It's just crazy to see how confident Doggo is moving forward. If anybody steps up, it can deal a huge chunk of damage. And now the Dragon is up. That is Ultra Prime's territory here. It will just be a Dragon Soul point to Ultra Prime 17 minutes in.
17 in. That's an arrow that doesn't look like it's gonna hit the mark. Well, it hit Harry, his teammate. So
I got you, bro. This is a proxy from Hoya though, and Hoya's starting to run away a little bit with this top side of the map. 20 CS up. Has that Divine Sunder build and getting a little bit of attention from Beishuan and Yao Yao.
Take the tower. Harry's not going to teleport back to this one.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess TT, they trade out, but again, Ultra Prime with this Draven feels really, really scary. And again, he's getting the stacks going. Yeah, again, he's rebuilding. He's at 170, 75-ish right now. So if he cashes in a kill, it's going to be worth, what, an extra 300 at the moment.
Double TP from TT. Baolan, he gets engaged on Counter-Strike. They've left him out. He's all alone, and now he's dead. Ning trying to come save the day. Ching is the next one caught out. Ace in the hole. Doesn't go through. He goes golden. But this is really troublesome for Ultra Prime. Ning's going down next. And TT, they've used a little bit of that momentum, but going in the favor of themselves and take out 3.
Really clean pincer from TT. They break apart some of Ultra Prime's pressure that they were building up. And Doggo just isolated, unable to really add too much to the fight ever to get his damage out. So TT, not only were they able to find a strong pincer, they also removed one of the stronger components from actually being able to respond. Just makes that fight even more lopsided than it already was.
Doggo hit level 11 now as well. A little bit of strength, I guess, gained in the Whirling Death, but a little bit of invade being contested here by Ultra Prime. Reset coming out from TT now. 3 minutes for a Dragon with the Baron spawning in about 50 seconds. I would expect with a little bit of this reset coming out from TT, they want to get back on the map, try to find a pick before the next Dragon fight to set themselves up for it. But now we look at the replay and the setup that TT had around this crazy fight.
Yeah, exactly. One TP, one from the top side, one kind of directly to the side. Collapse is too strong. Ching, I mean, nice stuff watch, but he's always going to die. Back end, stunned up. Ning as well, pays for it. Great stuff from TT, just finding their targets. And again, Doggo a little bit too out of position. I don't want to say out of position because he was where he kind of had to be, but at the same time, not in the position he would like to be in to deal damage, right? Not enough of a strong front line to really supplement his damage that he can get done.
Okay.
A Baron
well, this is innovative.
It's gone.
Ning,
yeah, no,
I think, realizes what's going on here. I mean, they're TPing. He's all the way on bot side, though. This is really, really difficult. They don't have any vision. 4,000 health. What a pick off here from TT. It is secured by Beishuan. They are out of here. Ning not in the right place, not at the right time. Dodges out of the glacial prison, but finds himself in the death rail right afterwards. TT, they're using that speed.
No.
Fate sealed from Yukao, sets up the wombo, and Yukao picks up the kill onto Baolan. Harry getting low, Ching getting low. They go down. Harry flashes out, survives by barely a sliver. And TT just keep finding fight wins. Yukao is picking this team up here, Jamada.
Gold difference has exploded as well. 4,000 gold in the lead TT. All of a sudden, the Draven is just not marrying. It's not a factor so far in some of these team fights, and very creative. I'm not sure if they had information, and if they did, where, because this is such a good Baron startup. I'd love to know what prompted it. Great science there. But Ning is just too far forward. Look where he is. Look where the rest of Ultra Prime are. No one can follow up on the damage.
Harry was big.
Yeah, really huge. And look at this lock up. And really nice discipline. One thing you'll see a lot of the time, especially from the Yasuo and Yone players, is they'll find the knock-up and then auto-attack. If you do that, too much time, and the player can flash out of the ultimate immediately afterwards. So Yukao, Q into flash, nice knowledge of the micro mechanics there. And the fight just way too split apart. As now another engage comes through onto Baolan.
They're looking for a pick before the Dragon fight. They don't find it, but they get the cleanse and heal out of the bot lane of Ultra Prime. This might not be something where Ultra Prime can contest this next Dragon. They just need to rally the horses a little bit and get some protection going for these lanes as tier 2 tower is starting to fall.
Yeah, tier 2's it's the Baron though, so you expect it. TT advancing with not much mercy. I suspect they're going to go back and pick up the dragon, though it would waste a little bit of their very coveted Baron time left, so we'll see if there are any other options. For now, Yukal's just going to be sent back and on duty to take that one away, but as the waves are cleared, Ultra Prime do enough defense to get that one done, and TT will just pick up the Dragon Denied Assault and keep this gold lead as wide as they can for now. We'll see where they decide to move after this.
Nice catch off Wanfong here, though. This is a bait if I've ever seen one. Enchantress Hero connects, helps Ning out a little bit. He's going to start the back here. They realize he is gone, so he will be getting that back off at least. But pressure back on the bot side as TT pushing with this Baron buff for 20 more seconds.
Yep, exactly.
Man, they just keep going for it over and over again.
Relentless TT right now. Ultra Prime, they at the very least get this tower on the top side. It's got objective bounties attached to it, so gold injection is going to feel nice. If there's a caveat, it's that Doggo has 300 stacks right now, so, you know, if he gets killed, the cash-in's going to go brazy. But is he going to get the kill right now? Because TT are being so disciplined about a lot of their approaches. It does feel very, very difficult, and
he's definitely backing with the third item here, I think. Like, he's got like a 50 CS lead over Wanfong and still on his second and a half item. Would be expecting he's very close to finishing that third item here. And TT realized they might have a little bit of presence on the map with having Yukal finish his second item. Has the IE out as well and has a stopwatch in tow. Man, Doggo is just staying on the map here while there's really nothing to fight for. A little bit of defense needed in the top side, but just trying to stack up as much gold as possible.
Yeah, and of course, because he has the agility cloak and the stopwatch, the amount of items he can buy might be relatively limited right now. So
I think he's just saving up to buy that full third.
yeah, it could be that as well. He has been on the
I'm
map for a really
surprised they
long
won't
time.
try to back. They're going to try to get a pick here, though, I guess.
Yeah, they want someone from TT to
Here
walk
it
in. I
comes.
guess they're just
They've
going to
got
go.
TPs everywhere. Shine down the lights. Wanfong is down. Send the bat signal because TT needs something. As Ultra Prime pouts, and they do so beautifully.
Really nice. Ash Arrow plus the Vial just to lock down Wanfong. He's not Yukal, but he is very strong at 2 items at the moment. Hoya.
He really wanted that 3-man counter strike. It was so close. Beishwan on the backside here doesn't have Glacial Prison, so can't really do anything. Bounty gold available and secured by Ultra Prime.
Really good. Really, really good from Ultra Prime. Find the pick. Get the tower. Don't overextend. Really nice. The only way that's better is if Doggo gets that kill, probably. But you can't complain. You still find the pick and you break up the momentum of TT a little bit. All of a sudden, you know, that breathing down your neck feeling kind of feels like it's a little less prominent as, there you go, Wanfong just gets ulted. Ash Arrow. Actually, Ash Arrow hits, hits Beishwan. Yeah.
Wow.
Just about misses. Didn't
I
catch
mean, that honestly, it works, right? You don't get that re-engage there in the end. I honestly love the setup that we've seen Ultra Prime go for, even if they've lost a little bit of control around the map. They definitely are down a decent amount of gold for this moment in the game, but they've started stacking up the dragons so early that they have given themselves a lot of breathing room.
Yeah, exactly right. And again, it's a cloud, and it's a cloud that doesn't really have a lot of value to the game. So there's not too much, you know, threat of, oh no, the enemy team is going to get Hextech Soul, and then fighting into them is going to be impossible. Or Mountain, no, we can't one-shot the enemy team anymore. So, yeah, breathing
How
room.
much gold is Doggo backing with right now? I wish I could know.
Very valid. Oh man.
All
Well,
right, there's
you
the
bought
Lord
Lord
Dom. He
Doms.
only could buy 2 things because, again, his inventory is pretty full already. But does get the Lord Doms, and I think that's huge going against this competition who's starting to stack up some of that tankiness here.
A lot of HP too. Don't forget the Giant Slayer proportion. Yes, of the Lord Doms. It actually gives you a lot more damage than you'd probably expect. So, health stack of Beishwan and even Hoya, who's got the Black Cleaver second on top of the Divine Thunder. It's a lot of bonus HP for both those targets.
True.
So, it's going to help him cut down
They're
the
doing
front
it.
line of TT very easily. As yeah, they are doing
So-
it. TT, they're on the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon's whole point for Ultra Prime, they're trying to pull some of that attention and force the hand of Ultra Prime to move up here, so it's easier for TT to position from mid lane down to the pit where the Dragon's spawning in 20 seconds.
Seems that's the call for now, because they're definitely not going to commit to a Baron. Certainly not Ultra Prime. They're just going to clear away this mid wave. TT, though, they are sat quite neutrally here. It looks like Yukal's going to solo the Dragon as TT continue to kind of just mimic, fake, sit in fog and pretend that they could be on the Baron.
Interesting. I maybe a little bit of hesitancy in that topside backing setup for Ultra Prime does lead to the second Dragon secured for TT. And a little bit of an awkward situation. If you could see on the minimap, Doggo had like started walking topside, then stopped and just kind of like walked around in circles there for a little while. And it's just a bit of that lull period for Ultra Prime to deal with, as now we're getting the backs from TT starting to come out. So where do you really want to see TT focus on when they come back out?
I think basically just try and set up around the Baron, right? See if you can draw Ultra Prime in and try and capitalize on any kind of misposition you can. And of course, ideally, if you can find Doggo, great, but I'm just not sure it's going to happen so easily given how he's been playing so far. Very, very reserved for the most part, and he's got almost 500 stacks.
Yeah.
Which,
needs to cash in, man! Man, feed me something!
He's starving. We've got a gold toggle, bit of a rarity, obviously, from this side. But,
dude, it's literally just Yukal versus Doggo.
It is Yukal versus Doggo. It is pretty funny. However, because Doggo's items are cheaper, he's at 2.5 technically items right now, or 3.5 rather. Whereas Yukal, looking to go towards a GA third. He will have it probably on that base actually. Yeah, there you go. So both at 3 items, very, very strong. And now Yukal has the opportunity to kind of willy-nilly dive forward and not care too much about his life, because if he dies in the GA, he should be able to have his team resurrect and defend him for it. So very powerful base to go back to buy on, and Yukal should be able to be played around very easily.
So I guess we're crossing over this 30-minute mark, and so the question does bear. I know we talked about it a little bit in draft, but these scaling options. I mean, I do see Yukal being able to have such a massive impact in late game situations, and I still think that Ultra Prime have some of those fashions. But in your case, or I guess in your eyes, do you think Yukal has that upper hand right now over Doggo?
Yeah, I feel like. The thing is, he's a melee assassin, right? So it's always going to be the case.
Nothing to see here. Oh, baby,
yeah,
Chink
he's
says nothing
out.
to see here.
Yeah, he's
he
out.
He makes it out alive again. That's actually incredible. We've seen it a couple times now as well.
All right, not bad. Does lose his flash, of course, but definitely take that as Doggo gives Yukal the respect he deserves, especially when he's in that spirit form. Steps back and he'll continue to push that top side of the map, but the fact that Ching doesn't die means that the pressure isn't overbearing immediately, and Ultra Prime just continue to, you know, kind of just keep their hand out at TT, not really allow TT to get an uppercut, but as I say
there's the uppercut knockout right there. TT back onto the Baron.
Yeah, Up have just been, keep the boxing terminology up, they've just been keeping straights at them. Couple jabs here and there. TT, really good counters, but it's only really now where they find Ning. They get the Baron again, up 5,000 gold, and they should be able to break the base now, at the very least, you would suspect. Ultra Prime have got to find something really, really big to break up this momentum.
Ning caught sneaking around a little bit there. He was like trying to cut that corner. They're like, nah, we're gonna get you. Just went straight in. I think that's something that was a little bit present for TT last time around, especially in the later parts. I mean, they were finding picks for Yukal all the time, but now we're in the later parts of the game, and it's still working for them. And they might even find Harry here as Yao comes down. Harry should have some help coming his way as the Ultra Prime reinforcements are coming out in full with a TP from Ching. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, immediately cleansed out of. And you have Yukal that's away from this fight, but a TP is available to him. Ultra Prime pull off of it, though. Not going to pull the trigger on a 5v5.
No, don't want to commit for now. Just try and split the pressure across as many lanes as you can. Try to.
That's 3 items right there.
I mean, it's a 5-level lead. Look, it's a big red chunk, so it looks very, very scary.
It's IE completed though, at least for Hong Kong, for sure.
What we learned from that though is Doggo also doesn't want to tank that either.
He did in the beginning of the game. Now, not so much.
Yeah, now not so much. Baolan should try his best to not tank it unless it means keeping Doggo alive. My god, Asher is going to connect. A lot of chunk damage, to be fair.
Ning not going to find it. Oh, Harry in a 1v2 in mid lane. The GA going to make UCal feel very confident moving out. There is Dragon on the table, and it looks like we're going to go to yet another game where we get the 3-3 split as Ultra Prime just defending their base for a little bit longer.
Honestly, you know, the more I think about it, like, the higher Draven stacks get, I always forget that they added this. The execution on the Draven
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be
if he
hilarious?
actually hit that one, he might have actually killed him.
Yeah, like, well, I think in Hoya's case, because he's got a Frozen Heart, I don't think he would have been brought below the threshold.
True.
But wouldn't it be hilarious if we just see, like, Huang Fang die for, like, 1.2k because he eats both portions of the Draven Heart and gets executed from it? Well,
Doggo's just overstaying. He's trying to get a little bit of extra gold at the minion wave. He's got to be so close to his 4th item, and I feel like the inventory stuff has really been hounding him, with the pun intended.
Yeah, he's had that stopwatch for a while. Oh, Asher just goes past Long Fong.
Now we get a little bit of engage onto Ching with that ace in the hole, firing away. And the lane states right now on top side, definitely something to worry about. UCal very, very strong. But I do wonder if there's a way to capitalize. We haven't seen much of that cohesion from Ultra Prime in their wombo combos since those early moments.
It's been a long time. Very, very long time. TT, I mean, it's more to do in my mind with Ultra Prime just not giving too many opportunities as a unit. In fact, it's pretty much just been pretty isolated incidents.
Here we go.
I say this on the opposite end.
A lot of CC, and Yao Yao's down. Maybe Ning joining him, though, right into UCal. And Huanfang gets the kill. Bei Xuan has shown up now as well with the CC on the foul end. UCal stunned up there because of the Talia ground, and I wonder if UCal, a little bit of health trade there, still feeling very confident because of that GA and getting very, very close to that full build as well.
Yeah, he is. DD could be going for a Wit's End. Could even just go, well, I feel like you don't need Force of Nature in this game, so yeah, just go Wit's End as well. Stack extra damage on top of some more defensive stats. TT know that UCal's strong as well, and they've been using him fairly well to get pressure on the side lane. Excuse me, pressure on the side lanes. Hasn't quite been able to get them anything into the base, but that's the crucial thing for Ultra Prime. They've kept it alive on that front, and you know, we're approaching a time now where, sure, 7,000 gold lead for TT. We're 36 minutes into the game. Gold lead is going to start to matter a lot less, and execution.
Yeah.
In fact, no, execution already matters more than the gold difference. So I think Doggo now with his Infinity Edge, by the way.
Yeah. The scary part is, though, is that Huanfang is literally on par, right? And obviously you have a lot of more strength, I feel like, if you're on par in terms of like trying to set up a lot of team fight when you're at those full items for both sides. My goodness. Again, just that half health ace in the hole. But I'm very curious, okay? As Huanfang now is at that full itemization with Doggo, where Doggo's strengths come out.
Kind of just being allowed to hit some of the squishies for a couple of war attacks, right? That's always the thing about Draven. Draven just hits really, really hard when he's even, or obviously, of course, when he's ahead and oppressively got too much gold as...
Oh, they're on to Harry. Look at UCal. He gets denied, though, as Ning had gone over the wall. Harry tanking up Sobo. Oh, no, Ning's on a magical journey. He's found himself in the middle of Thunder Talk Gaming, and he's down.
Ning just goes too far forward again, Mazel, and Ultra Prime all of a sudden, a fight that looked like it was probably going to be fine, and another disengage. It's TT again on the Baron, and probably an objective they're going to secure here unless you get some real full-blown shenanigans. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. TT get their third Baron of the game. Ultra Prime have to play full defensive. They're actually getting collapsed on though.
Wait, their TP. Oh, Balan is down. Doggo had split. Weaver's Wall gets Ching to safety. And Doggo able to survive as well with some side step in there. Harry trying to block a little bit of damage as Yukal's in the side lane, taking down the tower with this Baron buff that TT had acquired.
Definitely. Baron buff siege underway. Base has got to be broken now, surely. This one can't be kept alive, especially now that Battleland's dead. 4 versus 5 still. Tier 3 number 1.
Haven't been able to get kills, man. They just can't get the setup for themselves. And TT want to push us to 3 games. As in his traded pack, because Doggo just deleted Huanfeng. Those stacks finally cashed in, but is it enough to make the difference? Because everyone else is falling apart around him. Yukao trying to go for it, gets a couple shots in his back. Hoya not going to get knocked back just yet. Beishuan getting a little bit lower, and you can see some of that bite back from Ultra Prime, but they've got their base torn to shreds.
They did indeed. And I don't want to say that Huanfeng may have been executed for like 1.1, 1.2k gold. But if we get a replay of it, you will very clearly see Huanfeng might have been executed. Just look at Huanfeng's HP. Just, yeah.
Don't do it, Doug.
No, they know. Look.
They know.
Through about 900. 1.2.
It didn't show us the damage. No!
We didn't get the damage double prop.
That was over 1,000. That was, oh my god!
Yeah, that was,
Oh, that's despicable.
That's the power of having 684 stacks on Draven. Don't let it happen.
Jeez. He is now full build. So if you had any questions about that, it is answered. And now with that strength Doggo and the GA, feeling a lot more confident moving out on the map, but you still gotta be careful. There's so many tools to delete him from the map.
Not for a red buff.
And yeah, not for a red buff, but he does get that one.
I was really hoping. Not like that, right? 40 minutes, 2 kills. You're playing Draven. It's a boring game. You say to yourself, I'm going to go and get my red buff. What's waiting in there for me? In the brush. Oh no, it's a full item Yone. Like,
literally, I feel like Ning, instead of trying to take these aggressive advances, literally just needs to wait for whoever's going to fight Doggo and stop them.
Just wait. If it's Yukao, brilliant. But like, just don't go in anymore, man. It's not good for your health. It's not good for my health. It's not good for the health of your chances at winning this game.
Yeah, true. Ace in the hole coming through, blocked by Ning. Harry's fighting Hoya on the side. 2 inhibs are down now. Side swiped as Doggo cleanses instantly. Balan almost dies outright though. Harry getting collapsed on now, but the rest of Ultra Prime are right here. Weaver's Wall comes across tower, getting lower. The final inhib tower is down. Doggo's back in the fight, though. You gotta watch him or Yukao as the finishing touches of TT onto Ultra Prime's base are being masterfully done here. Last inhib fallen, and TT getting lasting damage with these double super minions.
Yeah, they will. So much damage, and they're going to stick around as well. Hoya's going to teleport back to the fight here. Wants to get some of his resource back. Maybe he has some gold as well to spend. This is the last chance to loot here for Ultra Prime because TT, they want to commit for it.
Engage lands, but the big fate sealed, and it's done just that potentially for Ultra Prime. Under tower, Yukao with the double flash engage. He's in trouble, but he's not going down. He's going back in for a triple, and that is huge for TT. They lose one back. Ace in the hole comes through, but the work has already been done to the towers. Doggo still maybe makes the difference here. Doggo engaged on Doggo down, and TT, they've won on blue side, and we're going to game 3.
41 minutes on the clock. An explosive game when the fights happen. and TT have won on blue side. That is the highlight of this game here. And Yukao carries TT over the finish line. It was Yukao versus Doggo the entire time. And frankly, Ultra Prime couldn't put Doggo on the pedestal he needed to be put on to deal his damage, whereas Yukao had all of the agency to do whatever the hell he wanted all the time. And frankly, I think the focus towards the mid lane was great from the early stages from TT. They kind of just recognized that this Talia pick 1-to-1, if we can shut it down, then all of a sudden Ning loses his access to the bottom side. And sure, the 2v2 in the bottom side didn't go great for TT, for Huang Fang in particular, but it doesn't really matter if you can just exclude Doggo from all the action. Pretty much from start to nearly finish, he had 2 kills in 45 minutes. Ridiculous. So excellent stuff from TT to shut down the win conditions.
And you gotta beg the question about the Vive for Ning and not seeing the setup really pay off in that fashion, right? Yes, the Maokai was banned away, but it was a lot of those forward engages that did not go their way. And I think the capitalization from TT and specifically Yukao always being a pressure point around the map in the side lanes, but as well as the TP flanks and always kind of being a worry that that Ultra Prime had to deal with. It is beautiful that that they are able to execute in the way that they did.
Yeah, no, it's very, very good to see. And, you know, TT bringing out a slightly different style of mid laner to what we have been seeing again, right, with this Yone pick. And it worked wonders. And somehow, you know, well, credit to Ching. He managed to deal the most damage in the game somehow. But yeah, he got completely destroyed in the 1v1, so it didn't really matter. It set up TT for an excellent amount of success. And even Huang Fang ended up doing quite well for himself as well. TT, I think, just kind of read the game well. I think they shut down what Ultra Prime really wanted to do, which was accelerate Doggo in the early stages. And the team fights that ensued never really allowed Doggo to flourish. And I think that was because of how TT approached many times more than not. So I think now, this next game, if we see a very, you know, tenuous and very slow paced early game, I don't know now after seeing this game number 2 whether or not Ultra Prime really have the, you know, level of discipline, specifically cough cough Ning, to just kind of sit there and recognize, all right, Doggo's our carry. He has to stay alive. He has to be the one that gets all the kills. Otherwise, yeah, we just see a repeat of this where TT outlasts them.
I think some of that range definitely came into effect later on, especially for the fact that if Doggo stepped up, he immediately had a Yone, a Sejuani, and a Jax all jumping on him. Is definitely going to factor into what we see kind of Ultra Prime adapt to for game number 3. We are going to be sending it to a short little break, though, as we get ready for our final game of the day, so don't go anywhere. And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huang Fang, Yukao, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes Yukao, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and Yukao's come to town. They find Hung, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT! They're going all the way in here. Qing Tian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qing Tian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry harder? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible! He's just that.
One has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoyan cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge as Yukao forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants Yukao as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The Guillotine comes into play. Qingtian! CS3! 3v1!
It is a win
cleanse out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bot strong going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganavi to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down?
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split. We are here in day number 2 of week 4. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada, and we have gotten to a 3-game series between TT and Ultra Prime, and everything's been going down to plan. We had a very strong performance from Doggo in game number 1. Ning got the MVP, but in game number 2, TT shows some grit and shows some strength through the mid lane, and Yucal on his Yone while he gets MVP.
Yeah, you know, we set up the narrative and, you know, all of the story good stuff because, you know, it's what we're here to do. And it just writes itself for us. Yucal comes out and is an absolute monster in this game and ensures that TT actually give us, I beg your pardon, a game 3. And it all started off, honestly, as early as here, right? It was this solo kill, which really set the tone, and there's just not really much Ching can do. If he doesn't flash the initial fate sealed, that's it, he dies. And from this point on, Yucal just felt so out of control. Like, there was no one that could really shut him down or do anything about this, because, you know, you got an Ashe support. Vi isn't playing exactly to shut you down either, and this was a huge fight as well. And it felt like no one on Ultra Prime besides perhaps Harry could have done anything about this. And frankly, I think TT just approached a lot of these team fights in a way where they were trying to avoid giving Doggo a lot of opportunities to put down too much damage and just play the game however they felt like. That was pretty much it. It was just the flow of freedom to do that and just avoid giving Doggo too much space, and it worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, and I think Doggo getting that early advantage, them not being able to execute on it, is something to be looked at for Ultra Prime, and it's something where I definitely feel like they're going to opt into a more sustained late game carry for themselves this time for Doggo, and especially with that reliance on the Zeri, see if that rises in priority, as Ultra Prime will be back on the red side for a 3rd game. So see if they can try and muster up some of that miracle magic and come back from that game number 2. But it is about the setup for Yucal, for Doggo, who gets that early advantage and who can kind of snowball that through the power of Ning and Beishwan.
Yeah, pretty much. Junglers are going to be very, very important in this game number 3, right? For Beishwan, it feels like he's setting up excellently around Yucal, and on the opposite end for Ning, I wouldn't say that he's necessarily not setting up around Doggo, you know, entirely. I think in the early game, especially last game, he wasn't exactly allowed the opportunity to do it, you know, firsthand a lot of the time. He was very much just kind of around the area, but then in the mid game where perhaps you would argue his role is more to shut down Doggo being dove, he didn't really do that, and it felt like he was playing a little bit too much to find re-engages for his team and then immediately getting blown up and not providing much else. So I think a little bit of role reassessment could go the distance here for Ultra Prime Ning and Ultra Prime as a whole, because again, Doggo is the guy that seems to be their, you know, I don't want to say their savior, strong word, but the person that will get them over the line to actually take down TT here.
And I think the Talia in mid lane was good. I think we got to see a little bit of a difference in Ching's playstyle. Obviously, them oppressing mid lane made it very difficult to get into the side lanes, to get down there to help Doggo. They tried it one time, but it was just a mistimed situation for them. So maybe a little bit more priority needed for mid lane as well for Ultra Prime. But we're getting into the picks and bans here for our final game of the day. TT there on the blue side, ban away the Lucian and the Zeri, while we will see the bans of the Varus and the Heimerdinger from Ultra Prime.
Okay, bans likely to stay the same here for TT, at least the bottom lane ones. No real reason to change them up, right? It seems like Doggo, I mean, he blind picked Draven, so it kind of says a fair amount about where perhaps Ultra Prime feel, or TT feel Ultra Prime's AD carry pool is. See as well what Ultra Prime exactly want to move away here. Last time it was the Maokai, which then set up the Sejuani first pick, and it felt like, frankly, Ning's Vi wasn't exactly the answer. So will they ban away the Sejuani and then give over the Maokai and look for the opposite side of the matchup? Will they just leave both junglers open so they can handshake them? I think that's the better trade, and you look to remove away something that you feel like TT could upset you on in game 3, and I feel like Elise is a pretty decent read. Now TT, they're going to lock in the Maokai because they know that Ning was pretty damn good at it, and they're going to try and give Ning back the Sejuani, which honestly he's comfortable on anyway, but after seeing his game 1 performance, maybe not feeling so comfortable as to give it to him again.
Oh my god!
Now it's just a Draven first pick again, so that says to me they weren't upset with the Draven and how it played, more perhaps how Ultra Prime played around Doggo and the Draven. So let's see how they actually try and utilize it in this game, because it felt like they couldn't get the front foot going as many times as they would have loved to in the game number 2.
And vast difference to the engage style of the Sejuani setting up the Doggo Draven. I think that's the biggest difference here between the two. We do see the Jace come out, though, as a blind pick for TT. Maybe a little bit of flexibility there, probably, since UCal has played it before in the mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. With TT, it's a flex pick. We've seen a fair amount of Jace actually end up mid recently, not just here in the LPL, but globally, if it makes sense. And Jace, alongside Ziggs, definitely spells that they're going to be running this Jace in the mid lane, so it might actually just end up being a bit of a blind. Still, of course, very, very flexible. So we will see what TT end up going towards, but Ziggs is going to be a bit of a nuisance for Draven to deal with outside of lane, and also provides a lot of wave clear. So I think Ultra Prime, yeah, we really want to send it on something super offensive, and have TT kind of worry about the laning phase a lot more than outside of lane. I feel like you may want to ban away Braum, just because you've blind picked the Nautilus, and you don't want to have to deal with that matchup, just as a, you know, a response, right? That CC can be so frustrating to deal with. The shield, the passive, it's really obnoxious, and I think it can shut down Draven really, really well. And also the damage that he can put out, simply because, you know, ultimate as well.
Now we get the Leona band away from Yao Yao, one of his comfort picks, as well as maybe a response to that Nautilus. The Silas band away against Ultra Prime, taking something away from Ching, where he'll have a lot of that viability with the Maokai steals, the Mega Inferno bomb, things like that. You just don't want to give a lot of those tools over. And now we're looking, final ban is the Alistar or Ultra Prime. So they want to try to take away these engaged supports against this bottom lane.
Okay, I don't mind it either, because TT are technically lacking on, you know, sort of follow-up or primary engage, is probably the more apt form that they are lacking. There's a Zoe again from Ching. So what will we get out of the mid lane or the top lane here? Will it just be a Cassante yet again for Harry? I mean, this time you have Sejuani, so I don't mind it as much, and then you try and just see where the Jace will land, but they just go for the Syndra straight up this time around. I like it, honestly. Yeah. Now this time Harry will have a little more of an idea of what he's playing against, and he's got the Sejuani on his side, so he should have a winning 2v2 in the top side if that's something that Ultra Prime would like to lean on before they give Doggo some resources.
Yeah, you don't need the double melee solo lane as we got the setup for mid lane. Chain looked really good on the Syndra. It has been a big pick for him as well, most played. So love to see that coming through here. But there it is potentially, and it is locked in, the Braum for TT, and that setup against the bot lane of Doggo and Balan.
Yeah, and actually the value went up after the ban phase, because Syndra, the ultimate, can get blocked by Braum if he's in position to do it. So let's really hope that they had good reason to not remove it away, and hopefully that Yao Yao has a bit of a poor game on this one, because he's got a lot of value sitting on his shoulders in this game against Syndra, against an aggressive melee support as well. Harry's going to pick up the Gnar on the opposite end, so looking for maybe a little bit of side lane presence and dominance through that one team fighting prowess with the Mega Gnar, because they're going to need it. They've got a very strong team fighting composition, Ultra Prime, and then Draven to boot. A lot of, you know, strong R-keys to work with on the opposite end. A lot more poke, a lot more temperamental disengage, and trying to re-engage perhaps with the Cassante and the Maokai. That's going to be the name of the game here for TT.
And a lot more easy team fight setup for Ultra Prime as well, I feel like. So both teams kind of learning lessons from the first parts of the game, and I think applying those lessons here. We still have the main heroes in UCal and Doggo, but I feel like their supporting cast has leveled up for sure coming into this last one.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially on the Ultra Prime side, in my opinion. I think, you know, the lack of go hard engage to be, you know, followed up on was kind of lacking from Ultra Prime. Sure, they had the vibe, but I felt like in that game, Ning just can't really do anything besides play defensively, and that's not really where you want to be on a Draven, right? And I think for TT, opposite side, sure, you've got a couple of engaged tools, but I think with Ultra Prime being so geared into moving forward, you've got a lot of strong tools to deny areas and also just play stalwart, right? Stand your ground and just hope you can soak the damage and then start to look to turn it around.
Well, we've been through a journey tonight as Ultra Prime took game number 1 of this series with some very decisive late game plays. TT came out with a very strong response in their own right in game number 2, and here we are, the culmination. Will it be UCal? Will it be Doggo? And will it be TT or Ultra Prime coming away with their second series win of the split?
Jayo's ring, as they always do. Glad to see the fans are still quite lively at this time. Getting quite late, of course, as we've had long games, right? We had a 2-0 in the first series today, but the games weren't exactly very quick. And then, of course, this series has been quite slow as well. So has let us.
Don't make me bring out the exercise. We'll get kills going right now. 1 minute and 30 seconds. We'll get it going.
Mate, I need it.
So we see the opposite side starts yet again, though, as Ning will be on that top side, pathing down towards spot. We'll see if the wraparound comes from Beixuan, but should be traditionally looking to see what influence he can get early on. And I think Ning, again, just feels a lot more confident on this Sejuani. Has been the main pick he's been leaning towards a lot of the time, and TT came into this series saying, we're going to try and steal away from you and see how confident you are. And so far, we saw that answer, and it worked out for TT.
Yeah, exactly. I think there should be a lot more confidence on the opposite end as well for Ultra Prime with this much. Engage, go, go, go on their end as.
Man, that's twice. No trade back from Yao Yao.
Not much you can do just yet. It's definitely more about the sort of 2-3 onwards. I will say, you have Ziggs as your, bottom lane partner. You're not going to stack the passive particularly quickly, but it's still going to be really impressive. What I will say is a lot of Merc Treads value on the side of Ultra Prime. I mean, honestly, a lot of Merc Tread value on TT as well. So we'll see what they decide to go towards now. Ning did walk over a ward. He's also walking over this ward. I think they're going to try and go for a level 3 dive.
You see, actually, Beixuan has stopped his pathing and rotated back towards bottom. They're going to TP too. This is what we needed. Ning doesn't get the proc on him. One more gets the stun there. Beixuan has arrived, and Beixuan, he gets the first blood for TT. All of a sudden, the tables are turned, and everything's upside down for Ultra Prime. UCal might be fine again. There's the Winter's Bite to seal the fate of Baolan.
Ultra Prime finally look for an early game aggressive play because they've got the stacked wave. And even though the teleport from UCal gets cancelled, TT's response is still excellent. Like you called out, Beixuan cancelled his full clear, just said, oh, okay, this is going on. I have to answer it. Goes down there, stops the dive from happening. And the result is 2 kills, 1 onto UCal, 1 onto Beixuan. We've seen how much damage Maokai can do, so not fussed about that. The only upside really for Ultra Prime is that Doggo didn't end up dying, so I guess he's still going to continue to stack. Not that he had many in the first place, but it's just so hard to get past the brawl and follow up on the damage, and you can kind of see eventually they do swap targets, but at that point it's already too late. Beixuan's here. He locks down Ning very, very easily, and he gets bursted down as quick as you'd like, and the follow-up is just there for TT.
First blood goes over to the First Blood Kings in TT. At least before the series, we're at 71.4% first blood rate. So really, really good stuff for them to continue to emphasize on that. Ning now making a second path here, hovering between mid and bot, while UCal and Beixuan look at mid. Oh, this is huge. This is huge. UCal flashes right into the waiting arms or the licking tongue of the giant Poro under Sejuani and Ning.
Yep, really, really good to secure that one. No teleport available for UCal either, so the wave will get reset. King will just go back to base, can look to teleport or walk back, whichever one he prefers, whichever one he feels like is more necessary. Teleport in the early stages you can kind of use quite liberally, as you can't really teleport to, plays very often anymore. It's very defensive summon the spell teleport. So Ultra Prime find that advantage, and they're going to try and turn it into a dragon straight away, clearing this bottom wave very, very quickly. And with UCal not in the mid lane to show face, this should in theory, just be the dragon. As you can see, Beishuan's up in the top side right now, just getting a counter jungle going.
I think it's good heads-up play by TT. The optimization in terms of like where you can get resources at now that we're seeing Ultra Prime actually take some early objectives. You did get level 6 for Ching, obviously in the mid lane, so now something to play off of is that. But Doggo still waiting to cash in, still waiting to get some resources delved his way as Harry might be in some trouble up here.
Yeah, Beishuan just steps quite far back, and now that that sapling goes down, fully aware where the Maokai is. Just go take his reset, has the TP. His wave is still slow pushing against him though, so it will be quite uncomfortable for some time as he questions whether or not Beishuan is actually hanging around. That dragon was secured. It's an ocean. 5 in a row. Do you think, like, all day?
No way. There's no
surely
way,
not, right?
man. If it goes Cloud, I don't know. Do we just like let the winds speak for the rest of the night? Do we just let it go? They'll cast.
No call. Yeah, just we just won't cast. We're not gonna walk out. We're still gonna be
We'll
here
just
watching
make
the
like
game.
wind noises. I'll go get like a fan. I'll put it in front of my microphone. Let's see what happens.
Oh god.
Does that mean that if we do that with like all the other ones, we have to get all the other elements too? Does it mean if I have to go get like a bucket of water if it's only ocean
Right.
dragons
And if it's
flamethrower, if it's I don't know.
if it's mountain, do I have to go outside, like grab some mud and just start smacking
Go
my
get
mic
some
with it? Like
dust.
what? God, surely not. That would be 5 times in a row. What's the maths on that? There's 6 dragons in the game. I'm not good enough at maths to.
Math on live air, don't do it. We do get the
No.
Riptail
Yeah.
spotting very soon here, 45 seconds away. We have Ning up this way as well, so it could be that early objective focus continuing to be the main focus for Ultra Prime.
Expect it will be. Oh, this is a really nice play. But yeah, Cassante is Cassante. Will all out his way away from the gank and won't find their pick right before the Rift Barrel. And I suspect that because of that, we might just see Ning run from top to bot and see if he can find another play. Like Yukao dodges out.
Too quick.
So yeah, a little bit too quick there. So that won't be an immediate start, likely. Harry still playing a lot of annoyance and poke here on Hoya. And as you can see, Beishuan's now made his way up to the top side because he doesn't want to lose this instantaneous Herald. And Ning now has level 6 while he's on Vision.
Yeah,
but
he's right
Ching is
on
just
that
getting
ward.
Ching is getting slammed in the 1v1 right now. In the HP department anyway, because he is up a significant amount of CS.
Rift Herald started up by TT, maybe leaning more so towards his top side as the Nature's Grasp comes out. Harry trying to take the 1v1. He goes mini and he dies to Hoya. That'll be 3 kills on the board for TT.
Yeah, not exactly a 1v1 there, Harry. Once Beishuan shows up, and I'm not actually sure if they had any information. I'm pretty sure they did spot out Beishuan, so kind of greedy to give this one away as Prime's bottom lane rotates up, and that's actually going to signal Thunder Talk to just step back a little bit. They don't want to deal with Draven this early on with Syndra. Still, it feels like Hoya has to reset, so it is an effective 4v4. And Huang Fang on the bottom side with no TP, they just give this one up. We'll see how many plates, however, Huang Fang gets, because Ziggs is a very, very fast tower taker.
They've sent Ching down here though, so actually nice little movement from Ultra Prime to kind of commit to this, to not let this side lane go to waste. It is that Rift Herald though, secured by Ning. We'll see where those resources go. Again, love to see it around Doggo, but haven't gotten the cash in just yet. Haven't gotten that influence of gold just yet for Doggo, and you need to for Ultra Prime to find success.
All I'm saying is last game we got to see the Whirling Death execute Huang Fang for 1.2k HP. So, you know, maybe we don't need to give him gold because he'll just get enough stacks to one-shot.
Make the difference.
You know? Yeah.
I don't know how that's going to work out for Ultra Prime. I guess we can check in a little bit and see. We got about 50 seconds for the next dragon here.
Check in in 20 minutes when Dongo
20
finally
minutes
has 600
now. All right.
stacks.
You're going to have to remind me to do that. Check in 20 minutes. So I do want to see, though, we've gotten the Rift out, we've gotten the first dragon. Ultra Prime obviously putting a lot of focus on the objectives. Would love to see them prioritize getting the second dragon for themselves, and you see they're doing just that, Jamana.
Yeah, I think really it's about securing the soul, though. It feels like whoever's gotten the first couple of dragons has been cursed and never picked up the soul. or at the very least not picked it up very quickly, shall we say. Ultra Prime, they are very, very committed to remaining in the river to just keep control. Ching, however, is going to get forced back a little bit, and this gives TT a window to shove in this mid wave and then maybe try and regain some territory. Which Ultra Prime, I wouldn't be surprised if they try and skirmish over it, but again, Braum, very strong skirmisher, and now they've kind of just been forced to step back a little bit.
Doggo is trying to gain some priority in bot lane, maybe have that first move. You see Hoya, though, on his first move. No TP for Harry. And Hoya going to make this a very uneven fight.
5v4. Harry will get a good couple of plates if this room continues to be committed to. I think the Dragon's been starting up down there. It's actually been spotted by Ning, and it's low enough.
What if he goes in? It's a little dicey. I feel like they just want to back away here. 1,000 health. There's the Nature's Grasp, signaling Ultra Prime to back away. Looks like that difference of Hoya walking down does make that difference. It is the Mountain Dragon. Yay! No Cloud Dragon Soul. Hooray!
I feel like I would have been more at peace with.
For the culmination, you just get like left out at the end. You're like, man, it could have happened. Yeah, we could have had 5 Cloud Dragon Souls in a row.
But hey, right? Like, Mountain actually has a lot of value this game just because, you know, a lot of frontliners in general, but also think about like this, especially champions like Jace, Syndra. If you have to deal with multiple Mountain Dragons and some of these members, it's going to get increasingly hard to do your job, right? Poke, one shot, and of course, in the case of, you know, even Doggo kind of in the early stages, it's going to get pretty frustrating. So I think stacking those Mountain Dragons is going to pay off a lot, to say the least, just because the amount of frontline available to both sides, buffing those members up and also just enhancing what your carry members are actually capable of doing in the early stages.
And we've seen a lot of resources, at least in the last games, when we get to that 20-minute mark, be exactly where they need to be. We're getting a little bit of the split bag here, but I definitely want to keep an eye on Ning, as in mid lane we're getting the engage as the Rift Herald goes down. A little bit of that use in mid lane, giving Ching some resources potentially here as the crash goes down and gets those 2 plates. Oh, just about. It needs the one more auto. Oh, swing. No. Sag. But at least you get some of that resource delving out. Now you got Kraken Slayer completed for Doggo. Not going to go that Eclipse build this time, not having found that early gold.
Exactly. Not this time around. Kraken Slayer, I think he just kind of reads the room. 3 melee champions who are going to end up building a lot of resistances. Eclipse is maybe not going to give me the punch and power I need. Kraken a little bit more consistent on that front. Both, of course, quite good at busting tanks either way. Just opts for the Kraken Slayer for an earlier spike on the IE, perhaps. This is what he wants. So we'll see what he ends up going towards. Maybe a BT second. Very common on Draven.
What's your favorite sword in the game, item-wise?
Oh. Okay.
You just named some right there. Yeah, any of those? Any of those big things? No?
I did. I feel like Bloodthirster would technically be kind of cool.
Ooh,
I used to when I was younger. I used to play Ninja Gaiden. And there was this one particular sword that you could get off a boss where you could actually siphon life back that you'd lost from your enemies, and that's exactly what BT technically does.
True.
So BT's probably up there. I think in terms of coolness, probably Blade, right?
Ooh.
Like just the icon looks kind of cool. It looks like it should be a really cool looking like long sword with like a lot of like cool jagged edges. Yeah,
I float between the Mercurial Scimitar and and Wit's End actually. Oh my God,
that's a
Hoya.
far roll out.
Ching is in so much trouble here. Hoya gets the solo, don't even need no roots to help him, and TT continue to find success in the side lane.
They do. That feels like it came out of nowhere. Ching just gets caught out and taken to the alcove via the all out. I mean, it's easy to let it happen to you sometimes if you're not paying attention. You kind of fall asleep at the wheel. You forget the wall angles. There's now
they're
Yukao
coming down on Yukao.
There they are. Great sidestep.
Able to get away a little bit though.
Can't dodge that,
That's
though.
so much CC. Mega Inferno Bomb stopping him though. You can't. Oh, Ning!
Oh!
He took the extra tower shot and the burn from Hanfang. Oh, what a dirty play. And TT come out on top again.
Ning just didn't want to back off. They had all of the CC in the world, but you know what they were lacking a little bit of? Damage. So Yukao just kind of walks it off pretty comfortably with 250 something HP to spare, more or less. And TT, like you say, kind of just gets spoon-fed another kill, this time into Huangfang's back pocket, after TT already won out in the top side with Qing getting caught out. So Ultra Prime really kind of slipping away here in a couple of these side lane plays. One they were looking for, the other, of course, just an outright solo kill. Was just take a look at this angle. Really, really cute from Hoya to actually find that. Quite difficult as
God,
not bad.
that's just, I hate
bad.
watching that. Like Qing, like he just can't do anything. Like that, I feel so bad.
I'm sorry. Were you expecting counterplay? Like
literally could touch his buttons.
Oh,
Like, how do you do that?
wow.
Oh, that was actually
so close on both waves.
Yeah.
In out as well. Draven didn't quite catch that. I was so focused on the amount of CC that he was hitting as now the
Ning.
engage onto Ning.
He's in
And
trouble again. Harry's on the other side though. Flash out to
Alright.
get to safety, and
He's
now
got
they
Mega
have
Gnar.
split the fight. Big Mega Gnar ulti and a double combo. Mega Inferno Bomb onto Qing does a decent amount. They finally got base one. It took a little while to clean up that kill. Here comes the all-out Hoya as they
Doggo
find
could
a
cash
little
in.
bit more, but
Ah!
damage down. Qing gets the kill.
Let him cash
So
in.
close, but so far. Ultra Prime in front of the Dragon.
oh, let him cash in. He's got 170 CS. I'm so worried, but also like it's great that Ultra Prime got these kills. Don't let my tone take away from the fact that Ultra Prime just got a shutdown and a really good position here to maybe.
Oh no!
Wait, so-
No way. Oh.
Okay. No. He's got enough HP to survive. Scary. That was a Zig Satchel to take that tower down. So TT still kind of went out on the macro game. Ultra Prime though, you feel bad for Doggo. It's just, I want the observer to click on him. I want to know how many stacks he has. Maybe after the replay we'll get it. But this is what's going on. The Herald's down. Nature's Grasp kind of just to force away. It's very Korean. If you remember how Horn ults used to get used back in the day to sort of force people off an objective, and Ning just, yeah, I don't know why he did that, but very fortunately he's tanky enough to survive, and Hoya's in a great position to find this flank with the Mega Gnar. Hoya gets over the wall. Harry, however, finds that, and this kill goes over to Ning. Doggo couldn't quite get past all of the Zig's abilities, but then
Ning survived. Wow, nice little side
Ning
step.
survives on 1 HP, and I'm sorry, I can't get over it. Doggo tried so hard to get his 4 cash in. It's like, I was joking when I said I wanted to check in 20 minutes to see how many stacks he had.
Well, you're 10 down. All right, you're 10 down.
We
I
got
keep track for you.
Yeah, 10 more to go. And,
10 more to go.
Yeah.
It was actually, though, after all that feistiness in front of the Dragon Pit, TT that secured it. So 2 dragons their way. They're also on the tier 2 tower because Ziggs, that's what you do, baby. You just take towers all day long. TP to mid lane, though, for TT to try to defend.
Exactly. It'll be fine to do so as well. Ultra Prime just got a step away. But I just feel TT have just been a little bit more on the mark with the towers. And macro in general, just responding to what Ultra Prime may be up to. And of course, it helps having a Ziggs in the game to cut the HP of a tower down by like 18-ish%. I can't remember what threshold is. I think it's a bit lower than that until you get some points into the satchel. Which, by the way, if you play Ziggs, max W second, it's far more broken than E. Lets you take those towers far quicker. And the mines, they benefit more off the later game, you know, ratios and cooldown reduction. Anyway, very niche. There's like 5 Ziggs players still in existence, and one of them is in this game in Huangfang.
And we are getting second items across the board here for the most part, especially for TT's side, who find themselves a little bit in the lead in gold, about 2,500. But it is the Demonic Embrace with that Leandries completed for Beishuan. You see now on the top side, Ultra Prime, maybe trying to make a play on Yukao, but won't find it as TT now have reinforcements this way. and Ultra Prime not really able to find what they're looking for.
Yeah, potential recollapse there from TT was very, very big. If they did commit for that, it would have been a play I feel like they would have regretted quite quickly. Unfortunately, they didn't. And we remain at a bit of a downtime for now. I think TT, I guess they can technically wait till the next dragon, because then there's a lot more pressure to contest the dragon after that for Ultra Prime. But with Ziggs, with Maokai, they're not going to burn the Baron exactly, you know, monster fast by any means. But they've got so many, you know, zoning tools between Ziggs' entire kit and then the saplings. It gets really hard to approach, you know, any kind of area where there's chokes. So I really hope you get to see TT utilize strength for that relatively soon, as
Oh my god.
this feels like bullying. Yes! Yes!
Let the adoration overflow as Doggo gets paid.
Finally!
He did so much damage with it. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
And now it's just snowballing into the side lane. UCal in some trouble, and maybe another kill too, but he doesn't have that many adoration stacks this time around. They're onto the Baron now. Ultra Prime, have they just done it again with the swing of momentum?
Oh my god, they might have broke open the game here with the pick onto Beishwan, the global help from Doggo to cash in, and they find another pick on the side lane onto UCal. 3 versus 5. I don't think TT can really do this one right here, and Harry's about to get Mega Knot. They're gonna have to back off or they just get wiped, surely.
Oh, maybe a steal from Huan Fong. Can he get a... Oh, Mega Knot, there's the flash. 3 in. Dragon secured by Ultra Prime. Yao Yao's down. Hoya and Huan Fong trying to run away. They are getting a decent amount of poke back because of the Leandries for Huan Fong. Doggo's caught all out into the rest of the team, and Baolen is the sacrificial lamb for Ultra Prime, but he gets the shutdown. UCal, he says, I see you, Doggo, but I'm also a carry here for the side of TT. Gets a couple back. Beishwan flashing, gets his own, and we got chaos everywhere here in game number 3.
Oh, Ultra Prime, they get the Baron, but it's at the cost of 4 members. So all of a sudden, the Baron kind of doesn't mean so much, and Huan Fong's still on the map to maybe just brick this tower, be able to reset, teleport back out, and they'll also likely be ready, TT, to come and contest this next Mountain Dragon too. So Ultra Prime, it's such a good initial setup, but eventually, after getting the Baron, it just gets thrown away a little bit on the retreat, as again, oh, we're gonna get the look. Ultimate, T-Tor's in the chat, everyone. How much gold? That's what I care about. How much? We're not gonna know, but again, it's this Mega Gnar out here. 3 into the wall, unstoppable from Hoya to stop himself from getting slammed against it. You can see Yao Yao just kind of thrown to the wayside there. And it's just all about the retreat, which it's really hard to say. Doggo gets dragged all the way over the wall, kind of gets Baolan killed. They do kill Hoya, but the issue is now UCal's here. 750 gold shut down as we come out of the replay. And this dragon is live and ready to be taken.
We're working on 3 items for a lot of members of TT, but it is 3rd item for Doggo completed. See that cash in pay dividends here as a Dragon Soul point for TT unlocks a lot of movement around the map. And Ultra Prime want to gain priority with this Baron buff and move through mid lane out into that objective and secure their 2nd of their own. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god. Come on now. Come on. That's just dirty. And then they get the 3-man Nature's Grasp. TT, they've got their own wombo combos coming to bear. Hoya pushes Ching over the wall. Harry trying to escape. Hoya's got the flank here. Doggo locked down. Cleanse don't do nothing for you today. As the scout of the week does separate, but Baolan falls, and TT, they might have just routed Ultra Prime as Hoya stepped up to the occasion and stepped up for a double kill.
Kasante taking it all into his own hands. Hoya had enough. They've got a wave to work with, TT, but do they feel like they have the health bars? They're going to send UCal back to secure the dragon, it looks like. But I think they can end. They have the death time. It's 20 seconds. 10, I guess. They're not even going to go for the in-hit. Wow.
Feeling a little bit hesitant there for sure. Ning coming back out of the map. Maybe he can get a Miracle Steal, stop some of this momentum from going and continuing to be in TT's favor. Dragon already started a lot of control around it, and it will be Dragon's sole point for TT.
I've seen teams throw up a lot of respect for the enemy. I feel like perhaps in this particular instance that might have been a little bit too much, but TT, I mean, you can never inherently necessarily go too wrong with a lot of safety, right? Overcommitment can definitely cost you a lot. And it feels like that's the mindset here, as so much damage comes through Nature's Grasp, Mega Inferno Bomb.
The Leandries and the burns from like the Demonic Embrace, the double Leandries is just starting to do so much work.
So nasty, right? And Health Bar just can't deal with it. Doggo gets caught up first.
Didn't do anything for Doggo right there. That's so weird.
Nope. Yeah, kind of strange. Maybe cleansed right before the CC application.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Just kind of timed it barely wrong to the point where he probably gets out of it quite... No, actually, you're kind of right. I just looked at it on my second monitor as well. The cleanse didn't do anything for him. Huh. Very strange.
But a little minute moment in that situation for sure.
To be fair, I will say he would have died anyway.
I was gonna say, I don't think it mattered that much. It's just a little interesting point.
Yeah, just weird it didn't do anything. Would have died anyway. And Ultra Prime, I guess, you know, lose the Dragon, but they don't lose the Inhibitor, which is definitely the bigger map threat.
So
in the immediate future.
I'm getting very worried because we've already started to see how much damage this Leandries is doing against this, you know, healthier squad. It feels like for Ultra Prime for the most part. Rabadon's death cap is about to be completed for Huanfeng, I'm sure very soon, and just the amount of poke that's going to be coming from Huanfeng, from Yukao, and from the long-range setup that Beishuan and Yao Yao have. I see it's very difficult for Ultra Prime unless they just go straight up for an engaged outright. The poke game is not in their favor.
No, poke game is not in their favor at all. Ultra Prime, they need to use the 4, 5 different engage tools that they have available to them to try and just stop that poke from getting layered in, because we saw what happened in that last fight, and a lot of it was because Beishuan pressed the Zaki kind of in an angle like this, and then Huanfeng also pressed the Zaki, and half of the Ultra Prime health bar suddenly disappeared, and the fight was no longer an even fight. Oh no! Oh, he's got blood rush. So.
He's fine. Run away! Run away! Run away from the soccer balls with hair. There's the Rabadon's completed though for Huanfeng, TPing to the mid, and you got to start looking at how much damage these bombs will start doing. And speaking of bombs, accelerated shock blast comes to bear on to Ching, takes a quarter of his health off. And now Beishuan feels confident to move forward on the top side of the map with reinforcements right underneath.
Exactly that, and TT just focuses on Baron right now. 2 minutes until the soul spawns up. Don't need to worry about that at the moment. As long as you don't die around the minute beforehand, you're okay. Focus on the top side now for the next minute, maybe a minute and a half at the absolute most. Ultra Prime, they're gonna have to make a decision potentially on what they're gonna be able to do. Ching is actually sticking to a fucking fog here, but TT have no reason to really hug this side just yet. And as you can see, Yukao's actually on the bottom side clearing. Yeah, I was about to say, I would really like Ching to go and get Yukao. I mean, Yukao is...
Harry!
Wow!
Harry! The solo with that quick flash!
That's huge. They can go and do the Baron now. Ultra Prime, they've got a window, potentially, to try and get this one started up. Harry didn't even expend his ultimate. He doesn't have flash, which makes it a little less threatening, but even still, if you start up the Baron, allow Harry to push on the bottom side, draw someone else down here to have to cover it, get his Mega Gnar bar stacked back up. It's an unanswerable situation for TT. It just comes down to execution in the fight itself. Here we go.
Here we go. Beishuan has used that Nature's Grasp cleanse from Doggo, blocking off. But look at that Mega Inferno Bomb. They're starting to burn as well. I don't know if they have that damage to put back. They're getting chunked by this bear. Look at the burns.
Wow.
They're doing so much work. Harry has now shown up just having Mega Gnar. Glacial Prison over the wall. This is so split. The Baron down. It goes to Ning. He's out the back with the all-out, but back into the pit and dead by TT. See if the Ultra Prime can get away with any of these Baron buffs. They're losing them one by one. Ching tries to go back, and Harry, the only one that makes it out. A double kill for Yukao. And they're right back to forward position and top lane dominance.
Mazel, it's deja vu. It's Ultra Prime getting the Baron and everyone dying except Harry. This time, however, the consequences won't be losing just the dragon. It might be losing the game because all 5 members are here in the base and TT have a wave.
Momentum was key tonight. It was the theme of the entire evening. And Ultra Prime TT delivered on that theme. Thunder Talk Gaming with the momentum of their win against IG. They'll find their second series win and they'll take down Ultra Prime.
And look at the smiles on their faces as they get up. Embrace their teammates. You can see how much this win means to them. Ultra Prime TT likely, at least by early expectations, to be around each other in the standings. And we always emphasize how important it is to pick up wins against your potential, direct competitors. Best of 1 round robin.
Mm-hmm.
And
take
TT.
that bow.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say it bar for bar. Take that bow. It's a well-earned win in this series because this was a hard-fought one, and it was also a very slow-paced and meticulous series as well.
They didn't have a win on blue side, Giovanna.
Yeah.
They got 2. They got 2
on one day. Take out a lottery ticket, man. It's good stuff.
What a day. What a day from TT. And it played exactly how we wanted it to. I think coming in, we were still asking questions about where Ultra Prime find that synergy and structure in the early game to get Doggo to a place that he can carry. They blind picked, or at least confidence picked, the Draven twice in a row, and it didn't work out twice in a row. So we're still asking those questions. How does Ning find consistency to deliver those resources later on? But for Ultra Prime, or for TT rather, on the other side, we were like, get those resources or UCal, let him shred his stuff and do his thing. And he did just that tonight multiple times through multiple games, even throughout the one that they lost.
Yeah, even throughout the one that they lost. Obviously, the standout one was the MVP game number 2 performance. But even in this game on the Jace, right? I wouldn't be surprised if he silently dealt, probably like 80% of the damage that Huangfang dealt. I'm just going to say it. Huangfang probably dealt the most damage. He's playing Ziggs. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
But UCal probably very, very close behind that number, just very silently. And yeah, it just feels like, in comparison to Ultra Prime, TT actually have a facet that they feel very confident and capable of playing through. And even though Ultra Prime are very confident to play through Doggo, it doesn't seem like right now they found the formula or the particular way to make it easy for them to actually do it.
Oh my God.
And yeah, it really did show.
Oh, that's an interesting one for sure.
If you're wondering exactly where Ultra Prime got both of their Barons this game, that is the goofiest gold graph I've ever seen.
It really is, man. Do we just put Draven's face where this? Oh my God, that's so good. But it was a situation where, I think it was really nice to see where Doggo had so much focus. Huanfeng and Yao Yao actually did pretty well bot lane, leaving a lot of those resources given to UCal. They bore the brunt of a lot of Doggo and Baolan's plans, and especially adapting their style. Game 2, Game 3, changing up what they're kind of approaching bot lane with. And it worked out so well. And Yao Yao getting the start over Shin Liu these last few series here as well. And working so well with Huanfeng after having been with the TT program since 2021.
Yeah, no, it really has been a very step up and, stand out, silently performance. I think especially bringing out Braum in this particular game, it really shuts down a lot of the pressure that Ultra Prime are looking to bring here to the bottom side of the map. And even in that one particular dive where we finally saw Ultra Prime be a little bit more proactive in the early stages, all of that gets shut down just by Yao Yao existing on the champion he's playing. So honestly, excellent stuff from him, excellent stuff from the whole TT lineup. And again, just very glad that we could see, at the very least, one of these teams playing to the pinnacle of how they like to identify themselves through UCal.
Yeah, well, we have our interview ready to go. Get to hear from Huanfeng, so let's kick it over to Christina.
Hello there, welcome to Post Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Huanfeng, AD carry for Thunder Talk Gaming. Congratulations on your victory. First question, I have to touch on the last Dragon team fight. What happened? 欢迎焕锋选手来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 TT 今天拿下了比赛的胜利。那么我们非常想知道，在最后一局、最后一波，你们制胜关键的龙魂团，当时队内是怎么沟通的吗？
当时因为对面是打架阵容嘛，然后我们偏 poke 类型的，然后就团队沟通就是别急，别急，慢慢打，能赢。
Our team's communication in that team fight was calm down, slow it down because we have a poking damage draft and our opponent's draft is really aggressive. We just want to stall it and do more poking damage. The second question, I think that every team is trying to explore the proper 8 play style in the beginning of season and now you get 2 consecutive wins. So could you tell me what do you think of your team's synergy right here, right now? 那么第二个问题，现在我们正处于春季赛的赛季初嘛。好像每一支队伍都在积极的探索适合自己的战术风格。现在 TT 已经取得了2连胜，你会觉得现在队内的磨合，或者说你们的探索之路怎么样呢？感觉好像看起来表现是越来越好了。
关于队伍磨合嘛，就是因为之前是新流，然后现在是瑶瑶，就可能我要跟2个辅助沟通挺多的。然后团队的话，我觉得我们团队是很强的一个队伍，重上野。就我希望以后的方向就是大家都可以能够 KVOC。
In terms of our rotations, I have to practice bottling with Xinliu and Yao Yao, these 2 players. And in terms of our teamwork, I do think that every player in our team is really very strong and we're trying to practice synergy to make sure every player can carry the game. Let's get back to today's match. I'm curious about what was your main point or your focus in the decisive game. Maybe you are trying to get lane dominance or just pay attention to the mutual objectives. 那么最后一个问题，其实我们在今天的决胜局之前啊，很想了解一下当时队伍的一个关注重点是什么？因为今天的比赛都非常焦灼，所以你们是可能会关注于线上的压制力，或者是一些中立资源的争夺呢？
我们吗？就其实对面今天选的这几套阵容嘛，就偏保下打，就是我只需要选一个中后期能够限制他们 ADC 发挥的英雄就够了。
Actually, I think that our opponent's draft really pay attention to their bowling. I just need to pick a champion who can do more damage in mid to late game. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢焕锋来到我们的赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧，拜拜。
Thank you so much, Christina. I'd love to hear from Huanfeng. Just gotta find something that does more damage mid to late game, and he did just that. Both times Doggo tried to take the Draven, both times denied by Huanfeng. And what a fitting into this series, and what a especially kind of continuation for TT. It is actually a little bit of a surprise. Hoya will be getting MVP for the 3rd game, so changing it up a little bit here for TT.
Yeah, quite surprised, but honestly, I think a couple of the plays they had were really, really high impact, especially after the first Baron, I believe it was, where he got that all out over the wall on Doggo, and he effectively was able to enable the chase down for, the 3 or 4 kills that ended up following that Baron, but also, the solo kill onto Ching. Quite a few strong plays came out of Hoya in the end.
Did on the Cassante, feeling pretty good. Yeah, this feels so bad for Ching. Like literally no control over his champion here. Just get like moved around the map. But it was these flanks and a lot of setups in these types of very kind of hard fought situations that Hoya was separating a lot of the fight away from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, exactly right. I think Cassante can just be that wall, that annoyance, and then you go into all out, all of a sudden you're a damage threat, especially in the mid game where it spikes so high. I think you got like 400 damage of that auto just because of a passive proc in the late stages on the Lawless War Champs as well. So yeah, massive performance, honestly. Very quietly, right? I think the focus so much on Huanfeng in particular, so much on Yu Kao's poke, and then even, Beishuan to a degree to set all of that up. Hoya went kind of unchecked by the entirety of Ultra Prime, so yeah, well-deserved MVP earned from the top laner.
Well-deserved indeed, and again, that TT continuation, that momentum, where can it lead to for them? And especially when we look at, the next step-ups for TT, I do want to just check really quick. I believe they're facing LGD as the second matchup for this week, so definitely something to kind of think about moving forward here for them.
Yeah, definitely. You know, if we can keep this momentum going for TT now, especially into an LGD who we've seen are, you know, struggling a little overall, right? I think that they'll find themselves in a good spot moving forward. We haven't really seen much to still write home about for LGD, unfortunately. So I'm hoping for TT's sake they can take that victory.
Well, it's been a very fun day, Jamada. I'm glad that you've been alongside me here. We got to take a walk down memory lane, though, hopefully soon-ish, because it was a very strong but kind of scrappy performance in our first series for IG over LGD, and especially getting to see kind of IG strut their stuff, not just through YSKM, but also through On and Wink in the bot side, was very fun.
Yeah, no, it's always fun watching IG, though, isn't it? Right? I think they are just our fun team in the league. Obviously, you can always say, oh, you know, JDG, Weibo, da 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 da. Of course, you can always list off teams, but I feel like IG just have, again, they've got that mojo behind them that makes them fun to watch. I think I did hear we've got results ready, so we can throw them up just to, you know, reiterate that, and then we'll probably move into standings, etc., etc., etc. But there you go, IG completely dominated LGD by the 2-0 score that you can see. Smile. I mean, yeah, LGD again, I think just kind of revisiting the same issues that we had in their previous series, right? Albeit definitely you could see some of the scrappiness moving in from IG's previous series, and hopefully they can look to clean that up. And we just saw
that number one, man. That number one
next to IG.
To the moon!
To the moon, IG!
But we do got to look at the standings, obviously, and see where they're at. That number one spot occupied by IG right now, but they have played more games as they are on the 5 games now. LNG, JDG right behind them have only played 3 games so far. So see how that continues to pan out here. Anything else that's standing out to you, Jamada?
I mean, of course, RNG at that 1-3 scoreline right now is particularly, yeah, I mean, 16th place or joint 15th for them at the moment. Hopefully now with the bringing back in rather Ming, they can look to restore some performance, but of course they haven't had the easiest run of games so far, but there's more matches.
Yep, we do have BLG taking on WE. Both teams finding a lot of gives and takes in the early parts of the season. And OMG take on LNG. We're still undefeated here with the new combo of Tarzan and Scout. Scout himself having some incredible performances.
Yeah, no, I've been very, very impressed with LNG. I think if there's one thing I can definitely say about them, I think they've looked the cleanest out of a lot of these sort of like strong-looking teams at the moment. I think realistically, you know, it's the LPL, you're always going to have very scrappy games, right? And that's just the nature of how our teams like to play. Crazy is our game. That's quite literally the motto.
It's the moniker.
I think LNG, you know, they bring that energy, but they also kind of recognize when it's okay to take the foot off the gas, right? Recognize when it's all right to just go, you know what, we'll give up this dragon. We can probably fight in 5 minutes anyway. It's all right. And I feel like other teams are still, you know, not quite at that point yet where they're all comfortable with each other all the time. Whereas LNG, it seems like already hit the ground running on that part of their game.
Yeah, and that's where like this meta is going to be really interesting moving forward, and especially the way that teams are still trying to find some things out. We've seen a lot of teams sometimes focus through those bans and find some new picks out there. But that is it from us. I just want to say a big thank you to you, Jamada, to our production team behind the scenes. Gotta love what you all do to make us look so good on screen. To the audience, to the teams, to the players, thank you all. We wouldn't be here without you. And we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.